Welcome back, everybody. You got the Killer Priest podcast. I'm AD. You got your boy right here.
Caparada, great. What's going on, y'all? New week.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? New time to get it.
And we got Killer Priest actually on Zoom today. Like, bam.
Bang. Peace,
Yo,
Lord.
what's
Peace.
good? Yo, peace. Yeah, man, coming via Zoom. Shout out to everybody out there, the whole chat room. I can't see the chat room. Well, what's up to everybody? What's up, Mink?
What's going on, Lord?
All right, chilling, man, chilling. Yo, I know today is gonna be off the chart. Couldn't come in, man. Today I just, making sure everything is good at the spot. You know what I mean? I'm at the other next location trying to make things happen for us. You know what I mean? Got to get in this studio or whatever. Yo, we got BC, Billy Carson in the building, right?
Peace.
What's up?
What's good? Yo.
Man, all good. Thanks for having me on, man.
Oh, definitely, man. Definitely. Yo, man, this is so good. And I want to address something. Yo, how did you feel a sister last week that came on? Nepal.
Oh, she was tight, man.
Yeah, I mean, not
very
Nepal.
interesting.
Sorry. Yeah. Her name is Neptali. I'm sorry for that.
Neptali, yeah. Yeah, she had a lot of knowledge, man. You could tell that she's been researching and studying, and she's very passionate about, the information. And, one thing you can't put aside is when somebody's really passionate, because then they really want to dig deep. She's not just a surface researcher. She really wants to find out, what's going on. And I vibed with the information, man. She gave me, I picked up a couple tidbits, for me to go look into myself. But it's all good. That's what it's all about, because everybody has different perspectives. We aren't all going to see things the exact same way. Right. For anybody who thinks that that's the way it's supposed to be, then they don't really understand life and the universe. There's so many different perspectives. Different people have different context based off of situation, life experiences, the way that they perceive information. And so I think it's good that you provide this platform where people can come in and talk and vibe, and people can pick up tidbits from one another. People can learn from one another. People can also voice their particular opinion on a situation or whatever and be heard, And that's what needs to be done. And where grown adults can have good quality conversation, exchange wisdom and knowledge without arguing, fussing and fighting and going back and forth, but just put out information and knowledge, man, and let the people soak it up.
Yeah, the fact that you acknowledge that is shows your wisdom. That's very cool.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I agree with that.
Thank you. Yeah, we just got to get to the next level as a people.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. And if Chuck Morgan is out there, I saw what you said that was heavy, but I never said. I was just quoting just the part when he said that I was saying that about they're mining for gold. I haven't read the actual scrolls, but I know it was in the scriptures. It says that, and then I know Zechariah Sitchin said that that the Anunaki was coming for gold. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I know that Kemet, they call the people gold, so gold is somewhere around there. I mean, we can elaborate on that a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? They call the Nubian.
Oh, listen.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much to support the gold theory. See, what you have to understand when you're researching the Anunnaki and these ancient civilizations is we have to go by circumstantial evidence, because as far as I know right now, in a modern time, what we call modern time, in the court of law, circumstantial evidence can get you locked up, right?
Yeah.
And so what I found traveling around the world is, okay, let's hear what Sitchin and some of these other researchers have to say. Let's hear what some of the ancestors say about the gold. Okay, well, let me go out there and see. What I found is that it's accurate. And the reason why it's accurate is because not only were they mining gold, but they were also mining this planet for other resources as well. This planet and also Mars. And if you go out to these ancient sites and you go out to places like Nazca in Peru, you go out to, I flew over to Nazca lines. I've been on the ground there and the actual surface where the gigantic petroglyphs are located and the gigantic lines that are carved out of the flats. Those are not, those are grooves that were put there to signal obviously the gods from space, but also what you find down there is areas where they were mining resources. They got this area over there where they've got these gigantic holes dug out of the ground. It looked like gigantic tire tracks. That's just gathering up different minerals and so forth. You go to Adam's calendar in Africa, in South Africa, where the very first gold mine was discovered. And that's right in the exact location that the Sumerian tablets said it was. And the house that Enlil stood in to watch over the gold mine, the walls are still there. Of course, the top is completely worn down. All you got is the base and the bottom of the walls, but it's there. And so they discovered that this gold mine is around 200,000 years old based on the organic material that's there. Well, that's exact same time that the Sumerian tablets say they was over there working and mining gold and resources. So
you think
it's
they
so
was
true.
using the gold
Now,
for technology?
Yeah, for technology. It wasn't just for the atmosphere, like Zechariah Sitchin said, which is, that's his theory. And he got the right to have his own theory. But if you look at what gold could be used for, it's a technological molecule. It's a technological, element. It's a technological element. And so if you have electricity running through a wire, right? So you take a wire, like I got this wire right here. If I put in, this wire is just a regular copper wire on the inside. So if I put in electricity in on one side, by the time it gets to the other side, it's going to have a little bit less electricity. Depending on the distance of that wire, I would need a booster or AC DC to keep the power moving, right? Gold is so amazing that whatever you put it on in point A, you're going to get the same amount out in point B. It's a phenomenal conductor of electricity.
Yeah,
that's why it's in all your devices. I mean, you got your cell phone is full of gold. You know what I'm saying? You have hard processing boards for computers are made of, they have gold in them. Computer radiation hardened computer circuit boards for aerospace, and of course satellites, and even the visor. If you have an astronaut, if you look at an astronaut spacesuit, they have the visor has gold on it to reflect the radiation. But gold is very, very intricate in electronic components. And if you're going to become a spacefaring race, you have to have an abundance of gold because you're going to need it for technology. So I believe that because of...
they said that Amun-Ra's scepter was made out of gold.
Oh, yeah, absolutely it was. Yeah. That's where we got the whole gold thing from, as far as the people of Kemet and black people, we love gold. And then also down into Maya, because we were mining the gold, and we were giving back the gold as this is in honor of the gods. The gods gave me some of this gold that we've been working that they desire it. Now they've given it back to us. So it was like a benefit. It was like a blessing to get gold. Yeah. And so now that made it all the way into the modern time where we want to get gold chains. We want to buy gold bracelets. We want to have gold watches. It's all going back to these ancient gold mines. That's what it's all going back to.
They said that gold was the flesh of the gods.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. Yeah, it was huge, gold, man. It was huge.
I talk to you all day about gold. I was born in 79. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Which on the periodic table, gold is 79.
79.
Yeah,
that's right.
So I love.
And the beautiful thing about the gold too in 79, it's 79, but also it's the shape of the Merkaba. If you look at the molecular structure, wow, it's incredible. Yeah, look under a microscope, electron microscope. It's a Merkaba.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Powerful stuff, man. Powerful. Yeah.
No, for real. I'm trying to get something. There was an account of a lady who was hypnotized by this Dr. Edith Ford. You heard that?
Dr. Edith Ford.
Oh yeah, Fior. I never heard of that one.
Yeah. This kind of crazy. Go get this book if y'all got a chance. This is page 278. Let me see. Where she said she was interviewing a patient who said that she had encountered some beings. But it's interesting what she said that goes along with what you said. She said, it says, tell me everything that you're aware of. That's the doctor. Dr. Ford said that. And Dana, who was the person, said, I feel afraid. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm in this light and I can see out of the light I don't see around me. Then she pauses. Now it says, now I see, okay. And there's a gap somewhere because now I'm walking in this large ship. And there's these about 20 black people sitting down in the ship on this almost like bench. How they dress. These black people are dressed in Western American style. They look very confused and disoriented. There's this man, and I see beside him, he's very tall, and he said to him, why are all these black people here? And he said, well, these people were sent down into the most difficult circumstances, like poor ghetto places, for a very high service there. There are different souls, and I'm very confused. This is, it goes on. I'm not going to read all of this, but this is kind of a crazy account. And this is, so y'all can check it out.
I'm adding that to my book list right now, man. I got over 1,000 books in my house.
Called Encounters.
Yeah, this is called the Encounters. And it goes even on to where she's on this ship and he's so it seems like it was Nibiru. You never know though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's kind of deep. Word.
Yeah, so one of the things I talk about a lot is I believe that one of the biggest reasons for the suppression of the UFO between the governments of the world is the fact that a lot of these UFOs don't have little green men flying on them. People get really offended when I say that aliens and this and that, but they don't understand. A lot of these aliens are black people. That's what's eluding everyone, is that the fact that a lot of these UFOs and these spaceships have black people on them.
You know, I agree with you too, to a certain extent, because it's like, even over here, like I was building with somebody, we don't get the chance, to really show our technological advancements. You know what I'm saying? They oppress a whole lot of things that we strive to make and create. They don't want to put no money behind it because they know that once we get back into technology and start building ourselves,
it's a wrap.
Then now you got competition.
It's a wrap.
You know what I mean? Then we start coming with the Black Panther spacecrafts and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you already know. We're capable of all that stuff. If you look at the slavery times, right? Who came up with all the inventions that brought us into what we call the modern age right now? Black people, because we were busting our asses. We had no choice but to invent stuff. We became extremely innovative, and that innovative DNA, that innovative gene was passed down from generation to generation. So what do? You got to rip away the people's hope. You got to put them in poor economic conditions. You have to suppress everything. You got to keep them down, because if they even get a glimmer of what they're capable of doing, they will take over this whole planet and leave this planet and create a breakaway civilization. So and that's what's going on.
I think that one of our greatest understandings of what you just saying is studying the Punic War and how the Romans reverse engineered the Carthaginian ships and then used that technology right back against us. You know what I'm saying? That shows you the power of how important technology is to a people. You know what I mean?
It's really important. You strip a people away from their land, and then you take away their spirituality. You disconnect them from their ancestors. You beat, rape another religion into them. It has them completely disconnected with who they truly really are. You put them in poor economic conditions. You set up the situation for them and institutionalized where they can fail, guaranteed to fail. A few will slip through, but and that's what's been done. But unfortunately, that's what happened. But every dog has its day. Every empire falls. So you have the Roman Empire. Before the Roman, it was different empires. You had the Kemetic Empire. That, of course, that rose and fall. You had some of the dynastic eras that rose and fall in Egypt. You had the Greek, you had the Rome, you had all these, but all empires seem to rise and fall. And the one that we're currently under won't sustain forever either. At some point, this current empire will fall as well. It's just the cyclical nature of things. And so, the thing that you can't so far haven't been able to see, you can't erase the knowledge and wisdom that's encoded in DNA. So as the DNA keeps getting passed down, the secrets to unlocking the keys to the universe is going inside of every single one of our bodies and every single one of our offspring bodies. And eventually that key is going to get turned and that door is going to swing wide open.
Yeah. Somebody told me, he said, melanite DNA holds data.
That's right. It holds data. It holds a lot of data. 1 gram of DNA holds 433 petabytes of data. That's enough to put a drop on the tip of your finger. And let me just tell you how much that is.
Hold on. Crazy. Did you say what did he say, Lord?
Petabytes.
Damn.
433 petabytes. And so that's 4,333 terabytes in 1 gram of DNA. And there's enough DNA storage capacity in that 1 gram where this scientist named George Church, he took his ebook, which had photos and words and turning pages and everything. He replicated it 80 billion times on 1 gram of DNA. He found a technique where he could take the digital information from zeros and ones and re-encode it into A, C's, T's, and G's, which is what DNA reads, and then dropped it onto the DNA. Then he was able to store it on the DNA in a volume, and he can realize how much the DNA can actually hold. It was immense. He said, this is incredible. He said, let me see if I can get this back onto the server. So he put another chemical process in to convert the A, C's, T's, and G's back into zeros and ones and put a code reader on the other end and read it back into the next server. And so he took it from a server, put it into the DNA, read it, read, write, sent it back to another server, converted it back into digital zeros and ones. So we now know that the DNA in a human body can store an immense amount of information. Matter of fact, one human body can store 13.5 billion years of data, which ironically, that's the same age as the universe. Crazy. We got everything inside of us.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Man.
That's immense, yo.
Yo, that's incredible. Yo, if you look at that goes inside to the flowers, the trees, the planets, and everything else. That's crazy. That's some deep science, man. That's some deep science.
Yeah. Look, they just found out that every atom. Now they found out, of course, that DNA can store. Now Microsoft came out with the first DNA hard drive. So what's going to happen now? Things like teleportation. We've been doing teleportation with molecules. Okay, they just teleported molecules a couple of years ago from Earth all the way to the space station and back.
What?
But we can't teleport like a human being, a dog, or this microphone because it's too many. It's too complex. Storage space was the problem. Now that Microsoft really has now developed the first DNA hard drive, they're saying storage problem doesn't even exist anymore. Wow. Something the size of your cell phone can do can have enough memory to do a teleportation of a human being with their consciousness intact. What? So we're talking about within the next 20 years, we could see teleportation of living beings or living things from place to place. Yeah.
Damn.
Crazy.
Star Trek.
Yeah,
Star Trek. That's where we're going. We're going to Star Trek. We're going to Star Trek all the way.
So are we really the Klingons? It's real. That's what the white folks trying to say, that we the Klingons, the niggas with the perms and outer space.
Right, because we're supposed to be aggressive and angry all the time, you know?
Yeah.
The way that we're portrayed is such a lie, really, because yes, we've been put in situations economically to where we're fighting over resources against each other, and we've also been genetically taught to battle one another. This is going back to buck fighting and everything else in the slavery times, you know, and the jealousy between the house Negro and the field Negro and everything else. So we've been taught to go head to head. But overall, as a people, Black people are some of the most loving, kind people on the planet, maybe even in the universe. Think about this. After everything that we went through, have we tried to go and overthrow the government? Have we tried to go and take down the system? Not really. I mean, we've had some decent protests and some things like that, and we've stood up for ourselves, but we haven't really tried to say, this is going to be a real coup. We have not done that. Why haven't we done that? Why can we get along with pretty much almost everybody, but a lot of the other races don't want to get along with us? because we are
see the truth.
innately kind, loving people that just want to be happy. When you look back into the Kemetic era, when we had our golden age, one of the reasons why we got taken over, and also about 7 more times during the dynastic era, was because we were so kind and so nice. We didn't have a military. We didn't even have a police force. We didn't even have a jail system. Everybody was living in peace and tranquility, and we were focused on arts and observing space and learning about nature and all this kind of stuff and building structures. We weren't worrying about fighting and killing nobody. And then all of a sudden, people came over and said, "Oh man, they just all preoccupied with love and flowers and stuff. We're gonna go and take it."
Balling over there.
He's balling. So they came in, and they had their time, and we've been overthrown 7 times. But the thing is why we just innately are just loving, kind people that just want to learn, love, develop knowledge and wisdom. Look, the Dogon tribe. The Dogon tribe still until this very day has no police, no military, no nothing, and 0 crime. They have 0 crime still to this very day. Why is that?
They came from space, right? But they said they came from space. They said they came from space, like the Dogons were. They all agree on that too. They said they came from some other dimensions and things like that. And they still deal with peace.
Yeah. The Nomo came. The Nomo came in from Sirius B, which is a failed star. It's a trinary star system. The Sirius star system is a trinary star system, and they orbit in a trinary pattern. One of the stars ran out of fuel and basically became what they call a white dwarf. And so, which is what our sun is most likely going to be. It's going to expand to a red giant in 5 billion years, and it's going to shrink down to a white dwarf because it doesn't have enough mass to become a black hole. Some stars, if you have enough mass, you could become a black hole. But so these beings, when their star died, they left the system and they came to Earth. And there's very well accounts of them written in texts and tablets and African handed down verbal histories and everything else. It's still being talked about to this day. They taught everything about where they came from, the planets in our solar system, the shapes, the sizes, and even the colors, the orbital patterns, when to plant and harvest and everything else was taught. The wisdom is coming from out there to come here. And what I've seen now based on all my travels is Earth is like an abandoned seed colony. We meaning people, I don't think we really originated on this planet. That's my personal opinion. I don't think that be a single cell organism like an amoeba, then developed into some type of a fish, and then eventually turned into a whale, and then the whale walked up on the land, and then it turned into a monkey, and then a monkey turned into a human. I don't think so. I doubt it seriously. I don't believe that system. It doesn't make any sense. I could see where we can have micro evolution, where I can go to, if I go move to the mountains, I'm gonna eventually adjust to the temperature in the mountains and the lack of oxygen. And when I start having kids up there, if I stay up there generation after generation, all of my kids and offspring are going to be adapted to the temperature and the lack of oxygen. That I believe in. But an organism changing from one thing into another, I just don't see it happening. I just don't see it. I think it's a little more complex than that.
Yeah, they'd rather for you to believe that than anything else, than the other ideas that they put out there. You know what I'm saying? They said there was a Superman. God made a man made of steel flying all over the place with a red cape. And his opposer was Lex Luthor, which was a bald-headed scientist, madman, is a criminal. You know what I'm saying? But they put out those, they put out their Marvel DC comics all the time. And there's so many people that's in that world that they got them in that world, and they don't have no problems talking about Kris Kringle flying through the air with reindeers.
Right.
So it's like, cow jump over the moon. It's like all these stories that they've been telling us from the beginning. And it's like, come on, now what are they really hiding? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What are they really hiding? You know what I'm saying? Are they hiding the fact that these things may be true? Not saying that they are, or they just covering it up, saying that they are the ones,
Yeah, you can have superpowers in a way. For example, let's say that we travel to Mars right now, right? Mars is a third gravity of Earth, I believe. So we grew up in Earth's gravity field. So our bones have a certain amount of strength built into them. Our the way that our atoms are bind together to make up our body has a certain amount of strength, and our muscles have now took the pressure of this energy. So if we go to a place that's a smaller planet than Earth, like for example Mars or even the Moon, you could pick up a boulder and throw it. You'd be able to dunk on a 20-foot basketball hoop, things like that, which would make you look like a Superman. Imagine if somebody coming from here from a planet that's 3 to 6 times larger than Earth.
Like
they're
Jupiter.
Physically bigger, stronger, but then they under this less gravity as well. They can jump over a building and all this other kind of crazy stuff you've heard before, and they're going to appear to be a Superman.
Is that like insects? How this place are bigger and they can walk up walls and things like that?
Insects have a little something different. So what insects have is they have an exoskeleton, and so because they have their skeleton on the outside of their body, it gives them better leverage. And so the DARPA right now has developed a military apparatus where a soldier can step inside of it into an exoskeleton enhancer. And so when they step inside of it, all the steel around the outside of the body enhances how fast they can run, how far they can go, how high they can jump, how strong they can punch, because they put an exoskeleton on it. It just enhances you. So when you see an insect, the reason why they can do all of that is because they get that extra strength and the ability to like defy gravity and so forth because of that exoskeleton.
Yeah. So who the insectillians?
So that's a great question. You know, a lot of the Hopi and a lot of the American indigenous tribes, they all talk about these insectoid people that came during the time of a global cataclysm that happened on Earth around 13,000 years ago. And they took them down. There's rock petroglyphs showing this, that these ant people took what looked like regular humans. So whoever drew this knew what a human being looked like, and they knew what these ant people looked like. They took them underground to this underground area, not only in Americas, but also in a place I'm going to this summer called Göbekli Tepe in Sanlurfa, Turkey. But right next to Göbekli Tepe is a place called Derinkuyu. It's an underground facility that was built tens of thousands of years ago. It could hold 30 to 50,000 people underground for an indefinite amount of time. It had room for livestock. It had churches and worship areas down there, and it had about 20 levels, and none of the levels collapsed. Means whoever built this knew how to construct, and it has 14,000 ventilation shafts leading from the top to the deepest levels with openings only 2 inches wide. Of course, laser cut. So I'm going there as well because no black man has ever documented Göbekli Tepe. No black man has ever documented Derinkuyu. I'll be the first black man to go there and document it, film it, record it, and bring it back and put it on my TV channel.
Wow, how you get the pass, man? You just slide through. You don't see you coming. So.
Glide right on through, yo.
You just slide right through, yo. You going all what's this, man?
I go in, man. I go in. You know, the thing is, really, nobody's not gonna say nobody. A lot of people haven't tried. And I've done things where I've had to try 15, 20 times to get the okay. I've had to pay off people. I've had to pay off military. I've had to pay off police officers in these countries. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, though, bro. When you're searching for that knowledge, yo, go get it.
Shout out to Tall God Haru. He in the building. I see him up there. Make sure you hit that super chat and those likes, man. Let them know that we are in the building. We got AD and BC. I always say we always have synchronicity from the beginning to the end. AD and BC in a place to be. That's crazy. Yeah, man, nice. You know what I mean? So that's some heavy stuff that we are going through, man. People need to start talking about these things. Well, we doing it anyway, Yeah,
you're doing it, man. You're putting it out.
Yeah, the podcraft. That's what we do. And man. So touching on some of these things and the importance of it. Why you think that is so important?
It's important because when you take a civilization of people and you take away their names, gone. You take away their spirituality, gone. You take away their ancestors, gone. And you demonize everything about where you stole them from or what they were attached to before. Now it's a people that's completely lost, and also now have epigenetic deficiencies. So epigenetics now in biology has been proven to last. The memories of ancestors last in your body from 15 to 20 generations. So epigenetically, whatever happened 15 to 20 generations ago in my bloodline, for example, and in yours, is still in my body. The memories of, now the bad thing about epigenetics, it primarily transfers the traumas. So all those traumas from all the whoopings and the beatings and the lashings and the indoctrinations and the rapes and everything else is in my body. And this is why a lot of Black people will feel PTSD for no reason. They'll feel depression, thoughts of suicide, anger outbursts, and all these other things. And people think, oh, they're just crazy. No, man, it's the DNA that's messing with us. And it's going to take 15 to 20 generations to get this out. So you have to reprogram. Now, it's been scientifically proven that we can reprogram ourselves. We can change and edit the code in our own DNA, and we can then pass on genes to the next generation that are less affected by these epigenetics. But it takes a change in consciousness and an full understanding of where you came from, what they've been hiding, what's been suppressed. What can we do to become problem solvers to fix our current situation? That's the biggest thing. I try to become a problem solver. And when you know the true information from the ancient past, not the fake, not the I guessed it or I saw it on YouTube, but when you do the deep research and you find out, that's why I go to these places, what's really going on. Now you can make a better future, because one of my master teachers told me the past is prologue. So whatever happened in the past, if you don't understand it, identify it, figure out the exact situation that caused this to happen and allowed this to happen, it's going to reoccur again. You must understand it, digest it, discern it, so you can actually see it on the horizon, and you can avert another calamity, disaster, where, you know, these people fall back into the same thing all over again. At some point, we got to snap out of this. We got to get back on our feet, not just a few of us, but all of us. We got to come back and get back on our feet. And all the bickering and the fighting and everything we've been taught to do to each other, we got to stop. We literally have to stop. We have been taught to thrive on controversy. We've been taught to thrive on anger and frustration. We've been taught to thrive on stuff that's irrelevant, fight videos and all this other kind of people getting into car accidents and doing, you know, and doing hoaxes on people and all this. People will hop on YouTube and, you know, because they're mad that what I speak about, and somebody else speaks about something different and they like that person better. So they're angry at me. Why are you angry at me? Everybody, we're all here. We're all pieces of the same puzzle. We're trying to fit it all together. I bring something, that person brings something, you bring something, we all bring something. We have to stop this. We've let them do this divide and conquer, but it goes into history. You got to go into the past. You got to break it down, understand it. Once you understand what's going on, the true power that's in us, the true understanding, the wisdom, the love, and the kindness that is embedded in us, and how we can reprogram ourselves for a better future, man, we'll become, man, a great force. And won't be that we're trying to dominate or take over by force, because we don't have to. We take over by knowledge and consciousness. You know, and life is going to become better, and we're going to bring heaven to earth. That's really the game plan here, you know?
So as above, so below.
That's right. As above, so below, man. We gotta understand that, man, we come from a great lineage, and we've literally been tricked into thinking that, you know, what we see, what we have here now, and what little controversies that pop up is the highlights of our life. You know, no. You know, I got a sign behind me that says legacy. I don't know if you can see it. It says legacy. That's probably too high up there. Legacy. But there's one of these periodic table items said legacy. All I work for is my legacy right now. I don't work for anything else. I work for legacy. Yeah. Why? Because if I'm working for legacy, two things are going to happen. One thing, I'm going to have guaranteed abundance. Abundance is going to follow me, guaranteed, because I'm building my legacy for future generations. The other thing that's going to happen is, in the future, I'm time traveling through consciousness. I'm traveling through time through consciousness, and I'm altering the future of my own bloodline. Instead of it being going this way down the path to detriment and foolishness, I'm altering it through consciousness and sending it down a whole different path. Financial literacy, You know what I got my kids for Christmas? And they're all grown up except for one of them. You know what I got them? I got them stocks. I didn't buy a tie and some cologne and a whatever, a t-shirt or outfit. No, you're gonna get some stocks for Christmas. That's what you're getting for Christmas. You're getting stocks. And they were happier than a pig in slop to get them because I made them log in and add them to their account today. You can go to stockpile.com and you can actually buy stocks as a gift certificate. You can even designate the stock. I made them do it today because Tesla's going to split 5 ways in a few days. So I said, get it in now, get the Tesla now, so that when it splits 5 ways, you got 5 times the amount of stocks when it splits in a few days. You see, that's the kind of thinking I'm doing. I'm not thinking about all this hey, guess what he said on YouTube about this guy? I don't care about that kind of stuff. I'm out here trying to make money. I'm trying to build legacy. I'm trying to get an understanding about the ancient past. And I'm going out there with my passport. I got the receipts, as they say, and I'm getting these stamps in all these countries. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Damn. Did they say to you, Dad, what the hell you get us some stocks for?
They was happy. My son gave me a hug. He was like, man, Tesla. He was like, Tesla, because they know.
That's smart. That's smart.
Because they see me on, I do options. I play the box. They see me. My son sat here and watched me make $80,000 in a few hours on the stock market. I typically try to make $4,000 or $5,000 a day on options. And I got a lot of a portfolio where I buy and hold shares and stock. I did a whole stock options trading course on my Forbidden Knowledge TV channel. People are in there posting, thank you, Billy, I made 1,000 today. Thank you, Billy, I made 500. Thank you, Billy, I made this today, whatever. Because we have a little private group and they all sharing their winnings based off the teachings. So that's what it's all about. Becoming a solutions provider. How many of us are going to get out here and then share the knowledge in a way that everybody can come up? I don't want to be at the top and looking down on everybody like, yeah, y'all didn't make it. That's why I broke my company up and sold shares of my company so that when my company becomes $1 billion company, all them people that bought those $1 shares, they coming up with me. I didn't have to do that.
See, you think like Kanye West, we got to change our thinking like that. See, that type of thinking right there, that's what Kanye do, man. I mean, he do think outside the box like that. And it's like changing it all starts with inside, man. It all starts with inside. Yeah. Change the mind state, and you change the person. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Direct the goals in the right spot. That's what the Jewish community do. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They all get together and they invest into each other. You know what I'm saying? And they keep that because it's about family wealth. I think that's what you talk about, right? Legacy.
That's it.
And that's what mostly that, man, I was going to say something that's kind of deep, but that's how mostly guys think with that type of mentality. But then the holidays come around and you got, grandma, you know what I'm saying? All of them, they start coming with that way, but you got to, it's got to be a way that we can talk to them nicely and just put the old way down easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's just like you put a person in a grave. Just put that type of mentality down
slow, huh?
Easy.
Just ease it down in there. Listen, you have to, because we all have to start thinking a different way. We got to stop hating on one another. We have to stop battling one another. Cops kill us. That's true. Police officers killed my dad. Okay, they killed him. They beat him to death. Broke his back. But if you look at it overall, we're killing each other 90% more than cops are killing us. 90% is the actual stat.
That's embarrassing, yo.
It's embarrassing. And so, but overall, you look at the planet, we don't destroy the planet. What we're doing is we got these pockets that they put us into, and we're fighting each other over resources. And then the big corporations, they're the ones that are destroying the planet. There's no black people running those corporations. There's no black people dumping chemicals in the oceans and the seas and poisoning neighborhoods.
Jergens.
Yeah.
Newport,
right.
Kellogg's.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Procter and Gamble.
Who?
Procter and Gamble.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Bayer. Yeah, Bayer giving people AIDS. So we don't do that. We're not destroying the planet. We're just killing each other, man. If we just wake up and stop doing that,
well, see,
stop hating on each other.
You said the number one thing. You don't think, what I'm saying, just as us as a people, man, really realize it. You said the number one thing brothers be killing each other for in the neighborhoods be what? Over resources.
Resources.
You know what I'm saying? And really, like the bottom line of that, like I was building with somebody, is that we don't make nothing either.
Yeah.
So when you fighting over resources that other people make, that makes it 10 times worse.
Man, you hit it on the head.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You hit it on the head.
That's why I said, like, you know, like what you were saying with stock and stuff, like I get my kids gold and silver. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, smart.
So that, you know what I'm saying? When they get to a certain age, it's just like, boom, here you go. Priest,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Boom,
Yeah,
here
that's
you
hard.
go. Bam,
Yeah.
boom, here you go. You know what I'm
Real
saying?
value.
Yeah, just like in the ancient days, in the Bible days, you know what I'm saying? When you got a certain age, your father gave you so much gold, so much silver, and that was your, you know what I'm saying, your inheritance into the world to start you off. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
beautiful.
Like, you know what I'm saying? That's very, very important, man, because, you know, those things, man, when it comes to leaving a legacy, that really what matters, giving people real gold, real money, things that's tangible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not the Wizard of Oz joint. You know what I'm saying? I always use that analogy, man. The dude was hiding behind the curtain and gave this nigga was walking through Yellow Brick Road for days. Days, man. And he gave him a heart. He gave him a chain with a heart. And he gave the what's name a diploma. He didn't even go to school. The scarecrow, he gave him a diploma. And he just told the lion, yo, you got courage. And they sat up there and believed that. You know what I'm saying?
And
I'm like,
out like it was cool.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the wizard was the whole thing, controlling the whole thing, man. It's
puppet show. It's a puppet show, man. It's a puppet show out here, you know? And what happens is Black people, we don't realize that they're puppeteering us a lot. You know, with a lot of the reality shows where you turn it on and all you see is us destroying each other, yelling and screaming and cursing each other out and doing this and doing that. And then it's getting all these views. And the people that run those shows, they're not Black people. They're people who own that production company ain't Black people.
You know, when they
it's
talk
just
about
like, man, we got to stop.
You know, when they talk about it in the Bible and they be like that, the Pharaoh knew magic and that Moses knew the magic that he was running. And that's how he got the people. The magic that they running on us, bro, is that they got us so caught up in materialism. So, you know what I'm saying? We caught up in their enterprise. We want the Nintendos. We want the shoes, the shirts, everything that we don't make ourselves.
Depreciating assets.
Depreciating assets. You know what I'm saying? Stuff that's butter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we fight over it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you was talking about, like Dave Chappelle was talking about with the salt. All the monkey got to do is just let go of the salt in the hole.
That's it.
And he's free.
Let it go in the tree. He's out. He's free. Yeah.
That's one of the main reasons why I started making stuff.
What he said? What he said? The monkey with salt?
Yeah, this is an old story about the sand people down in what desert is that?
It's in Africa somewhere where they use the monkey to track the water.
Yeah, they use the monkey to track the water. So when the monkey eats the salt, he won't water. You know what I'm saying? After he done found that salt out of the little hole. So the monkey put his hand in the hole, but the hole is small enough where if he let go of the salt, his hand could get free. But if he don't let go of the salt, he can't get free. So the monkey see the man coming to catch him, but he won't let go of the salt because he want the salt so bad. So then the man comes, takes the monkey out the cage, you know, let the monkey eat the salt. Then once the monkey eat the salt, he get thirsty. So then all the dude do is just follow the monkey to the water because the monkey can smell the water. He got higher senses than the man does.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing with us. You know what I'm saying? We got higher senses than them, but we so focused on all this materialism stuff that used to be our stuff.
Right.
You know, it's like reselling stuff to you, but you have no value over it because you can't make it yourself. So being that you can't make it yourself, it's just like you know what I'm talking about, preachers like a majority of the rappers.
Too.
Yeah, you know, you spending $150,000 on some jewels that you could make yourself, but you don't make them yourself, so you going to them to get it. You know what I'm saying?
No crew. How Don said, no crew to keep my crown and throne. And you know what I'm saying? He said, you can't take it with you under the grave, man. Word. He said, you just rob your grave.
It just
That's real talk.
I'd rather be alive and paid.
Yeah,
that's right.
exactly, man. That's real talk.
Yeah.
So you could just take those little jewels like that need to be in museums.
Yeah, for real. Absolutely.
That's the bottom line. If we go back to making our own shoes, socks, and clothing and set the trend like we did when we was running our own kingdom, all of that'll fall.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. That's why I'm building this.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's why I'm building a directory.
Okay.
I'm building a business directory for small businesses that can list their company in there and be able to, you know, be promoted on my app for free. so they can get some business, so they can make sales and, build their own companies up. We got to build these small businesses up. When the whole thing hit last year, the whole shutdown, if you go and Google it up, I was doing business grants. I gave away $1,000 business grants to small businesses because I didn't think the GOV was doing enough. I thought they was playing games. And if you remember, they kept delaying. Meanwhile, all these small businesses was going under. Some of them just needed a few $100 to stay open. They're working online. And so I did the grant program. I gave away grants from Forbidden Knowledge, things like that. And then just teaching people how to invest into assets, or if it's something that you're buying, how can you make that thing make money for you? How can you leverage it into capital? For example, I have 4 cars. I'm not driving 4 cars at once, but one of my cars is out right now. I haven't seen that car in over a week. Why? Because Art Basil's in Miami, and my driver is picking up and dropping off clients, a lot of high-end clients. That car made me $10,000 already in a week, in 1 week. That's my cut.
Nice.
So how do you leverage things? How do you leverage your credit? How do you leverage your capital? I have a Rolls Royce that I'm raffling off that I didn't pay for in the first place. I got the car for free. I got the car on my credit, put it in my company name, and then I took it straight to this Hard Rock Casino. Those guys signed a deal with me. They rented the car out, made all my car payments, and I made an average of about maybe $8,000 a month on top of that. Paid for the car after the first couple of years, and I said, okay, I'm not going to rent it no more. I'm just going to keep it. I drove it for about a year and a half. Now I'm raffling it off, and somebody's going to win that car, and they could sell it for $150,000 immediately. And the people who wins, God bless them. And then I could take all that money and I'm going to give it to charities. So you guys know how to parlay out here.
Jewels, yo.
Yo, that's what I'm talking about. That's thinking. Yo, what you said? Yeah.
I said you need to go on my site and buy one of my jewels.
Nice.
Carson.
I'll do it, man. What you just said? Let me know what it is.
Jewelsfromthethrone.com.
Oh man, I'm on it. I'm going there right now.
Rasul, what up?
What up?
He slid up in the building. Yo, it was a great build, man. We talking about
building,
yeah, super building, man.
That's Billy Carson in there. What up, good brother?
What's up? How you doing, man?
Doing all right, man. We trying to go to Kemet with you.
Oh man, that's gonna be beautiful.
Yeah,
that's gonna be beautiful.
He's gonna go Beckley Techley now.
Yeah, that's gonna be in probably in June, because I got to speak in the UK in June. I'm doing a big conference. I'm a keynote speaker in Blackpool in the UK.
Nice.
And right after that, I'm gonna go check out Avebury and the what do you call it? The stones over there.
Nice.
Stonehenge, and then from there I'm gonna go. Yeah, and then we're going down to Turkey to Göbekli Tepe and Derinkuyu.
Go back.
Yeah, man.
Now, when you doing all that?
That's going to be in June. That's all in June.
That's all in June. Okay.
Yeah, October is Egypt again. I'm taking 50. Well, can't really say 50 people because I got the security and the camera crew and all that. So it's really going to be 40 people. I think there's about 9 tickets left. 9 seats left or something like that. Unless somebody else cancels for that trip. But that's in October 2022, and it's filling up fast. It's going to be an amazing. We got private access to an underground chamber underneath the Great Pyramid.
Wow!
So we're going to go down there and do a meditation down there.
Oh no!
We have private access to the entire King's Chamber. There'll be nobody there. There'll be no tourists.
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
And let me ask you a question. Did you ever hear about? Go ahead, preach. Go ahead.
No, I said that's your line, McCaffrey. Meditate.
How much is it again?
I think it's 84.50 or something like that. You can go to forbiddenknowledge.com and click on Tour of Egypt. It's 8 days, but the reason why it's a little higher than normal is because we got private access to everything. Everything is VIP and 5-star hotels. There's no we ain't sleeping in no roach motels and collapsing structures. They got all them collapsing buildings out there. We sleeping in pure luxury, man. We can't have that.
Yeah. And you can't go out to Egypt and do that.
Yeah, airfare while we're there, and also the bus has to travel through the desert a couple times, 4.5 hours one way, 4.5 hours the other way. So it's a big trip, and then private access to Dendera, private access to the Great Sphinx, private access to the Great Pyramid, all these elite things, private access to the unopened museum before it even opened to the public. We're the only ones allowed in there.
The new one that's coming out.
Yeah, across the street from the Cairo Museum, right?
Yeah.
That's the new one. That's going to have a lot of rare artifacts in there.
Oh, they're in there. I was in there already. It's incredible.
Wow.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you hear about, Muammar Gaddafi, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear about the water tunnels that he had up under his land that supposedly had ran from where he was at to Egypt?
It runs all the way from Libya all the way to Egypt. There's also open tunnels that aren't full of water where you can travel all the way to Libya. You can travel from there all the way to Iraq to the Ziggurat of Ur, and you can travel all the way to this other place called Bushegi. It's the mountains are called it's the Bushegi Sphinx is there. The name of the Sphinx is the Bushegi Sphinx, but the name of the mountain is it starts with a C. The Carpathic Mountains in
it's a theory, yo.
Over there in Romania.
It's a theory of mine that the Egyptian Empire stretched all the way from, at one particular time, from Assyria all the way over to Carthage. And that they used a lot of that water to feed the armies that we had on the border of the Mediterranean Sea.
I can believe it. Listen, we even have evidence of the people coming from Kim all the way to Mesoamerica, which would have been then the Mayans, and trading with the Mayans, different. We would bring them different gems and different things and herbs from Africa, and they would give us some stuff from there. And then even what happened was, believe it or not, we started mating with them, and they started mating with us. So it actually became like a mixed culture down there. So it's incredible. Yeah.
Mexico, and that goes into Carameo, Aboriginal guys. We talking about that, about ancient Mesoamerica, things like that.
It's their belief.
Yo, when you go
that...
to, when you go
Lord.
to, when you go to Gobekli, ask them about that. Have you heard of Karahan Tepe? Ask them about Karahan Tepe when you go out there. I'm very interested in that. I think that should be even a little old. They just discovered that spot.
Nice,
Karahan,
beautiful.
Tepe, yeah. So you're going to be there. So that's going to be great, amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I'll be there, so I'll definitely do that. If it's there, I'm going to go see it. You already know me. I'm going.
Yeah. Get up in there. there.
Right after Egypt, I'm going to Lebanon. I'm going to go to Baalbek and check out the Baalbek stones. No black man has ever documented the Baalbek stones. I'm going to go to Baalbek and bring that back in 4K to TV.
Man, he's selling the rivers, man.
I'm going everywhere, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's dope. Yeah, man. We have to set up something where I can come with you. You know what I mean? On one of these fantastic voyages. You know what I mean? Shout out to Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That's fantastic voyage.
Yeah. Exactly. You gotta come.
You got that? They got them sound effects queued up.
Let me see.
I didn't hear nothing from AD. Is AD around?
They in the back, yo.
Yeah. Every time I'm not there, AD going in the back, yo. We leaving the ship. We rocking all over the place. Where's he in there arguing with the cat?
Nah, the cat done stood up and started smoking the pack. He in there coaching AD in the back.
Yeah. When you around BC, I want you to definitely come to the podcast. You know what I'm saying?
I got to. Yeah,
man, you gotta come and sit down, man. Go over some of this stuff, man. This is
February.
Crazy.
I'm going to Dame Dash Studios in February. Me and him got to get back together. We haven't done something in a while, so I'm going to get back with Dame. We're going to film a few shows.
I've heard things from my man Hakeem. Sorry to cut you off, bro.
That's right.
I've heard Damon Dash is on point with that because he's coming out with a movie. He wanted to put out the movie about the Anunakis, the Anunnakis.
Yeah. I came to him with that. And he said he would do it with me, but then the whole thing happened with the whole 2020. So I came to him with Chronicles of the Anunnaki. And we actually got
wow. Shout out to Hakeem.
I got we had it going. I had talked about it in my lectures and workshops and everything. We actually got a couple of renditions of some of the what the clothes would be and the characters and everything else. We had everything. We had a lot of it ready, but then that thing just took away the people, took away this guy, took away the animators, everything. It just kind of discombobulated. But we're trying to get it all back. I'm gonna sit down with Dame in February, but actually film a music video at Dame Dash for the same song, The Real Star Wars. We're gonna redo it.
You have to give it David Flores, man.
Yeah.
He's one of the dopest animators, man. Word. Yeah. You can bring him with. Yeah, exactly. He's probably on the line. I can't see him.
I need to get his information ASAP.
I got you, man.
Yeah,
I definitely. He's already involved. He did, a lot of my videos and stuff like that.
Oh man, get him, please. I need his name. I need his information right away.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you have any land, Billy?
What you say?
Do you have any land?
Oh yeah, I got land, man, for sure. Yeah, I got land. Before the real estate market crashed, I had too much land. That whole thing jammed me up. I had a company called USA Land and Investments, and I had over 400 properties all across the United States.
Wow.
And of course, the real estate market crashed, so I had to really consolidate. But I still have a lot of land.
Dope.
Yeah.
How you been? I don't know if you ever building your own kingdom.
Have you ever looked at? Well, yeah, kind of similar. Have you ever looked into? There's a show that came on the History Channel called Countdown to Apocalypse that I'm in. And it showcased the fact that I had built an underground city in Northwest Georgia in an undisclosed location underneath 100 acres of land. And it's called Fort Terra Nova. Look it up, Fort Terra Nova. It's the size of 3 Walmarts underground, and it could save the lives of 360 people.
Yeah.
He's your guy.
Yeah. Because I got some land, man. I've been trying to connect with, what I'm saying, like-minded black folks that got land that, what I'm saying, we can start moving our resources through building up the new Tesla semis that's coming out. We can start our own electric grid system between lands where we can develop and build and bring resources from my land to your land, from his land to another land to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And keep and start our own logistic and trading. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what your resources and stuff like that. Like on my land, I have a lot of rock and pine tree.
Okay. So my land is more set up like an illusion. So you can just see this open field, but you don't know that underneath it, there's all this technology set up. And so it's set up that way so that if we have to go underneath for a catastrophe, it's self-sufficient down there. We come up, we have a front load tractor, we have all these other vehicles and things on there. Fuel storage, and then we can come up and we can then turn that 100 acres into farmland, so that's what that's all about.
Oh man, man, you gotta grow, man. Yeah, this is big talk right here, man. Shout out to Kind Hearts, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kind Hearts, shout out to Fourth Disciple, shout out to everybody that's tuning in, you know what I'm saying? This is crazy, man. Yo, AD, you ain't gonna throw no bombs on here?
Yeah, you got the bombs right there. Go ahead, you got a couple bombs right there. You got some super chats.
A gang of them.
All right, let's go. Yeah, what up, Rasul? What's good?
It was good.
Where
Back
you been?
in the flesh. No, I had to get out. Just got dropped off up here. I stopped at the store.
Oh, okay.
You guys gotta remember, I gotta hop on now. I gotta hop off and hop on Black Magic's show real quick.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Yeah.
Yo, we're gonna send you off with a great podcraft, because you're gonna travel in your podcraft, man, and travel safe. You know what I'm saying? Watch out for them other planets. You know what I'm saying? I know you in the Nibiru 600 or 6,000, and you travel through light speed and God speed, bro.
We got some super chats real quick. Can we run through these real quick? You don't have to answer them all or anything. We just want to acknowledge them real quick. Okay, real quick.
That's up to him, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Shout out to Danny Salinas, Vinny Blackbloods, keep up the building. Red Sun says gold is discipline. Gold amplify electricity at the highest level of vibrancy. Egyptians wore gold for a higher frequency sound wave from God to speak through us as royalty instruments.
Hold on that. We got to marinate on that. That's heavy stuff right there.
Can't just build on that joint, not go no, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's from Red Sun right there.
Yeah, me and Capadonna was having a build like that, Joe.
Well, it's like a conductor, right?
Yeah, it's a conductor of electricity.
Indeed.
It's a high level of copper.
Yeah, it's like Billy Carson said, like copper the amount of electricity that you can push through it, when you get to the other side of the copper, the voltage or the watts is going to be lower because the electrum of copper is not as strong. But gold, if I push 5 amps on this side, when it come on the other side, it's going to be 5 amps. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to lose no current or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Beautiful. It's like sun rays.
Yeah.
Word. Sun rays of gold. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then you got sun ray. You know what I mean?
Sun Ra.
Oh, Tehuti just hit me. He's pulling up in a few minutes.
We still got Casual coming?
Oh, Casual will be here next Monday. He'll be here next Monday. So he had something to do. Shout out to Casual. Casual. I didn't even tell him that Casual was coming. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Casual. That was the secret guest that's coming, but now we can put it out there. So next Monday he'll be here.
Okay.
Definitely be here Monday. Word. So we have Casual. That'd be dope.
From the Amon Ra squad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wanted. Before we go any further, I wanted Hip, BC, and Tehuti just they could never be in the same building at the same time.
Who's that?
But
Billy
we'll
Carson and
day.
Tehuti, huh?
Billy
Yeah.
Carson's gone?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he going.
Okay.
Yo, but that gold, so gold is a high. Yo, shout out to Red Sun, shout out to Philly. All right, go ahead. Yo, the shirt looking gleamy.
Gleamy, huh?
Yeah, with the gold, with your gold Africa
gold,
right there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Technicolor.
Yeah.
Put
Technicolor.
the spotlight on that joint, everything. You know what we do it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, gold, man. I love gold, Joe. You can never go wrong with gold, man.
Yeah. Yo, didn't the Nubians?
That's what Nubian means, land of the
Nubian
gold. The Greeks did.
Well, it's called Ta-Seti, but then gold, Noob is the word, an Egyptian word for gold, Noob.
Nepti.
So they call them noobs. So the Kemet called them.
Nepti, Neb-T.
Nepti.
Yeah, you got gold people. Man, that's dope. All right.
It's like melanin and gold got the same
Because
properties.
we got the remember that the people of Ta-Seti, they were called the land of the bow, and the Nubians was the ones, the Egyptians hired them as their like mercenaries and military leaders because they was good at, you know what I mean?
Most athletic people.
Yeah.
It was like a whole bunch of Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a Nubian.
Exactly. That's a good way to look at it.
Was Lamar?
Because he's fast. Lamar Jackson is fast.
And two, they used to call it the Nubians
What about
ground.
King James?
Who?
What about LeBron?
Yeah, I mean, he
LeBron
could
is
be.
Yeah.
Well,
The old
he could
LeBron.
be a Nubian because you got to think. Everybody think. You start thinking about the Nubians. You don't think about the people from the South Sudan, right?
Right.
The Dinka people, and they're tall. If you look at those brothers and sisters, they're really, really tall. They're some of the tallest people in the world. People from South Sudan, and they were a part of the armies too. Where a lot of people don't know. You know what I'm saying? So
The
you're right.
Dikembes.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
They were black.
The new bowl. Yep.
Manute Bol was from Sudan.
He is from Sudan. South. Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had the tall ones. We had the, you know what I mean? We were some wild bulls, right?
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to Tall God Haru in the building. That's Amal. He the tallest brother I ever met in my life, yo.
Yeah. Amal. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Amal.
He played basketball.
Yep.
Yep.
All
Yeah.
right, let's keep it moving. A Dizzle.
All right, so we got. I don't know which of these. Mank, did you say any of the super chats while I was gone?
No, I didn't say none of them.
Okay. We've got another one here. Shout out to Danny again. MKN Money says, Billy, tell them about your bunker.
I think he just
Yeah,
did.
they just did.
Okay, cool. So we got that one covered. Kenneth
just
Miller
did
says, Billy Carson on fire. Y'all laughed when we spoke about Nani Waya a few months ago, which is where Choctaw and Cherokee originated from. Shout out to Potential. Donkey says, gotta go
You
document
know what? Hold on. Somebody got emotional up there. Nobody laughed at.
Yeah, that's Kenneth.
nobody when
Kenneth
they
stay
said
emotional,
Choctaw.
yo.
Yeah,
You stay
Cassie-
on here
and he
crying. I be
just
reading
spoke-
what you be saying on there, Kenneth. Me just be crying all in the chat room. Man, y'all know me talking about. Y'all don't treat him like y'all treated what's his name?
Treat it up.
Whatever.
Yo, he
the
just
dude,
talked about.
Kulo.
Camiro, where was the brother? Camiro.
Yeah, keep it moving, man. I already see West Baby. I go off the hook.
All right, for sure.
Call him Kulo. You funny for that one.
Let's see. Danny puts the popcorn. Nyasha Champ says, "Peace, family." Billy Carson, do you believe in any of the ninth planet theories presented by Zachariah Sitchin? He spoke about that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed this.
It's a Y equals self on his part. Yes. But
I missed this one from Donkey. He says, "Gotta go document the hypogeum of Malta." Hypogeum. Okay.
is that the Rock of Gibraltar? What he said? Malta?
Rock
Oh,
of
the
Gibraltar.
Knights of Malta?
What did he say about that?
That's in the rhyme, yo.
Oh.
Yeah, Knights of
in there.
Malta. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what he's saying around. Yeah.
That's in the
All
rhyme.
right.
Next one. Hanzo says, "Billy Carson, keep going." Shout out to KPAD, Mank, and Rasul. Love y'all. Peace and love. I bet that is Tehuti right there. Okay, let me just tell him I'm on my way. Hold up.
Whose phone is that ringing like that, man?
That's me. That's Tehuti downstairs.
Hey, what you doing it, man? Why your phone ringing like that, AD?
Because
Come on,
Tehuti be
your phone.
calling.
No, I'm joking.
Billy Carson. Hanzo says, "Billy Carson, keep going." Okay, I got that already. Anthony Drain says, "Question for Billy: What's really going on at Skinwalker Ranch?"
Skinwalker Ranch.
Skinwalker sounds more native. That sounds like
Skinwalker Ranch.
Skinwalker.
Is that the name? That's the name of his ranch?
That sounds like Native American because they had widow ladies
Skinwalker
and spider
Ranch.
ladies.
You know what a
And they would-
skinwalker is?
Yeah.
The skinwalkers are the people that be out there. They be acting like somebody in distress.
Okay,
And then when you
yeah?
go look for them, they be like out there screaming, "Help, help, help." And then when you go look for the person, it's really a setup.
I was like, okay.
Like,
so
you
it's a
ever
zombie
seen?
like.
Yeah, you ever seen?
I never heard of that one.
You ever seen Predator?
Yeah.
You remember in Predator that one time he had caught the person and he had the person
favorite
screaming,
movie.
and the person was in the middle of the field screaming, and everybody was like, "Hold on, don't go over there," because if you'd have ran towards him, the Predator had made a booby trap around the guy that was screaming.
Right. I remember that. Yeah, and nobody was there. Like the Predator was setting them up for the kill.
Oh, is that why would they call him a skinwalker though?
I don't know. Look it up. That's what they call him.
Yeah. That's crazy. So it's a setup man.
It's just like
The
a setup
man.
dude doing in the jungle.
A schemer.
Oh,
Somebody said a schemer.
Okay.
Like help.
Yeah. All right. So why he doing that? Come on. Let's do this. Let's do this real quick.
The tea.
Me and McCap, we're gonna do this.
Man, you got the tea going.
Got
You got
the
him making
bowl.
the tea.
Got me in the joint.
Yeah.
Man.
So he spin it. Your water's
You know
hot.
what's crazy though,
harder,
Lord?
brother?
On my mama, I've been drinking way more tea.
Oh yeah.
Good,
The other day,
good.
matter of fact, yesterday, I went to the donut shop, brought my
got
kids
yourself-
some donuts,
And you got.
but then I was like, "Yo,
let me get some tea.
give me the ginger and lemon tea, yo."
Okay.
You know
That's what I'm
saying?
talking
There you
about.
go.
Give yourself a bomb for that
you
one.
go.
Give yourself a bomb for that one, brother.
Big up.
Man, there
There
you
you
go.
go.
There you go, man.
Real
Chat
talk,
with
though, I
the.
was in the joint. I was like, man, I need to
Yeah.
start drinking more tea. Because you know what I was thinking? I was like, you know what? Instead of looking at my food for enjoyment, I need to start looking at my food as medicine.
Indeed.
That's
You
right.
should always
Drop
do
a
that.
bomb on
Right,
that joint.
We all
You
gotta
always
start
do
doing
that.
that.
You
yo.
always
Yeah,
gotta
you know what I'm
start
saying?
doing
So
that.
instead of like, let me get that and fries and this and that, like, nah, you know what?
Exactly. Get yourself some
Let
tea.
me get some tea.
Yeah.
Let me get some cauliflower. Let me juice those beets up.
That's right.
You know, I think that's gonna make the body run at its most efficient, maximum capacity.
That's right. Indeed.
Yo,
Makes
you know
sense.
what else, McCap?
What's that?
It helps you with thinking.
Yeah, it
with
does.
some type of ideas, you trying to create. Sometimes when you eat the fast food, you be like, man, I'm ready to go to sleep.
For real.
I'm feeling down. It puts you down because there's no love or no incredible. They just want your money, and
That's it.
they're gonna charge you the $5 or maybe 10, depending on what size of mac you get or what size of burger you get,
Yep.
and the fries on the side. That type of food is coming from nature itself, so it's going to give you some type of thought where you can think right, and it relieves stress.
Yeah.
You could either eat the forest or walk through it.
Facts. Or eat the forest while you walk through it.
Indeed.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you gotta tell some cats, man. Some cats don't. They stay.
Yeah.
They want to keep it.
They go in the forest and run straight into the tree.
Man, yeah, exactly. A tree fall on them.
Yeah.
You gotta know how to build. All right, you ready?
Word.
All right. So you broke that down.
Yeah, I broke it down.
All right, a little bit. Let's do it.
So then I
We're
put a
doing
little
this
bit of
live,
water
y'all.
in
So
there,
if y'all
right?
home, y'all do it too.
Just a little
So
bit of
we're gonna
water
do
in
a
there,
little bit.
right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just to mix it.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah, you said it right. Just a mixture. That's it.
Yeah.
And then we hit that like this, up and down. The whole thing is you try to make a paste.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The
Get all the clumps
consistency.
and stuff out of it.
Yeah, get a little
Yeah.
clumps to get to the side. right
Get the edge of the bowls.
there. Get the edge right there.
Yeah. Let me put some more in there.
Yeah. Tehuti's in the house.
Man, I feel like 93 in the kitchen, y'all. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah. Now you're gonna be making much. Thank you very much.
Get
Yeah.
get the sides. Get the sides.
Get the size, huh?
Get it down to a
There you
consistency.
go.
Now, if
Very
it starts
good.
to fizz up, that's what you want. You want it like a pasty,
Okay,
you know what I mean? Almost like a paste, and
There
then
you
it starts to
There you go.
fizz up. Yeah. Do a circle in motion, up and
Tehuti
down. however
in
you
the
want.
house. All right. Well, pretty
At your
good for
desire,
first
when all the
time.
lumps is going.
Yeah. Hey, mixing up this tea get rid of anxiety too.
That's
I was
what
just thinking about them damn
hey.
spiders and snakes and shit that
Hey.
Tehuti
You
coming
got
with.
some on the
But
side
now,
right there. You got some.
Now
on
I
the
feel
side
better.
Yeah. So he got some spiders
All
with
my-
him?
I don't know.
Man,
all
I'm
my
missing the
anxiety
spider.
just left though from
Yo, what you call a person that's fear of spiders? What's that called? Like
arachnophobia.
arachnophobia. Yeah, that's right.
But I don't have
Arachnophobia.
arachnophobia. I used to play with tarantulas when I was a kid.
We broke that months ago, remember?
Yeah, I think us as kids, me too, man. I like something about them. They just make pretty webs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, spiders are some of the world best architects. They make the web is the same way a snowflake is made. You know what I'm saying? It's just a geometric shape of the web.
Yeah, I think spiders get a bad name too because they really get rid of just all the pests and stuff in your house.
Yeah. People don't understand exactly. You know that raid companies kill the spiders because they, you know what I'm saying? They want everything. They don't want the animals to live. They don't want no insect. They call you dirty when you see. Well, actually, you got to clean up or they wouldn't be around. You know what I'm saying? They're around us to eat and survive just like how you trying to survive. They might got some egg sacs over there. You know what I'm saying? They got a family to take care of. It is like
They got bills to pay, a family to take care of. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Everybody got to put food on the table.
Hey, that's right.
Fact.
You gotta come on, man. They probably expected some of those insects to come home that night, but you don't squash them and stuff. You had a whole family waiting on them at the crib. That's why bees and stuff be stinging niggas.
Peace.
Fact.
Is that a mall?
All right, so you good?
Yeah. So now what I do is
All right,
we
so
gonna use the dragon tea joint.
So you pour more in there like this. Pour more. Now this is just to fizz it up. Now you go, this is where the tea is made. And you just scrape the top. Who that coming there with the hieroglyphs on their back?
Well, that's Tehuti right there. He just arrived.
Damn messed up, yo.
Is that hey priest?
Just like this. Look, now you got to shake the top of it. Your job not finished yet.
Okay, shake the top.
Yeah,
Hey,
just make it
priest.
fuzz and then put it in there.
What's the name? The name is Amal, right? Amal.
Yeah, Maul.
Yeah, peace, God. He told me I seen him in there. What up, Amal? Peace.
Yeah, you can do that a little faster than that. All right, you ready to go in there? Boom. First matcha, baby.
First matcha.
What you?
It's not a spider, is it?
I put
You give that to me? That's for me.
Girl set.
Boom.
Well, wow, he must be a natural.
I am.
Give yourself a round of applause, men Kepara. Give him a round of applause. Very good.
See the 7 on the hat. You know what I'm saying? Boom.
The young bull, men Kepara. The great. But you know what you got to try, though?
What's that?
You got to get yourself some Moroccan tea, brother.
Line it up.
I got some at home. I'll bring you some.
Word.
Yeah, I got you. I do, though.
Bang.
In fact, yeah, I'll bring that up here next time. I'll bring my Moroccan tea up here. Maybe we could do a Moroccan night. Is that up to you, priest? Is that okay?
Man, all it is mint. All you need is a lot of mint.
Y'all always saying that every time I tell you about that.
That's all it is just mint, huh?
Bring the
Nah,
big-
this one
yeah,
got this one got a different kind of taste to it though.
Now you got to stuff it with mint. There's a lot of mint.
Now, this, I
And
know,
you put
but this is a different kind of one. Let me show it to you. I'm gonna bring it up here.
how you gonna make it from scratch, or you got it says Moroccan tea on it?
No, it's from Morocco.
Oh, you gotta make it from scratch, bro.
Ah, man. All right. Well, yeah, you're right. No doubt.
This tea right here is from Japan. We made it from scratch.
Okay.
Straight from Japan, from the land.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So you ready?
Wait for ADs to put the music on.
And AD, you got your vitamin water or what AD drinking?
Got to put the
Let's see. I've been having some water. I'm about to have some coffee, actually.
Hey, shout out to A Jizzle.
Yeah. What kind of coffee you got, AD?
Just regular chameleon cold brew.
Oh yeah, chameleon cold
We didn't even
brew.
say AD controlling the rocket, man.
Yeah.
Come on, show him yourself one time. AD controlling the rocket. Where you at, brother?
Controlling the rocket.
There he is.
What's cracking? What's happening?
put that tea music.
I'm
on.
multitasking over here. You know what I mean? Been busy.
Yeah.
Getting things done.
So are we going you want to play the music? Oh,
What song? What music?
The tea music.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, wait.
plug it in?
You want to?
Oh, you already plugged it in?
I did already.
Wow.
Oh, well, hold on. We got Tehuti come. You want to come up? You
Circling
want to wait?
the
You want to
drain,
wait?
yo.
All right.
Yeah, circling.
Okay, so let's get the music going.
Circling the drain is going down. Somebody
AD
make
got his
the
mind
beatbox.
preoccupied.
I'm doing everything.
You need to put that girly music on for yourself, AD. Put the joint on. Put it on, AD. Don't want to go. Put that in. Yeah, put that joint on for yourself right now.
Talking about the swoon. That's what I labeled it. Okay, we're getting Tehuti set up now.
Hey, yeah, I can't wait. I know he gonna
You
go
got something new?
in.
You got some
already
new stuff
know.
for us?
I never know.
I already know he's gonna go in. So it's gonna be crazy.
So we're gonna get.
We're familiar. We're always familiar with some of the stuff you got, Tehuti. So it's just, I mean,
How
you
you
know.
gonna stay? Are you sure about that, Rasul?
Of course.
Familiar? Okay.
You ain't familiar. You familiar as well.
I didn't hear it yet.
No, I'm just, you know what I'm saying, though. You know
I know
what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But nah, I didn't know. Actually, no. Last week when he broke down the way he broke down the Travis Scott joint, that was pretty ill.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
We thought we was done and canceled. We thought we was
That was
canceled
ill.
after that
I
show,
was
Lord.
like,
didn't
oh
we?
no! I was like, wow.
After that show,
Yeah.
we was canceled.
I don't think it's all familiar. Yeah. But see, certain things is just the way certain people break stuff down. Certain people can break stuff down in a way you could, get it like baby food. Some people make it fun. Some people, it's just simple. It's just right there. And then some things.
Yeah, you're right about that. Because someone told me that I was a kind of like a hard teacher on them.
Like
they say I'm hard when I teach.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say
Wait,
sometimes
hold on,
sometimes
brother,
I be yelling.
How do you teach?
Well, I try to and I try. No, I don't. Well, sometimes I how you say install the message inside the student.
Oh, you like screwdriver it in their head, like you grab their
Exactly.
head,
That's exactly
and you
what I
put it in
do.
there.
I'm sorry. That's what happens.
Go ahead and do the switch onto the other camera.
Yeah. Oh, we got Tehuti coming up, y'all.
Now,
So
Sue,
in the building.
we gotta talk about that, bro. So you hold your students next, and you squeeze.
That's what he said. You squeezing and installing at the same time.
That's an exaggeration. My mic.
I got you.
No, that's an exaggeration. I'm just kidding around.
They said, did you beat it down in their head?
No, I'm just kidding around. But I could be, I just want the student to take the information seriously,
You gave them
So
you gave them the number one seat. You gave you gave them the number one.
you gotta say it like
you
that.
want to be
Yo.
in the middle? You want to be in the middle? You want to be in the middle? Or you?
Yes, peace, priest.
Okay.
Oh yeah, of course. Tehuti in the house, Tehuti.
Peace. Peace,
Been a lot of talk, bro.
Peace.
Well, it's better for him
Peace,
to be in the middle.
peace. What
It'd be
up, man?
the skinny,
Peace, what's
it'd be like the
good?
skinny guy in the middle. That don't look right. You know, I don't know. That's how I look. I don't know how y'all look.
Now,
At
Rob, Sue said, okay, so Sue,
yes.
you were just joking, right? You don't actually beat knowledge into your students, huh?
No, I don't. I was just kidding around. That was an exaggeration. I was joking.
So you do joke.
Well, yeah, I do. I got
Okay.
you know. But I'm kind of aggressive as a teacher. I want the student to take what I'm saying seriously. You know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I get emotional sometimes. Hey, you got to learn this, man, because when I'm gone, you got to teach it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want nobody to look like fools out there. You know what I'm talking about? Tehuti, when people start talking about Egypt and Kemet, and they just don't be knowing what they be talking about. Like Sirod Sutin said, he got up there and said nobody can read the Metu Neter. And then he tried to say, they said, well, did Dr. Ben said, does Dr. Ben know how to read the Metu Neter? And he damn near said no, he couldn't read it.
Go ahead and send me the stream.
But see, that's an excuse because he can't read it.
You're all plugged in?
You know. But you got to know these things. You know what I'm saying, brother? You know what I'm saying? Men kept and, you know, you got to know what you're talking about. You want to step into the arena.
Step into the Terror Dome.
Peace,
So
peace, Killah Priest. How are you, my brother?
Oh man, I'm great, bro. I'm great, man. Just getting myself together, making sure I'm good. You know what I'm saying? So when I come back,
Did you see the video, that the answer to the question in the video that got taken down twice?
Taken down twice.
Yeah.
Wow.
They took your video down?
The Travis Scott one came down.
Like
you have
twice?
to send me.
Yeah.
The one that I
Wow.
saw that
I went there
I
again.
didn't
It
even
was
skip it.
gone again.
they took it down when I was watching it, yo.
Yeah.
Oh, it just
It just said video. It was speaking, and he was speaking, and then it said video is gone, deleted.
wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, I took the section of it. I knew it was happening, so I took the section, put it on my channel, and then it came down again.
Mm-hmm.
So it came down twice, but it's saved. It's back up now, and it lost a lot of views. It's only at close to 9,000 views. It was at 2,700 views.
It was about to
within 3
take off.
minutes.
Yeah, it was about to take off.
Yeah, it was.
No, Coach Kadaka said it was at 7,000
Wow, really?
Yeah. and
Wow.
in a couple of hours.
It was.
Yeah, it's about to take off.
Yes. I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. Peace, priest, peace, everybody. I was inspired today for some reason to make it Gold Day. I like
Ooh.
to make it Gold Day. So today I represent the Nub, the Neb.
We was just talking about the noob. We was
Yeah,
just talking about
gold.
that, the
So-
gold.
I have on the gold Meter shirt, gold and black.
We
Are
gonna
my
buy one of
favorite
my
colors.
pieces,
Black
man.
and gold.
How much are they? What's
I'm
it?
at,
5 and up.
5 what?
500
should I get my?
500?
and up.
We'll talk.
I might go get my. What's name? Should
All
I go
right,
get my?
I got-
I'll trade you one for a albino snake.
I get some gold.
I'll give you a trade off.
Nah, what
A
you
snake
trying to?
and-
I'm
a
not
snake
trying
and a
to see, there you go, man. Yeah, a snake.
And a
You
spider.
traded him a bean.
Both?
And
You
a
want-
spider.
you want to eat?
Now, if you'd have said goats, cattle,
Sheep.
something like that, then we could
Man,
talk.
cattle,
about
like, yeah, I
somebody
need
can-
some. I need
somebody
some.
need some of
yeah,
that.
yeah. I need some
But
cattle.
a snake and a spider,
Snake and a spider.
yeah, nothing I can do with
So,
that.
peace to everyone. Peace, Mandarin. I brought something from Mandarin today. Shout out to Mandarin. Dropped the 499. Peace, everyone. Rasul, KP, Rasul Menkabra, or Tehuti. Could someone speak about Apophis?
Apophis.
Apophis.
I had asked you about that one time.
I think you did, yeah, and I was gonna get into it, but then we.
Well,
oh, look,
Apophis is-
priest put on his gold. You see that? Look at the
Okay.
screen.
You got the
Priest got
gold
his
hat.
It's black and gold day, so
Ah.
it's black and gold day, and it's the eye day. So on my
And
wrist,
tell them what that represents.
we're gonna get
Black,
into.
yeah, we're gonna get it. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
we're
get
gonna
into that
get
bill.
into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to get it.
Yeah, black and gold day. I was inspired. I like gold, and I like gold for the specific reason of why it's important on the planet Earth, and that is because of the mining that the Anunaki did. So I have my black and gold Uwajit bracelet to represent the day. My dark gold Uwajit shirt. I have on the black and gold Tehuti. They can't see, but I have on gold pants. And I brought this, my
What's that? What you got?
Akut, Mer Akut,
Ah.
which is the black and gold Aku that Europeans call the pyramid for the black and gold. And then I brought something special from Mandarin in Thailand. It's also black and gold. This is a third eye. Let me get him.
Oh, you got okay. Now what do you got here? What that?
You got a black and gold snake in the
Oh man, you definitely bring out the various form of natures on the show. This is. Oh man, okay.
So this is third eye, and he has 50 eyes on his back with pyramids.
Ooh,
And this is
that
third
is.
eye, the black. Can zoom in on him.
Yeah, you gotta take a picture of that. Let me see that later.
Yes.
I
I can't even see from here.
And this is
That's
from
crazy.
this is from Mandarin. He is
Mm.
an Elephas mandarinus, very extremely rare, and he's black and gold to match the black and gold day today. Because I had a feeling that gold would be a topic today.
Wow.
So
No, yo, we was talking about it, yo. It's crazy.
Yeah, we was talking about
That's
we were just
crazy,
talking
yo.
about
oh, with
We were just talking about
my etheric brother that we have to manifest at 2 different times.
Yeah. Yo,
If he
yo,
comes, he leaves. I
can't
come.
see y'all in the same room. They probably the same person, yo.
Are you
same
talking
person.
about Billy?
Shapeshifters.
Billy Carson?
yeah, Billy
Billy.
Carson.
Yeah. He came in, left, then you came. Yo, I was wondering how nobody could notice Superman if all he did was put on glasses, man. Come on, Clark.
That's it.
Yeah, he looked just like Superman.
Nobody saw Peter Parker and Spider-Man in the same room.
Right? Exactly, man. Word.
Yes, this is a third eye. If you look closely at his back, he has the eye with the
Can't see.
pyramids.
Man, he stay trying to bring that snake over here close to me, yo.
He likes the gold. Yeah, he's from Mandarin. And let me see. Okay, we're gonna get started. Good. The vibe is good. How you feeling, Priest?
Man, I'm feeling great, bro. I'm feeling great. Just making sure I'm just drinking my tea and stuff like that. Yeah.
Awesome. Wonderful. Okay. Good. So
We've got the super chat right here.
I think there's one before that.
You know, I gotta
One
get a
after
couple. I'm gonna
smoking
order
from
Billy Carson's books.
Mandarin.
I'm gonna get a couple of his books. Maybe he can, or he can
Just
maybe
have my
send us.
name
I would like to read some of his information.
Okay.
Because you know, we've all studied these subject matters about the Anunnaki mind coming here to mine gold and the various other theories. But again,
Chuck said that didn't happen.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See,
Chuck?
you talk about Chuck Morgan.
He's in one of my he's in one of the groups that I administrate, and he just put up a post saying that the Sumerians in no way were black, and he made a mockery putting up a Sumerian with an afro. Yeah, I've seen that name, Chuck Morgan.
Yeah,
I'll talk to him one day.
Huh? You want to talk to him?
Sure, I'll talk to him one day. Yeah, see what's see how he's doing.
You don't hold on though. You don't know Chuck from back in the day? From the land?
No, I don't know.
Land?
If it's Chuck Morgan,
He went by Larry. I think Larry Morgan. And shit.
He was only in during the Ansar days. He wasn't in for the Nuwabu.
No, he was. He had his own tape and he had a radio show too.
In the Nuwabu days, he was a part of the Nuwabu. Okay,
Yeah, maybe y'all never crossed paths back in the day. So, because you from Canada, or whatever.
Well,
So whatever. He's from,
and he may not have been known as Larry back then. He probably had a Nuwabian name.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have been Larry.
So how you gonna tell me?
No, we all Nuwabians, so that's all. I'm not trying to,
But from what I saw in an interview, he said that he was. I don't think he was a part of the Ansar days.
No, he's an Ansar. He was a part of the Holy Tabernacle Ministries. Yeah, he was a part of it all the way up. All the way up to the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known him as Larry though. Probably maybe his Nuwabic.
Yeah, Nuwabian.
Nuwabic. If he was in at the same. If he was in '98.
Yeah,
sure.
he was there.
Let me
That'd be kind of a interesting conversation between y'all two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because well, yeah, it'd be kind of interesting.
Okay, let me send this. Let me send
Freeze, you funny, yo.
info, core media. We're gonna call this stream. Okay.
Well, the work is about to come.
How's everyone in the chat room doing today?
Gold.
So we'll just come back to those super chats.
Oh, good.
How's that tea, brother?
Slamming.
Yeah,
Slamming,
you killed
yo.
it up.
I didn't think, I didn't leave the pot on hot long enough.
Yeah,
Oh, you know
hit
what?
it.
He was talking to it. Yeah, he was just talking to it, so you probably need to heat it
Next
up
time
again.
I'll put it on warmer
Uh-huh.
so that it'll be hotter next time. But it came out, I ain't gonna say it came out as good, but it's
AD, I
it's
sent
tea.
you-
It's good tea.
Oh, sorry. I sent you the
Wow. That's crazy.
Why do snakes poop like birds?
Actually, snakes poop. Snakes poop all different types of ways. Some poop.
Get ready to unmute.
Dogs. Some look like. It looks different, kind of. It doesn't look one kind of.
Go ahead and mute on your end.
Oh yes. Yes, it's a mute. How's that, AD?
Boom. There you go.
'Cause I used to have a pet gardener snake when I
Oh,
was a kid.
they do. They
poop like a bird.
They actually use it as a defense mechanism. Like if they feel nervous and they want to attack, they'll either bite or they'll start shooting out this white stuff on your hand. It smells horrible. That's their defense mechanism. Snakes have a highly evolved digestive system where they can digest bone, hooves, and turn things into liquid. So a lot of their feces is liquidy.
Yeah.
Because their digestive system can digest a whole rib cage, the hooves of a cow.
Yeah.
The things that
'Cause they take in everything.
yeah, they can't chew. They can't chew.
Mm.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Let's go back to the. Oh, let me see something. Sorry. Let's go back to the
That
super.
shit damn near like battery acid.
Yeah.
Damn. Crazy.
Okay, let me see.
Yo, what's good? AD, where you at, AD?
I'm trying to set up the StreamYard so that I can have you and the StreamYard at the same time.
Hey. Shout out to AD. AD does a lot. He does a lot of
It
work.
is
man.
awesome.
The technical.
AJ
Yeah.
is one awesome.
I'm just trying to make it automated so it's just all easy in the future.
You got us out there flying all over the place.
Man, for
The
real.
crab. Shout out to Tall God, Hey Rule, once again in the building. Shout out to Kind Hearts. Remember, hit that super chat. Tell us, hit that like. We up in the building. We're about to get some very good knowledge. It's about to be on right now. So make sure y'all hit.
Once
hit it up.
again, this song.
All right, so almost there.
Okay, take your time. My computer's still loading up as well.
Yeah, as soon as you start sharing, we'll be able to see it on screen.
Okay.
And I want to make it so we can see Priest at the same damn time.
That's
Actually,
crazy.
you know
We
what?
still talking about that.
I'm gonna make it so
That's
that
crazy.
Priest can see also. I'm gonna share the screen with Priest. All right, Priest, you're about to see everything. And then what I'll do is main screen capture. Hold on. All right.
Peace to the Rocketeers and the Craftsmen. The chat room, one of the best chat rooms on the planet. It's on the net right now. Very educational. Shout out. I mean, y'all mad small, but I can see all the love, the faces. Let me make this big.
Okay, hold on.
Peace, God. Let's get it.
Okay, let me see something here.
Coach Kadoctor.
Oh yeah, coach is definitely in the whip. Piloting the
Shout outs to
Rocketeer.
Yeah.
Craftsman.
Torius the Great. Wow, that's an L name right there.
Tory.
Triple JC. What up, man? Shout out to Australia in the building. all the way across there. You know, Flea went to Australia. He's out there now.
Oh, okay.
Russell, can you do me a favor?
Somebody said the gorilla has been a spirit animal to get started. Gold, man. We all on gold. We all in sync. I love it. So crazy.
Gold. Invest in gold, Joe. I buy gold at least once a month, yo.
Thank you.
Gold and
You
silver.
gave me that silver piece, man. That silver piece is crazy.
Yeah, with the scarab on the joint.
Yo, you can feel it, the weight.
Yeah. Yeah. Silver and gold, man. That's something you can pass on no matter what happens. There was a cataclysm happening, everything shut down or whatever. If you still got you some silver and gold, you can still trade it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People always take that.
Trinidad in the building. Yard up, yard. Was good.
All right.
That's it.
Gotta get you
Yeah,
some
I'm
gold.
good, man. I'm good. Just
Flesh of the gods.
somebody said silver too. Yeah, silver's
Yeah.
good.
Copper too, yo. Copper right now is trading for $3 an ounce. So if you don't have the money to invest in no gold or no silver, you can still buy copper and use it as, you know what I'm saying, as electrum. It might not be as good as gold, but it's still necessary and needed. If the stick was to break down, you can run your own power system and everything if you know how to make your own generator just off of copper. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Right.
I'm ready when you are, Tehuti.
Okay.
Copper and speaker magnets. Make you a
Mighty Hebrews.
generator.
Okay.
Shout out to Eye to Eye. He says, I cry too.
Yeah. You said you read that kind of fast.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
knock
right.
out. I'm trying to knock out super chats quick because we got a bunch of them, and we
Yeah.
got to catch up to as many as possible.
Yes.
Okay, let's do it
yes.
now. Let's do them.
That way, yeah. Because some of them aren't even questions. Some of them are just like little shout outs.
So do them while you setting up.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back because I want to go in order so that people don't like, what happened to my super chat, AD?
Where K-pop practice at? You know, that's him. You
Yeah.
didn't read my.
He didn't read my super chat. I'm like, wait.
And then when he
Damn.
called in, I didn't know his voice was like that, man. Shout out to K-pop practice. He was like, "Yo, read my super chat."
Yeah.
He came in and said, "Hey, what's up, guys? Everything's cool." That was good. That was good.
Kenneth Miller, where get that? Why up? Okay, Billy Alder.
Kenneth Miller.
Danny Salinas, welcome home, Rasulullah 7. Kenneth Miller, man could be on the show, legs shaking like a stripper. He be so tight. Relax, LOL. That's from Kenneth.
Oh yeah, Kenny's a hater. He
Danny,
been hating ever since we bombed this little homeboy Kulo.
Who?
Curimero.
Nah, Kulo.
Cut it mayo. Cut it mayo. Right.
Danny sends another cup of coffee.
This little homeboy Kulo.
Nyasha says,
my God.
ever had Himalayan Shilajit in your tea?
I got some shit legit. Shit legit to quit. Shit legit.
Hey.
Shit legit to quit. Hey. Shit legit right here, yo.
There you go. There you go. She legit to quit. Very nice. Mandarin says, peace everyone. KP Rasul Kempra or Tehuti. Could someone speak about the Apophis tonight? That's one that you wanted to
Okay. Yeah.
pull up, right?
Yeah.
So Mandarin, Tehuti will get back to you on that. DHNJ says gold is a heavy element formed in stars. Donkey, peace Tehuti. Are you going to talk about...
Right? The alligator.
Donkey says, peace Tehuti. Are you going to talk about the Codex
The serpent.
Gigas today?
Somebody called him Booty Mayo.
Cool
And we'll get back
Mayo.
to you on that, Donkey.
Yeah, boy, you done gave that boy a name.
Booty Mayo.
Named Kulo Mayo.
Kulo Mayo.
And I think we're all caught up. So we just have those two for Tehuti on standby. We've gotten immediate one just popped up. Alpha Centauri says the mantra Killah Priest and Shroom on physical CD coming or available. I'd love a copy.
Algorithms.
What you say, Priest?
Coming soon. Yeah, it's coming soon. I gotta talk to Shroom. I'll talk to him, man. What's up? It's Shroom. Priest. What's good? You imitated my voice, man.
And Pooh, right?
No, Pepis is this.
Oh.
Is the negative serpent.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
APEP.
APEP. Yeah.
Right.
The
You
Apophis.
finished AD?
Yeah, that's basically.
Is that
You had it like I thought it was going to be a whole.
Actually,
like,
actually,
50.
well, I'm not sure if we got to this already, but Red Sun was like, it's called post-traumatic slavery disorder. Chromosomes carry genetic information. They are passed from parents to their offspring, which is why children have similar characteristics to their parents.
And meat.
I mean,
That's a Red Sun.
Yeah. Rejog the member. Yeah.
Booty mayo is truffle butter. Yes. Shout out to Dunk. Yes.
What?
No mercy, man. No mercy for
His
the
name
chat
is
room. Y'all
destroyed.
I
Booty
can't.
Mayo. Oh man.
I can't.
Well, he did
man.
make those. He did make those that cover with the.
Yeah, he don't get no
cave
love on
man.
this podcast. So you try to disrespect me, yo.
He disrespected all the gods. He disrespected the gods.
Yo. He just lucky he not around, yo. You know what I'm saying? He be going to the dentist.
Yeah, we do.
All right.
Yeah. I mean,
Trying to stick my elbow down his mouth.
They gotta stop, man. Yeah, I gotta chill because he stood up in his chair and he wasn't even. I was like, yo, bro, I thought you was here to drop some knowledge. He just like kicked his chair down and had his hand up. He was like, yeah, we're gonna keep it going. But that brother right there, he don't talk to me like that. It's like something now.
With the cartoon character in the background. We don't even talk about booty mayo no more.
Nah, we're gonna keep it respectful, man, because I do want him to come
Man,
in.
Kevin Rob funny. He keep looking over. He keep looking at me like.
But I'm looking for the cosign right
Yeah,
now.
of course.
I'm looking for the cosign.
You know what time it is. He put them heads on us, man. I ain't like that.
Yeah, I ain't like that, yo.
He ain't had to do that.
You gonna bring him on back on the show, please?
No,
I'm trying to punch him through the screen, yo.
Like the
Yeah,
Matrix.
we'll let y'all
Matrix. Like the
cyber-
Matrix.
Nah, I don't think he'll ever come. I don't know, man. I'm not thinking about that guy. Or, you know what I'm saying? If he wanted to come through, I mean, Tehuti, he could have did his thing, but you know, when he got on, it was crazy. I don't even want to talk about that. Well, we just try to keep it professional, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go back and forth with that brother. If he come on, that's good. You know, so we get at the end of the day, we get some type of peace.
I have a stack.
But I don't know if he ever come.
I told Mink, this is Kenneth Beller.
Yeah, he talking about he got a stack. You ain't even got a stack, yo.
And then he puts your
Government. I don't care,
He
man.
paid.
Okay. Okay. Peace, everyone. Let's go back to the super chat.
Mighty Hebrew in the building. Shout out to Mighty Hebrew.
Mighty Hebrew.
Mighty Hebrew.
So I also wanted to shout out to Mighty Hebrew. I also wanted to say, since there's been so much wait, I think it's been almost 2 months now since we had the preliminary on the show.
What's the holdup?
Yes, me and Mighty Hebrew. So Mighty Hebrew is gonna come. I want to tell everybody this Friday. We're gonna have a talk in front of everybody to just decide what the topic is of the debate, set up the time of the debate, and then do the debate here. I'm ready to do it. I was ready to do the debate the day after I talked to him. Mm-hmm. There was different types of holdups, but none of them were on my part. I'm ready.
We might be setting up Friday. So look out for that.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk and set up a time. Set up a topic, because in that last conversation there was a lot of topics flying around, and we actually don't have an agreed debate topic. So tune in. We're gonna have a talk. What were you saying about Friday, Priest? I was saying that me and Mighty Hebrew were gonna talk on my channel Friday to set up the debate.
Okay.
To set up the debate here, maybe that following Monday.
Yeah, how about that?
I'm available.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I gotta talk to Casual.
Oh, yeah, okay. Casual. Okay. All right. So we'll talk about that. So everybody, look out. Subscribe to the channel. Look out for that conversation, so we can just get this done, and have this debate over here on the KP podcast, the best podcast.
Definitely y'all priority.
Thank you. Okay.
That debate is priority.
Yes. Thank you. So back to the first super chat. Let's knock them out. 80. You knocked out all the past super chats.
Yeah.
And 1 second, Mighty Hebrew is calling me right now. He may want to confirm.
They must have heard him, yo. All the
Yeah,
way.
he's
You summoned them from 36 AD,
36 million.
36 million years ago.
Mighty peace, brother.
Everybody good?
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
Jumbo?
Peace.
Shalom, brother.
Let me see if they can.
You know
So-
it's me, huh?
Tehuti's about to catch.
Put it more higher up because I know you can't hear with no headphones.
You're always throwing a joke out there, man.
What's that? What's that, Mighty?
Rasul always throwing. I said Rasul always throwing shots out there.
Nah. Nah, you know, I was just kidding with you, man.
Tehuti's about to catch another body.
It's all good.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so me and Tehuti, we spoke like today, and we spoke like last week. Like everybody know, a lot of people know I'm very busy. So this Friday, I'm gonna be on Tehuti's show, and we're gonna decide what we're gonna talk about, and then after that, we're gonna set up a date and transfer the debate to Killah Priest podcast. But Friday, I will be on Tehuti's show. I believe 7 o'clock your time, Tehuti?
yeah, 7 o'clock my time. We'll have a talk so that when we do pick the topic, it is on record. And also, I wanted to say this to everybody. I definitely want this debate judged. So
Okay.
Yeah,
Who's going to be the judge?
I'm used to having debates where there's certificates at the end. So
Okay.
We can arrange that.
Trophy,
Yeah, that's
trophy.
crazy. That's a step up right
You
there.
want a trophy, huh? You want some kind of trophy or something like
We
that.
can create a bowl. We can arrange something.
Yeah.
Word. How about the loser? How about the loser have to give up their? They got to give up a piece of their teeth.
say what? Killer Priest is vicious.
How about that?
Some old medieval shit right there, Lord.
The loser got to change their name for a week.
Yeah.
He said the loser gonna have to give up some teeth.
Now you got to give up your name. You got to give your name to the opponent.
Killer
You can't
Pri-
use the name no more.
Killer Priest is the guy
How about that?
from Saw 3.
For a month.
You can't use your name for a whole month.
You said from Saul 3.
From Saw 3.
So
gonna play a game.
what they're saying, Mighty Hebrew, what they're saying is that when after you lose the debate, you're gonna have to add Hotep to your name, something like that.
Yeah.
Mighty Hebrew Hotep.
Mighty Hebrew Amen Ra Hotep.
Mighty Hotep.
That's gonna be your new name.
I'm glad you're very confident on you winning. You know what I'm saying? That's good. Keep up the confidence, man, because you're going to definitely need it.
I actually have me losing.
You're going to need it. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's all good. It's good sport. I love this energy because, besides Tehuti, nobody don't give me that spark to debate. So, I mean, you better be ready. You better be prepared, man. Because I'm going to come at you with some stuff, man. I'm telling you. So be prepared. But I want everybody to know this is definitely educational purposes.
Oh, yeah.
We need more dialogues and debates like this. Because a lot of the debates that I see on social media are incorrect debating methods. And I think that this right here is a true example of how debating should be. Just as Killah Priest said, I don't know the brother y'all was talking about, but, we're going to keep this very professional. No, I just heard y'all was talking about some guy. Y'all don't want him back on the show. I don't know who he was.
Yeah, Caramel.
Yeah, I heard that he disrespected the late Dr. Khaled Muhammad.
Marcus Garvey.
Like so,
Marcus Garvey.
Yeah. So we don't want people like this to be, coming on the show disrespectful. But me and Tehuti, we've been talking behind the scenes. And one of the problems in the debate world is nobody respects each other.
He said, come and get me.
We're gonna be throwing our
Come on.
We're gonna be throwing our shots at each other, but we still gonna be respectful. That's my brother. I love him.
Yeah.
But once it's all over, hopefully
right
he'll
there.
come over here with me to help me build this empire.
What do you say, Mighty Hebrew? What do you say? Once it's all over, what?
That's it. Hopefully you come over here with me and help me build this empire. And also, great news, we opening up a restaurant.
In
You
Tanzania?
know, all the details. Yeah, in Tanzania, we in the process of opening up now.
Down there, man.
So we just doing a bunch of stuff over here. So my time be consumed. You know what I mean? But I definitely got you. I will be on Tehuti's podcast this Friday on the Sabbath. I wasn't going to do it at first until Tehuti pointed something out because it's the Sabbath for us. So he pointed something out, so I won't be in violation. So I can't wait to come on your show, Tehuti.
Yes, thank you, my brother. I had to. Yes, definitely on the Sabbath, he was kind of reluctant to discuss, but I said if on the Sabbath, if it's your day of holiness and you're talking about the scripture, then you should be able to talk about it. So there should be no reason why you can't talk about your scripture on the Sabbath. So we're doing it on the Sabbath. Shabbat Shalom.
Oh, this is gonna be on.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna get into the super chat. It's already 7:00, and depending on what was asked, the answer could be extremely elaborate. We'll see.
No, it's $5, so we'll keep it under 5 minutes.
Let me ask you, Tehuti, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Why weren't you on the podcast when Billy Carson was on there?
Why aren't we on the podcast at the same time?
No.
Yeah, because they're the same person.
Answer the question, brother. Stop beating around the bush, brother. Answer the question,
I
brother.
plead the fifth.
You plead the fifth, brother.
No.
I told you, these amazing concepts about.
Listen, I'm starting my debate already.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, brother, Mighty Hebrew? Billy Carson?
What's that?
Do you share the same facts? Well, claim the same facts as he does. The Anunnaki coming from
Not everything.
Not everything.
No, I don't know, because if you listened to me last week, Anunaki to me is us.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, these are just terms and titles defining those that came from Anu, not necessarily literally some spooky like beings.
You don't think that they're from another galaxy or from another planet called Nibiru?
I mean, we all from other dimensions. I mean, there's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? If we want to get into the Nephilim or the Anunnaki, those fallen, the Netzers, Elohim, if you look at all these archaic stories, they all teach that there were beings that came from other dimensions. Some teach other planets. So I'm not going to say it's fully far-fetched, but what I will say is that if they're taking the approach by the way of Zachariah Stitchin, I disagree with that.
Okay.
Right. We don't want to break. We don't want to break Tehuti's because he got
a presentation.
Right. Yeah. I want to break down a couple things, and so we got that cleared up. So everybody tune in this Friday, 7:00 Pacific time. Subscribe to the channel. You will get the notification on the premiere. So let's get into this. Let's get into the super chats and the questions that are being asked, and let's get into some knowledge, peace, and love to the chat. So
Okay, Mandarin says, peace, everyone. KP Russell, Mankemper, or Tehuti. Could someone speak about Apophis tonight?
Okay. So Mighty Hebrew, can you hear me, brother?
Okay, I can hear you well.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go. You can watch from the just watch, but I gotta put the phone down because I'm about to get into the super chat to answer some questions. But peace and love, and definitely if you want to.
And I just want to say one more thing, AD. I appreciate your support.
Yeah.
I need your I'm gonna send you a donate Killah priest and text that to me. Also, if you do have time, AD, can you play Beat Street?
Beat Street?
Yup.
Got you.
What's your name right now? Y'all may not know, but MCLB is listening right now. One of the legendary godfathers of hip hop. So he's listening to the podcast right now.
Oh, no doubt. Peace to the brother. Peace, God.
Gotcha.
Shalom. Shalom.
Absolutely.
All right, I got it queued up.
Absolutely. All right, shalom. I'm listening to you.
Okay, peace, my brother.
All right.
Okay, peace. Okay. All right, let me do a screen share and let's get into some information. How's the sound, 80?
Good.
Okay. All right, so the person asked about Apophis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to speak on it.
Yeah. Okay, 1 minute. Where'd it go? Okay. So the interesting thing is that the snakes that I actually bring at the end of their names, they have the word Ophis at the end of them. Pantheropis, Lamproophis, and the Ophis actually comes from the Greek word Apophis, which came from the Kemetic Apep, and Apep was actually the god of the Hyksos. The Hyksos, as they call them in Greek, the Hyksos dynasty. So everybody can see on the screen. This is from Literature of the Ancient Egyptians anthology, and here we have the quarrel of Apophis and Sekhneri, and it says, for nearly a century, Asiatic Hyksos rulers and their vassals had dominion over Egypt, Kemet controlling the delta in the Middle Egypt. This fragment of the Ramesses historical romance presents the origins of the conflict between Thebes and in the south and the Hyksos king Apophis, and the time when Thebes was still a tributary to Hyksos. King Apophis, seeking to agitate the Theban ruler Sekhneri, sends fantastic complaints regarding the hippopotamuses of Thebes, creating so much noise that the Hyksos citizens were unable to sleep. So this is a king of the Hyksos dynasty. They were around 1600 BC. And they named themselves after the god that they worshipped, which was actually the enemy of the Nitiru. So Apophis is where the Christians get the negative concept of a serpent from, because in Kemet we had the positive serpent and we had the negative aspect of the serpent. So on the screen right here, this is coming from Legends of the Gods, and if you look closely, it says there was a fiend. We'll start from the top here. With the objective preventing storms and disappearing rain clouds, removing any obstacles, animate and inanimate, without they could prevent the rising of the sun in the morning and the obscure in the night during the day. The leader-in-chief of the host of darkness was a fiend called Apep. Apep is the Medunetta word, and this is the word that became Apophis, because the Greeks add the letter S to the end of their words. If you look closely, you're going to see a slithering serpent, and you're going to see knives in his back. So the Kemetians would draw the Apep, the negative serpent, with the knives in his back. And he who appeared in the sky in the form of a monster serpent, marshaling all the fiends of the Tuat, attempted to keep the sun god imprisoned in the kingdom of darkness. So this was the negative Amen. There's two different Amens, because in Kemet, like you've heard a lot of times on this show, and Minkepra brings it up a lot, there's what's called the principle of duality in Kemet. If you have a positive thing, you also have the equal negative thing, and that's what keeps the evolution continuous. So there was a negative Apep and a negative Amen. So here we can see this is in the records of the Amduat. And in the records of the Amduat, which is what's on the walls of Seti, you have a Pep called Amen, because he's the hidden one who hides in the underworld. And here you see the serpent with the man with the weapon in his hand, and he's trying to kill the negative serpent, Apep. This is the energy that Greeks use for positivity, and also the energy that the Hyksos use for positivity, because what people would do is they would take Kemetic energy and symbolism, and they would use it against us and use it for their good, because they vibrated on the same frequency, which I'm about to show in a moment. So now this concept of a Pep is where the Book of Revelations copies its stories from. We see in the Book of Revelations 20, 10, and the devil that deceived them were cast into the lake of brimstone, and there were the beasts of the false prophet, and he shall be tormented in night, in the day and night forever and ever. And you have the lake of fire with the devouring bodies swallowing the hearts. And then you have over here in Matthew 22:13, it says, the king told the attendants, tie him hand and foot and throw him outside into the darkness where he will be weeping and the gnashing of feet. So this concept comes from the Purim Haru, the Book of the Dead, speaking about the fiends of Apep. And here I have a printout from the Book of the Dead from page 118, where it says, and teeth are gnashing in the mouths, teeth gnashing mouths there in the underworld. So this is where the Bible get the concept of the gnashing of teeth, are the concept of beings that will actually eat your spirit, and you can hear their teeth gnashing in the underworld, which is copied into the Book of Revelations, which came from the concept of Apep and his fiends. So when you get into the Purim Haru, or the Book of the Dead, on page 8 or plate 2, it says here, Nak. This is where you get the word Nakash from. The Hebrew word for the serpent in Genesis 3 is Nakash. It actually comes from Nakash and the word Nak, which was the serpent fiend. And you can see there I have squared off in red. Thy shrine, Nak, thy fiend, he is judged to the fire. And this is where Revelations comes in, which took the concept of the devil over here in Revelations 20:10, where it says he was cast into the lake of fire, the old serpent, and that old serpent was the concept of Nak in the Book of the Dead, the Purim Haru, where it says he was judged to fire, and it says is delighted with joy forever and ever. And that's why the Book of Revelations in chapter 10, it talks about the false prophet was tormented day and night forever and ever. They literally took the concepts straight out of the Purim Haru and put it right into the New Testament. Okay, so here it is in History Creation B. This is the creation story of Kemet, but in here is the punishment of Apep. And when I read this, you'll see some of the similarities. And it says here, overthrowing of Apep, over whose hands and arms Akur kept ward, his hands and arms shall not exist. Does that sound familiar? Mm-hmm. His hands and arms shall not exist. His legs shall not exist. He is chained in one place. So you have a serpent who originally had hands and arms, but they say his hands and arms did not exist. Of course, this was copied into the book of Genesis, where you have a serpent, and when he was cursed, upon thy belly thou shalt walk, and your hands and arms will not exist. Copied directly from the creation B story and Kemet. And this is why when you ask Hebrew Israelites, can you please show us respectfully a story of a serpent in a garden written in Hebrew or Phoenician, if that's what you claim, that dates back to the time of Moses, an ancient story of a serpent that was cursed? They can't present that. Every time they present a story, it's the book of Genesis that they call Bereshit, and that is a brand new book. There is no ancient book of Genesis with any ancient serpent story. The serpent story was copied by the Ptolemies from this story right here, and the serpent, that old dragon serpent being chained, is taken right from the same book where it says his legs shall not exist. He is chained in one place. That is the chaining in the book of Revelations, copied from the concept of Apep. Right? So over here, the enemy, so there was a Pep and there was the opposite of Pep, which was the Benu bird. The Benu bird became to the Greeks the phoenix bird, and the Benu bird was the bird of Ra that soared across the Itzaru, which is today called the Nile from the Greek word Nilos, the Itzaru, and it would soar across, symbolic of the sun soaring across the Nile River as it would be seen by the Kemetians, and a Pep was the energy of that. So the Benu. Whoop.
Ben.
Yes, and the Benu became the Ben. So now what happened is
Was it an Abzu bird?
What's that?
The Abzu. It was an Abzu bird. Also, the Abzu.
Ibis. Yeah, the Ibis. And me and Killah Priest and my mates had a synchronicity some months back where we all saw these. We all started talking about this bird. At the same time that my mates, my ladies, they saw the bird. So now what's interesting is that they're taking this energy and these Kemetic stories and applying it to today's technology. So now today, they name the asteroids and the things. I'm actually going to just play it. Here, I'm going to play this right here.
Oh, they called the asteroid. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
On October 20th, 2020, NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft.
Oh, this is the comet, Apophis.
Navigation. Program manager.
Program managers, go for tag.
All stations, this is OREX Systems on OREX Chord. I copy all subsystems are go for tag.
Position uncertainty is 0.5 meters. Predicted tag lateral offset is 1.7 meters.
So they actually got on the comet and supposedly tagged it.
The comet tag.
OSIRIS-REx's sampling mechanism penetrated
Do you hear the name of it, though?
fired its nitrogen gas bottle to stir up sample material for collection in the tag SEM head. At 6:08 p.m. Eastern, the team on Earth received confirmation of a successful touchdown.
OREX has descended below the 5-meter mark. The hazard map is go for tag.
And we have touchdown!
Where's that?
Look at they got the pyramid with the
After
serpent
spending
going across
approximately
it.
You saw it?
6
Rewind.
seconds at the surface,
Let me see.
This is great animation right there.
It is. You see right there?
Like that,
Oh
so
yeah,
fake.
right there, right there, the symbol.
So this here,
Pyramid with the serpent
Yeah,
going
yeah.
around it.
so this here, if I fast forward it, what this is
2021, and slowly
Pixar?
drifting away from it.
what this is talking about a supposed adventure or a craft that is traveling to tag planets. Now, in the story of Asar and Ra and Apep, Asar and Ra are the ones traveling and going over the Nile Valley for a smooth transition. This craft is called the Osiris-Rex. Rex was a word in Kemet that was used for knowledge because Osiris was the wise one. So he was called the Rex or the RX, which eventually became the RX symbol and the doctor symbol today. Rex was the name of doctors. It was RX. So it was RX Osiris. So this satellite that you see traveling, that's tagging planets, they call it the Osiris Rex. I'm going to go on here. There it is. See, and I was going to show the... Short right there. The Osiris-Rex, and then Ra was the Bennu bird.
Hold on. What's that shape?
Hold up, man.
All
Yeah.
right, man. You
Of
know
what?
Don't- we
Of the
don't wanna-
cartoon?
Yo, come on.
Go ahead. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
Another chamber, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, he's showing the real. He's
Go
showing the
ahead.
real.
Well, you know,
I can't help it if he's showing the real.
I know, but they ain't gonna never understand, priest.
Yeah, not too many cartoons going on like this.
See, that's another shot. That's another
That's
shot.
not a cartoon, bro.
It's all cartoons. Go ahead.
Shots, yo. He's throwing
Let
shots.
Tehuti go.
Go ahead.
So so Osar and Ra would travel, and it would be called the travel of the Bennu bird. So what the scientists are doing today, they're literally taking their satellites and their rockets and naming it after the Kemetic story. And here I'm going to play this, and you're going to see where Osiris and Bennu are the name of the satellites and the asteroids traveling together. The satellites.
OSIRIS-REx fired its thrusters and began its 2-year cruise back home to Earth.
See, there's Osiris. There's the
Fibonacci.
Bennu. See the Bennu? This is what the NASA
As
is calling it.
OSIRIS-REx approaches Earth, it will jettison a sample return capsule that contains pieces from asteroid Bennu.
From asteroid Bennu.
The SRC will then travel through Earth's atmosphere and land under parachutes at Utah Test and Training Range on September 24th, 2023. Once recovered, the capsule will be transported to the curation facility at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where the sample will be removed for distribution to laboratories worldwide, enabling scientists to study the formation of our solar system and Earth as a habitable planet.
Okay. So that is the Bennu, which is the oppose of Apep. And over here on the screen now, when you look up Apep, you'll see the Apep, Apophis, was the ancient Egyptian spirit of evil, darkness, destruction, as the arch enemy of the sun god Ra, was a malevolent force, never to be entirely vanquished.
They stole it.
Yes, although it was believed to have existed in the primordial times, Apep is mentioned in the Middle Kingdom. So here's Apep, and then you have the cat conquering it, right? And so we go over here.
Why they what they're trying to achieve by doing all that still?
So what they're doing is a few things actually. Hold on one second. It's a few things that's happening because the European, the Greeks, and these people, they stay very loyal to their energies. So just as you had the Greeks and the Romans in the past, and you had people worshiping Apep, you have the same thing happening today. And the Greeks and the Romans of the past tried their best to reenact Kemetic stories. That's what the whole Alexandrian Council was about. And Alexander's son, Ptolemy Soter, which is a Greek word that means savior. He was called Ptolemy Soter, the son of Alexander. So he's the first begotten son that was the savior. And they're reenacting Kemetic stories, as Heru was the first begotten of Osar, who became the savior. So they have a fetish of continuously reenacting ancient stories, and they get energy from that because they themselves don't have any ancient stories. So they take ancient stories and they're reenacting them all the way to Nassau, the Freemasons in church, generating the same energy. So here we have a picture, right, in the Purim Haru.
You ever thought that maybe that they're reenacting the stories because the energy that they're using is the only true energy?
There you go. There you go. They're using, because energy itself, energy has no bias. So
give yourself a bomb there, McCat.
Yes, exactly. They're using the energy because it is one energy, and it can be split up like a gun or like fire. You can use a gun to be a serial killer, or you can use a gun to protect your family. It is just energy. The gun itself has no intention. It's neither negative. Fire itself has no intention, but you can use it to cook your food, or a serial killer can use it to cook a person or kill somebody. The fire itself,
cook a person.
Yeah, the fire itself doesn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah. So the energy, you're absolutely right. They're taking what's left of ancient Kemetic energy and they're using it for their own benefit and reenacting the stories. So here we have an image of.
Let me drop a jewel real fast. A Hebrew Israelite told me this one time. He said that the first badges ever made was by us.
What do you mean?
Meaning that the first badges that was ever used to transfer power from one man to another man was made by us. Meaning, like, say for instance, right, I was the king and you was my vizier, right? Then I can transfer my power to you and you can use that power to rule throughout the kingdom, and then it will go all the way down. That first started with us.
Of course, those were called the Shems, or the Sems, which is a class I did actually a couple of days ago with my goddesses. The Shems and the Sems, they're called the Shemsu Horus, the successors of Horus, where the energy would be passed down from the king to the heir, and the heir would be called the children of God. So today, a group of people in 1744 stole the concept, and they started calling themselves Semitic people. So
just like the badges, like police officers and stuff like that they use. Yeah. Those badges, you know what I'm saying, the first badges came from us.
Well, that's why it's two akus up and down. Yeah. The first badges, the badges that they're using are the akus, one pointing up, one pointing down, which is a 6-pointed star, and then the other one is a 5-pointed star, which is a symbol of Osset star. So the people that passed slavery down to the Europeans, the high-ranking people of those Arabs were called sharifs. And the sharifs, so the noble sharifs. So the people of that time were used to people that were called sharifs being above them. So when they passed over the badge and the Europeans stole that badge symbol, which is a magical symbol, put it on their police officers, the head of the police officer became known as the sheriff. Okay.
And they've been using that to rule over us.
That's exactly what they were in there.
Overseer, officer.
Which was the first police officer. It was a Ku Klux Klan. We're gonna get but let me just finish off with this. So here we are with with Ra traveling, and you have the Bennu bird beside him. And then I'm going to show this where they're going to start talking about Apep and Osiris. Let's see if this is it.
Here's another fascinating conversation. I don't want to
And this joint T-drunk.
But NASA says they're expecting an asteroid to fly very close to Mother Earth in the next 10 years. It's going to be named Apophis.
Apophis.
It's going to be, let's start that again. Erase. It's going to be named Apophis, after the Egyptian god of chaos and destruction who wanted to swallow the sun. My God. Okay, news and, with Rick Sanchez, correspondent Michelle Greenstein is here to answer our most obvious question. Are you ready? How close will this thing come to hitting us, Michelle?
Sure. So it won't actually be hitting us. It will come 19,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth. And it's a good thing, too, because scientists from NASA say that if an asteroid is about 300 feet wide, it could wipe out an entire city here on Earth. And this one is over 1,000 feet wide. Now, 19,000 miles sounds like a long ways away, right? But NASA scientists say that it's actually very rare for an object this large to come this close to Earth. And they see this as a special moment in science history. They see it as a cool opportunity to study close up the interior of this asteroid, the shape of this asteroid. They're going to observe it with optical and radar telescopes, and they'll be able to see surface details that we hadn't been able to see before because it will be coming so close. So 19,000 miles for you and me sounds like a long ways away, but for these nerds over at NASA, it's pretty exciting.
So we all need to go.
And we'll be able to see it too. It'll be observable. 2 billion people on Earth will be able to see this with their naked eye.
So it's essentially a rock.
Yes, it's a giant space rock. That's correct.
Yeah, but it's got a tail.
Yes, as it moves, correct. And it's not going to hit us in the next 10 years, but maybe decades from now it will. It will keep orbiting the sun, and its future trajectory shows that there is a small chance that it may hit Earth. Now, what are we going to do about that?
Wait, no, back.
Yes.
Back that up. There is a small chance
Correct.
it could hit Earth?
Actually, in fact, initial observations of this asteroid, which happened, I believe, in 2004, showed that there was a 2% chance of it hitting Earth.
Now
so we've observed this rock before.
So now it's a much smaller chance?
Exactly,
But
that's
there's
correct.
still a possibility?
Not 10 years from now, but maybe decades later, correct. And here's what they're proposing to do about it. Scientists are now floating the idea that we could use nuclear weapons to deflect asteroids by detonating a nuclear explosion above its surface and then causing that surface to vaporize. Now, a lot of people obviously have questions about this. It's a little bit concerning. This week, NASA held a conference at the University of Maryland highlighting the potential danger of asteroids. So let's listen to this professor of planetary science. Let's listen to her defend this idea.
All right.
If you're going to put nuclear weapons on the tip of a rocket and you say it's going to deflect an asteroid, there might be some nations around the world, Carrie, I'll let you address this, that might not take kindly to that. They might be suspicious.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, we're all scientists and we want to look at the data and make the best, most logical choice possible. But when it comes down to it, the science is very easy and dealing with the politics is very hard. And I think that's why it's so important to have these simulations where we can run through the different things, we can talk to different stakeholders. And when you have great representatives from all over the world here, you can really get more voices in on this conversation. I think that the whole asteroid community would love it if even more of the world was involved as well.
Seems pretty simple. If there's an asteroid coming that could destroy the Earth, blow it up, nuke it, do whatever you got to do, right?
Right, and this is like the last chapter in like a long line of us really trying to militarize space. So it's natural for people to have questions.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Interesting, really interesting. Thanks. Robert Sanchez, you found us on YouTube.
So that is the
The great Apophis. Huh?
that is the so what they did is now Apophis becomes the enemy of the Earth in today's day and time. Now Apophis is this asteroid. So the people are consistently taking ancient stories and naming modern day things after these ancient stories. Yes, keeping up the energy. But to answer the question, Apophis was the negative serpent energy in Kemet. And when we wanted to write about him negatively, we would write about him in red. Today, the writings of red become the words of Jesus, who gave his blood. So It's all stolen concepts. But we would write his words about him with knives in his back. So today in the book of 66 books, it ends with stories of Jesus, whose writing when quoting him is always in red.
Could I add on to you real
absolutely.
quick?
Yes, absolutely.
And sometimes he's also known as the serpent that was in the desert, the brazen serpent that was risen up because they both had skin of copper. For some reason, it was said that he was made out of copper. So it's kind of crazy how that sync up. That you said that.
Yes, exactly, and So the Jesus in the Bible, all of these concepts they actually all come from the serpent energy, good and bad, and that's why in the Bible, in one of the prophecies, it says when God comes back, he's going to hiss. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know that, but in the book of I think it's the book of Isaiah.
That's hard. That's hard right there.
Yeah, Isaiah. What is it? 17? Just off the top of my head, I don't know, but I'm going to Isaiah.
That's hard.
Isaiah.
Yeah, be wise as a serpent.
Chapter 17. Yeah. See if it's in here. Isaiah chapter 17.
Shout out to Voltage.
Shout out to Voltage, my brother.
Shout out to Voltage.
Actually, I'm going to go
Controller.
And pull it up on my exact files under, let's go to Serpent. But yeah, a lot of religious people don't know that the Bible states that one of the prophecies of God is when he comes back, he will hiss. Have you heard that before, You've heard that before? When God comes back, he's going to hiss?
No, I've never heard that before.
No, I've never heard that one.
Not, and it's said in the book of Isaiah?
Yeah.
That is in there? I
Yeah.
don't remember reading it, but I'm not saying it's not there, though.
So we're going to go back
Check
over
it out.
here.
T-drunk.
This is
Lord.
Isaiah.
Oh, okay.
Isaiah 17, 18.
It shall come to
pass.
And it shall come to pass that day that the Lord shall hiss forth the fly that is in the uttermost part of the rivers of Egypt.
So they're taking concept.
Wow.
They're taking concepts from Kemet, the fly.
That could be the Apep.
Yes, but exactly, because the fly and then the bee.
Yeah.
You see it says, and the bee that is in the land of Assyria. So in Kemet, the fly and the bee were the same. When you look up fly and you look up bee, you see the same word, which is a BT. And BT was actually the name of the pharaohs. They weren't actually called pharaohs. They were called BT, or Nesu, which was a fiery tongue. It dealt with a fire. The Nesu, which was the actual Medunetter symbol, was a tongue, and it was the fiery tongue, he who commands with a fiery tongue. And this is where they get, of course, speaking in tongues from, where you'll see the serpent with the two pronged tongues, and that's how you'll be able to speak and spread the word. It came from Nesu Biti, because Nesu Biti was the fiery tongue, and then it was a symbol of the bee, which today ended up representing the number 13, which became the letter B, which was a 3 and a 1 put together, which actually became the letter B. The number 13 and the letter B are the same. But here we have the day that the Lord will come and he's going to hiss. So why are they putting God hissing? And the so-called Hebrew word for there would be sarak, which would be hissing, or sometimes they have whistling. But God comes back, God hisses, the devil hisses in the garden. All these concepts come from the Naga, the Nakash, the whisper, and it all comes from the ancient serpent, snake. Okay, so on that note, I'm going to close up there, and that is the Apep concept and how they're using it today.
Nesu BT New Pepper Rule.
Peace.
And the other one that you had here was from Donkey. Are you going to talk about the Codex Gigas today?
Beat also meant that was the original word for falcon. So, Beck.
Beck is Bach, and it came from Ba, which was the flying bird that flies out of your body, and then it became the Bach, which was the same
a lot of people
word
think
for morning.
Horus means that. If you had two words for the falcon, Beck would be.
Yeah.
But Horus, Heru meant something else. It means light.
Heru was the day in the face.
Yeah.
And it's the word that they don't like to show you, because when you look at the face, it's actually a South African face. And there was actually a person that came on, a brother named Obi, has a channel that I moderate on Facebook, and an Arab guy came on and said to a lady, "You're not from Egypt, you're from South Africa." And I put the image up and said, "Is this a South African face?" And I showed the Heru face. And it's the Medunetta word Heru, but the face of it is a South African face. And the nose is about this wide, thick lips, large cheekbones, all the phenotypes of not just a South African, but black
Nigerian.
people, Nigerian, West African, Ghana, yep, all of the so-called African phenotypes is actually the word for Heru, the son of Asar. And the Arabs don't like that, but that's just what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. So yeah. Now as far as the brother Donkey has been asking me, I'm just gonna go and actually just pull it up because I don't know what. Am I still screen sharing? I'm not screen sharing, am I?
As soon as you share something, but yeah, you're connected.
Okay. Let's just look at it because I don't know what it is that's being asked about. So we're just gonna go ahead and pull it up. It's for the peace. Shout out to the brother Donkey who keeps asking me to speak on the Codex Gigas, but I'm not sure what it is to speak about or what the question is. But we'll just all together look up what this is, and I'll put it on the screen share over here so we can see what it is, and then talk about it if I have a comment on it, and we'll all look at it together. Okay. So here, we'll just pull it up here. So I'm thinking this is what Donkey's asking about, because this is the Codex Gigas. So the Devil's Bible directs here, not to be confused with the Satanic Bible. Codex Gigas, which is a giant book. Obri Kana is the largest extent medieval illuminated manuscript in the world, which is 92 centimeters, 36 inches. Very large illuminated Bibles were typically feature of Romanesque monastic book production. But even with this group, the page size of the Codex Gigas is noted as exceptional. The manuscript is known as the Devil's Bible due to highly unusual full-page portrait of Satan and the legend surrounding its creation. The manuscript was created in the early 13th century by a Benedictine monastery of Padlasice in Bohemia, now a region in modern-day Czech Republic. Manuscript contains a complete Vulgate Bible, as well as other popular books, all written in Latin. Between the Old and New Testament are a selection of popular medieval references, works Josephus of Antiquities of the Jews. So this is a collection of it. This is what's in it. Joseph of Antiquities of the Jews, which is what a lot of people use to try to prove the Jewish existence and Jesus from Josephus. Debili Eodiacto, Isidore of Seville, Encyclopedia Etymologia, the Chronicle of Cosmos Pragu, medical works, and early versions of Ars Medicina, compilation of the treatises of 2 books by Constantine the African. Eventually, this was finding its way into the Imperial Library of Rudolf of Prague. The entire collection was taken as spoils from the Swedish in 1648 during the 30th Years' War, and the manuscript now preserved in the National Library of Sweden, Stockholm, where it is on display in the public. So it appears to be a set of collection of biblical books from collected in the 1300s, which has these books in it: Josephus Antiquities, De Bellisio, and some other books inside of it. So other than that, I'm not sure what the brother Donkey is. Maybe he's asking, do I concur with what's in there? I'm not actually sure what the question is, but that
One
is
day we gotta let him call in.
What's that?
Sorry to cut you off. One day we gotta let him call in and explain himself.
Yeah,
Coach
so-
Doctor, we got the lines.
So here's the image of the Codex Gigas, And so it's a bunch of religious, biblical stories and narratives with a being called Satan, which we know was stolen from Set. That's where they get Satan from, which is just Set doubled, right? The duality principle, Set doubled, which is Set and E. And that becomes Satan, the adversary, because Satan, Set, was the adversary of Osiris. So that is the Codex Gigas. Other than that, I don't have much comments on it unless there's a question asked of if I believe in it or if I'm going to break it down. Because I don't acknowledge these religious books and narratives as anything ancient, and that's why every time we find one of them, they're always from the 13th century, somewhere leading back to Europe, Sweden, France, and Rome and Greece. But shout out to Donkey for the question of the Codex Gigas. For those who don't know, that is what it is.
Speaking of 13, did the spookism of the number 13 come from the Crown Council of 13, aka the Black Nobility? That's from KZ.
Wow.
That's a yes or no question, right?
They be going in on this. They be going in. The spookism of the 13 come.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness.
Apothecary.
Let me see something there. So go back to that super chat again.
The Devil's Bible contains 32. The best chat room on the net, yo.
The best chat room on the net with the best questions ever. Okay, so did the spookism of 13 come from the Crown of Council, aka Black Nobility? Actually, no. It actually came from. Let me get some water, please.
Need some water for that one, huh? Get a little water for you, huh? Okay, okay.
Yo, Mincat, how you feeling, bro? Tea drunk?
Tea drunk over here, maxing and relaxing.
Hey.
I done drunk up like half that pack up already.
Hey. That pack came from, shout out to Kind Hearts. That pack came from Kind Hearts.
Shout out and respect to Kind Hearts. Shout out and respect to Kind Hearts for that.
Ceremonial grade matcha green tea.
It's ceremonial, huh?
Yeah, ceremonial grade.
You want to make a little bit more?
Some more I just made. You want some?
Yeah, you make a little bit more. You want?
No, we trying to get tea drunk in this joint. Hey, won't you build on them badges, man? I think that's like a real important topic to let people know where this so-called source of power and magic that they have over us come from.
Got to get wearing a talisman right on the lapel.
Yeah, that's why I say it's a duality kingdom. We're being ruled by our opposites right now. The tether.
There's Donkey again. He says, it says Gigas was written and okay, I'll say that.
Oh, I'm just trying to find the.
He said, that was a little shot, huh? Yeah. You gonna read that, AD?
Yeah, Donkey was adding to what he was saying earlier. It said that the
breaking down one question already.
The Gigas.
So
okay.
Let him finish with the first question, and then you can hit him with that one.
Right.
Oh man. Okay.
That's a deep question, yo.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Well, everyone out there in the Killer Priest land, here we are.
Best podcast, the best set of questions.
And of course, like and subscribe to the channel.
Facts.
We love you all. the Rocketeers, and the Craftsmen. And of course, this is Rasulullah 7 from the Lost Children of Babylon.
Yes, let me just try to pull up. AD, are you familiar with Notre Dame and its killing?
No, just the football team.
Notre Dame.
Okay. Who was I can't find it on the screen, but it was I think it's on 1308, Friday the 13th. A man was killed in front of the Notre Dame, the Notre Dame Cathedral, on Friday the 13th. This became a bad luck number because he was killed to represent that they supposedly found that the Knights of Templar, which is today a Masonic group, which was actually the protectors of the Catholics. They were the ones that went out and actually killed people for not submitting to the will of Catholicism, and they also fought in the will of Catholicism.
That's right.
And then they found out that they were secretly worshiping the goat Baphomet, and
Jenner.
Yes, and then this man was killed on Friday the 13th, who was the leader of the
Knights of
Templar, and he was killed as a demonstration, burnt in front of the Notre Dame. That's why they had the whole Notre Dame burning. That's a whole nother class I could do next time with the whole Notre Dame Cathedral, which is which was another ritual. And then from that point, Friday the 13th, let me X this out here.
Actually,
Let me play this.
It's on the case.
13th.
Let me put a screen share
Take
here.
the music on.
Okay, here we go. Screen share.
Tehuti is on the case.
80. I'm the only one that gets these questions, these random questions, but I love it. I love it. Thank you and respect to everybody for sending out all these
Keep the music
random questions, which are awesome. It keeps me sharp because I have no idea what people are going to come on here and ask. So, but it keeps me sharp. Thank you for that. So let's go to. Let's see if this is it here. Play this.
For alarm. That time they see the flames, but it's too late. That 23-minute gap now part of an investigation authorities say will be long and complex.
Our Lady.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to play that yet. We're going to get into Notre Dame later, though. That's a whole ritual of the number 13. But what happens is that because 13 was considered a bad luck number or unlucky number, they removed it from elevators. I'll show an example. You'll notice that back in the day, if people would notice that if you look at elevators, you'll see that it goes from 12 to 14.
Right.
So we see
there's no 13.
There's no 13th
13th floor.
13th floor. So 13 became not only bad luck, but it became something that they wanted to eliminate on your succession going upwards, which is what an elevator represents, the elevation, because the original elevator was the ladder of Osiris, and it represented ascension into the spiritual world. So they removed it from the elevators, and they kept it up by creating a movie about Jesus called Friday the 13th. A lot of people don't know that Friday the 13th is actually a movie about Jesus. So,
is Jesus wearing a mask?
Jesus is Jason with a shroud on.
You saying that
that's why I said
Jason, the move Jason Voorhees, that's supposed to be about the guy in the movie.
Because Jesus, Jesus represented the 13th one.
Yeah, that's right, the 13th cornerstone.
He had 12 disciples.
He had the 12
disciples. Right.
Around him was all astrology, astronomy, and Jesus represented the 13th, and his 12 disciples represented the chart that was around him. So Jesus becomes Jason. So Jason, a lot of people don't know that Jason and Jesus is the same name. Right? Jason is actually Jesus. So they put out the only so-called proof of Jesus is a shroud, a mask.
The shroud of Turin.
What's that?
Add on, brother. I just want to add on.
Yeah.
Jason is July, August, September, October, November.
Okay, there we go.
That makes the name Jason also. It was Jason in Greek also, so just add it on to y'all.
Son.
That's good. That's good. Exactly. So when we look up Jason, actuality and etymology, we'll see where the Friday the 13th movie actually originates from and their symbolism. So we look up Jason, who is the key hero or villain of Friday the 13th. And we see here that masculine proper name from Greek, Iason, from Hebrew, Yehoshua. That's Jesus' name, right? A common name amongst Hellenistic Jews, Joshua. Greek mythology of Aeson, leader of the Argonauts. From the Latin word Jason, Greek Iason, perhaps related to heal. And so we look up Joshua. And Joshua, masculine proper name, biblical successor of Moses, leader of the Israelites. And Joshua translates alliteration, Hebrew, Yehoshua, literally, Lord is salvation. And who's the Lord of salvation? According to what they've taught us in this day and time.
The Son.
The Son, Jesus, the Lord of salvation. So Joshua is in actuality Jesus, and Jesus becomes Jason. So they put out a movie that represents
that's what I'm saying. How
13th because
he was a killer. Jason Voorhees was a killer.
He was a blood spiller.
Yeah.
He was a blood spiller who died.
Yeah. He
supposedly died.
He came back. No, they made. He can't jump in the movie.
Exactly.
He came back.
How did he die? Who is it that came before Jesus?
And you talking about in the movie?
In the biblical story before Jesus, a man named Oannes. Oannes, who was actually the god Dagon of the Sugagi, or what people are calling the Sumerians. Oannes was the fish god, the fish man, right? Which is the cap that the Pope wears.
We was talking about that last week,
and then Oannes, which became John. What was he? What was his profession? What did he do? He was John the Baptist, right? So he baptized you in water so you'd be born again.
Dagon, the fish god.
Right. So he baptizing you in water so you'd be born again. What's the story of Jason Voorhees, of Jesus? Jason in the Bible. How did he die? Where did he come out? Right. In a lake, and then he dies, and then he comes back.
Crystal Lake.
Crystal Lake.
Crystal Lake, yeah.
Crystal Lake too. Crystal Lake.
Right. He comes back out of Crystal Lake, and he comes back now immortal. And it's Friday the 13th because the man who was the leiter of the Knights of Templar was killed.
Because he was a retarded little boy because he seen his mom get killed and then he went crazy.
This is how they reenact. So they have
Crystal could be Crystal.
This is Crystals, right? Crystal Lake. Yeah. So he gets killed and then he dies and then he comes back and he has everlasting life and his job is now to shed blood. And kill people, right? And
that's what he's been doing, though.
Right, and that comes from Jesus, who dies, comes back, and now he has everlasting life.
Yeah, well, he said that when Christ comes back, he's going to have a sword, right, priest?
He has a sword,
and he's going to come back and slay.
He comes back every year,
right?
And I understand. I understand what you're saying, brother. Okay. Is a different interpretation.
Let me. Okay, so the proof of Jesus.
You trying to throw that flat Earth stuff in there?
That's not flat Earth. That's
astrology stuff. That's what it is.
The proof of Jesus. The proof of Jesus that Christians show you is a white mask over his face. They call it the Shroud of Turin.
That's what I said. The Shroud of Turin.
So you have Jason, which is Jesus, the same name, and he walks around. You never get to see his face. He has this white
hockey,
white mask,
the
over
white
his
hockey
face.
mask.
So now watch this.
And before then, he just had a
paper bag, a
white bag over his head, like the Ku Klux Klan.
So here we are with Jesus.
I'm making my way with Michael now. Michael Myers.
Michael is the other one. Michael is the other one who Christians say that
Michael Myers.
Yeah, who Christians say that Jesus is. They say Jesus is the Archangel Michael. We'll get into that later, though. But let me finish with this. Look,
it's going on. It's going on.
Go give him a bomb, man. Kevin Rodder, great. There you go.
When you look up Jesus, then you go down to the bottom, Jah's salvation, and that's Joshua, which is the same as Jason. Right?
Right. Yep. Jah's son.
So now, when you look up Friday the 13th,
Yeshua.
So now let's look up who Voorhees is. Voorhees is real. So here's Voorhees, where they get the Jason, they add the Voorhees to Jesus' name, and this is Jason Voorhees. And who is he? Stephen Courtsy van Voorhees, February 1684, early Dutch settler in America, the patriarch of the Voorhees family line and namesake. In 1664, he was the magistrate of what is now the Flatlands, founder of the Dutch Reformed Church, present-day Flatlands. So what was Jason? What was the Voorhees family? The popular family that spread Christianity. This is a real thing. So they take Jason, who is Jesus, right? Reenact that, and then add the Voorhees because there's a real Voorhees family, and they were the Dutch settlers that spread Christianity in the 1600s and was the founder of the Reformed Church that's in Brooklyn. So that's the actual Voorhees family. So that's your Jason.
Hold on, because in the movie though, in the movie his mother gets killed though. So what do you think the symbolism behind that is?
Well, let me get to that in a second. So here it is. So when I go like this and show you this image here of Friday the 13th, right? What is this character's name? Everybody in the chat room knows his first and last name. But they know more people know this person's name than they do of the ancient ancestors. If you pull up,
not me, but
right, the average person, because they hypnotically have this in your brain that you know the name of Freddy Krueger, you know the name of know who Chucky, you know who these. No matter what your religion is, you can walk up to a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, and just show this picture, and everybody together will say this is Jason. Right, which is in actuality.
There got to be somebody on the planet Earth that don't know about, that never seen these movies though.
And it all goes back to the burning of Nostradam. The Nostradam burning was a representation of that, which is why when Nostradam was burnt, they said it was 1,300 beams that were burnt. Everything was based on the number 13, 1,300. It's all based on the number 13. So that's where the Jason thing comes from. This does not mean, again, that every single thing that happened in the Jason movie it was copied.
Right.
Of course, they're going to embellish and create things, but I'm just giving you the foundation of why the Friday the 13th became negative and how they echo it and continue it in movies. When in actuality, the 13th was a symbol of Osset because she was the goddess that sat at the 13th pillar in the Book of the Dead, and the number 13 became B, and B was representative of the queen, which was Ma'at. I'll say the goddess because queen actually means a harlot. So queen became negative because it became associated with a harlot because the queen bee has sex with multiple beings over and over and over again. So the concept of a queen became known as a woman who had sex with multiple men. And when you look up the word queen, it's a transvestite.
What?
That's what the word queen means. That's why I don't call black women queens, but it's a transvestite, a hussy, when you look at the word queen. So it's a negative connotation that they have us, but it's actually the queen, the bee, right, which is B-E-E. And
so you're saying the Queen of England was a transvestite.
It was the end. It was the end of the communication, which was the alphabet. That's why they end the alphabet with the letter B. So I said this many times in the podcast that if you ask anybody to say the alphabet, go ahead, Rasul, start to say the alphabet. Go ahead.
A, B, C, D, E.
Wrong.
Was it E?
No, still wrong.
Oh well,
because as soon as you go past,
what would you say?
As soon as you go past B, you can't say anymore because alphabet is alpha, which is
alpha,
the letter
beta,
A, and
alpha,
B.
And
So the way that the Freemasons set it up is they set it up so that even though it's alpha zet, because it's alphabet zeta all the way to A to Z, they make you end it at the letter B, right? So it becomes alpha beta, and then past beta you can't say anymore because the letter A is the number 1, and then the B put it together and it creates the number 13, which is a 1 and a 3, which is why there's only 13 letters in the alpha beta. There's only 13 of them, which I showed the chart on that and I could pull up that chart too.
So you're saying the letter B is actually a 13.
The letter B is an actually.
And you know what's so deep about that too as well is like when you write, the original letters were written as lines, like mathematical lines. So the 1 and then the 2 would connect to the other one. And it actually represents, you know what I mean? But it comes from the Greek though.
So the number, so the B, which was the 1 and it was actually the 1 and the 2. B, which is beta. So it's the 1 and the 2, and that became the checkerboard. the checkerboard, which is the symbol of the black and the white, which I showed the checkerboard. Here, I'll do a little screen share of this and show the checkerboard and the Freemasonic lodges. Did I click off of the StreamYard? 80, are you still in the StreamYard?
Still in.
Okay, let me see.
The symbol of duality.
It's a symbol of duality. So here we go again.
You've got some super chats piling up, just so you know.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and
Yeah. You're not gonna get to the gold because there's super chats. I saw some of the questions. It's crazy.
So
Questions
here we
off
have,
the hook.
Here, where is it? Where is the? Okay, so here.
Shout out to the chat room for coming with so much scholarly questions, man.
Yes, shout out to the chat room. So here we are. If you look inside of a Freemasonic temple, what you're going to see in the back is you're going to see two what looks like scales, which represents the scales of Ma'at, and then you're going to see a beehive, right? And then over the beehive, you're going to see the omega symbol. What's that, priest?
Can I see it?
Yeah, you see it.
Blocked me out.
No, you can see it.
Does that mean that they're attached to the queen?
Exactly.
AD because it was round. Go ahead.
You see it.
Killer freeze. So here we have in the Freemasonic Lodge, we have the beehive, right? Because the beehive symbolizes a collective that is controlled by matriarchy. Matriarchy comes from the word ma'at and mut. Mut and ma'at are the same word, and they mean mother, and that's where the word mother comes from. Matriarch comes from, it all comes from the word, the MT, which is mut, which is the word for mother, and ma'at, which means to be right and true in the middle of a scale, and that's why you have the beehive in the Masonic Lodge, and then when you zoom out, you see the checkerboard, and the checkerboard is a symbol of duality that they call today the yin-yang, or the white and the black, or the 1 and the 2, which is the letter B. So when they create their religions, they made sure that all of their religions started with the letter B, which I've broken down before. When you get into Islam, the first thing that starts the Quran is Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim, which is the B sound. When you get into the Christianity, the book of Christianity is called the Bible. And when you get into Judaism, so-called Judaism, they say the first book of Judaism is called Bereshit, with the letter B. So when they have these symbols, they show you that these symbols are continued when you have the new queen, right? The Merkel, married to the.
Why would you start it with B though? Why would you start with B? That's wrong.
Right. Because they start time after the first, so they don't.
Right.
What's that, priest?
Right. No, that's correct.
They start time because the concept is to not start you off with something original, but is to start you off with something secondary. Watch this, right? Let's take the biggest aspect of time, which is called a year, right? Let's keep shrinking it down. What's smaller than a year? What's the next one? Shrunken down.
A month.
Month. What's smaller than a month?
A week.
A week. What's smaller than a week?
A day.
What's smaller than a day?
An hour.
What's smaller than an hour?
Minutes.
And what's smaller than a minute?
Seconds.
A what?
Seconds.
What's smaller than a second?
Oh wow!
Second.
Wow, that's crazy.
Well, there's really a first.
You see what happened? So as you take time down, the Freemasons make sure that you start with the second principle. That's the letter B. So if you ask anybody to tell you a time on the clock that's below the second, you can't. But when you say to somebody, doesn't the second mean after the first? So there has to be a first. But this whole system of hypnosis is based on you following the second thing, not the origin of anything. That's why every time I get into a debate or a conversation with somebody, I say, can you give me the origin, please? Give me the indigenous origin. And nobody does that. They just give you commentary and something else. And I say, what did the origin people say? So they have this hypnotic impression that they have over everybody where the origins of things are wiped out. And now you just have what came second. So the first origin in religion would be God, supposedly. The second would be Jesus. Every time you talk to somebody, they talk about Jesus. Jesus is your Lord and Savior. Jesus, they mention Jesus' name more than they talk about the actual God, to the point where they actually start to say, well, Jesus is God. And he's the second Muslim. When you walk up to a Muslim, it's Muhammad, Muhammad. A Jew is all about Moses. It's all about the second principle, right? The second principle. And
The sun.
The sun. And that's why the Bible, which starts with the letter B, which is Biblios, is broken up into 2 books. It's really 66 books, but when you ask them, it's broken up into 2 sections. And they have you focus on the second one, which is the New Testament. So the majority of the world is focused on the second, because you have the Old Testament, which the Jews say would be the original, but the New Testament would be the second, and majority of religion in the Western Hemisphere is based on the second one,
The second coming of God.
Right, they're called the second coming of God, or Christianity.
Second Timothy chapter 2, verse 2.
And that is why when you get into the symbolism, we won't even get into this. I won't even get into that.
Hey, man, I'm gonna let this
So
keep
where
going,
these
man.
people
Now,
get
go
these
ahead, keep
power over us from then? This where they get the power from? Tehuti, this is where they get the power from?
It's symbols. They can control you through symbols.
Yeah, they are loyal. They are loyal to the symbolism. They follow it religiously, and they won't break off from it. Whereas
like
us,
like David Weiss, like David Weiss and the rest of the flat Earth leaders.
Yeah.
I found out. I found out.
Santos.
I found out the
Shots,
leader.
y'all. Shots is fired.
we're setting up a debate between
Throw
Killah
a
Priest
couple
and
shots
AD.
in there, man. Caparada, the Great.
3 rounds, 15 minutes each. Killah Priest. The winner gets David Weiss.
And Caparada, the Great.
No, I found out their leader though. His name is Lou Gagnar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's their leader, huh? That's their leader?
AD never gave him up.
Now there's no leader for the truth, only leaders for the fallacies.
Well, no, he's saying he found the guy who came up with this stuff. Okay?
That's what Priest is saying, yeah.
Okay, so you don't know about this individual he's speaking about?
Nah, there's no leader for the truth.
I'm going to ask you again, brother.
Yeah.
Is there any truth to this guy that Priest is talking about?
I have no idea. I never heard him before
So
in my
you
life.
never heard of this guy?
No, he sounds like a basketball player.
Really? Okay.
Yo.
Yeah. All right. It's Priest. Is this stuff? Okay. All right.
So I want to let me. So
Now I think you know who this guy is. You just ain't saying nothing. You just ain't saying nothing. All right.
I would give him credit if there's credit due.
David Weiss is their prophet, and AD is coming up next. Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue building.
All right.
So they're loyal, and that's why when they had the Nostradamus so-called burning, do you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That was the Hugh Driscoll with the cross on top. Everything led back to the number 13, right? So I'll just play this real quick, and you guys can see.
Notre Dame now sits as an open wound. Tonight, new images take us inside the 12-hour battle to save the cathedral. Rushing into the danger, firefighters.
Sorry, everybody. This is not screen sharing. 1 second. Let me screen share. Screen share. Thank you, AD. Screen share. And here we go again. So this is the Nostradamus here.
Notre Dame now sits as an open wound. Tonight, new images take us inside the 12-hour battle to save the cathedral. Rushing into the danger, firefighters shooting powerful jets of water into the 850-year-old cathedral. As this piece of French history burned, the fire department sending up drones for a bird's-eye view. What they saw, the entire roof engulfed. This is what it looked like before. It's nicknamed the Forest, built in the 13th century out of 13,000 trees, now just tinder.
So here it is, the Nostradamus, where they killed the man on Friday the 13th. It was made in the 13th century of 13,000 trees. And when they talk about how old it is before it burns, it was, of course, 850 years old when they decided to burn it, and that's 8 plus 5, which is 13. So you have the 13th century, 1,300 trees, and let me go ahead and go to this.
A part of us is burning. The fire broke out in the attic around 6:50 local time, about 5 minutes after Notre Dame closed for the day. It spread to the roof at the rear of the cathedral. In less than an hour, flames spread to its giant spire, which just 13 minutes later collapsed.
So they have 13 minutes later, it collapsed.
Wow.
They made a
13 minutes later, huh?
Yeah, 13 minutes.
Wow.
He's saying they just stick to the script.
Okay.
They just running the same play on us over and over and
and
over.
Man, that's
again.
discipline, though. That's discipline. I don't knock them for their discipline though.
We just got to catch on.
And they say it for you because they keep the threes and the 13th. Listen to how many visitors a day come. As if they counted the exact amount of visitors, but listen to the number.
Visitors a day, around 13 million a year.
Wow.
What's going on here, Tehuti?
They have 13.
Did you put this together? Huh?
They have
You trying
13.
to trick us? I'm just playing with you.
Which tore through the soaring structure, fueled by the wood of 1,300 oak trees.
So this is the 1,300 oak
1,300 oak trees, 1,300 people coming, 13 million people coming, right? 13, how many hours? It burnt 13. Well, I'll be damned.
And the top of it is
Yeah,
a
the
cross.
top was a cross. They're doing a ritual. This is definitely a ritual.
Look. Look at the structure of the blueprint. Pyramids. You see that?
Yeah, yeah.
So they have the structure.
With the
Well,
two
look at
knobs
that. Look at that one
number two
right
at the
there.
end.
Yeah. Wow, 13 oak.
Remember the last guy said 1,300.
Mm-hmm.
The next news says 13,000. Mm-hmm. Right? They don't care if it's 1,300, 13,000 as long as you're hearing the number 13.
Right.
How can they make such a drastic?
Jesus and his 12 disciples.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
13,000 oak trees.
Wow.
13,000 oak trees, and then there was some windows. This is what happened when it came into the Wikipedia. How many windows were untouched? So we have here on April 15, 2019, the structure broke beneath the roof of Notre Dame in Paris Cathedral. By time it was extinguished, the building spire collapsed. Remember that happened in 13 minutes. Class have been destroyed. In the 13th century, the roof was collapsed, upper walls were damaged, extensive damage, interior prevention, the stone vault ceiling, which largely contained burning roof, collapsed. Many works of art, religious relics were moved to safety, emergency, which, by the way, they were moved before the fire took place, but we'll get into that another time. Smoke damage, and the exterior art was damaged. Cathedral altar, two pipe organs, and it's 1,300 rows windows, right? 13th century rose windows with no little damage. Whoops.
Yeah, voltage controller. Shout out to voltage controller. He said yes. Oak trees are associated with magic, and also the holly tree as well.
Yeah, so
that's true.
They aligned this whole thing with the number 3 and 13 because they're just loyal to these the numbers. They're loyal to gematria. They're loyal to numbers because all ancient civilizations had in common was they based everything off of specific mathematics, numbers, because
it's a programming.
It's a programming, and numbers are angles. And angles create things, and everything is created by a number system, whether it's the frequency of the hertz of what creates it or the angle was very, very important to us. When they gave us Jesus Christ, they took away our mathematical understanding of number symbolism and just told you to worship this dead man who was the 13th man. And then you forget your ancient ways, and while they keep up the number system.
Fact.
So they keep it up, you forget it, and that's why I said... Billy Carson. Billy Carson said that if you don't remember, he says all the time, if you don't remember what happened, you won't know the steps to take ahead of you. Right. Because you have to understand what happened in the past. Once you understand what happened in the past, you'll understand how important it was, and then you'll be able to re-embody that energy. The European never forgets what happens in the past, and that's why he consistently. Send up a brand new ship.
It's almost like he's using the European is using our magical sciences against us.
He is.
AD got to fix the green screen.
Oh,
AD got to fix the green.
AD, fix the green screen, please.
Reverse magic. Yeah, reverse. Magical science.
Right, and this is why they had the 13 letters of the alphabet, because that is how you cast a spell.
They cast a spell on you.
You cast a spell, and that's why when you're using these letters, that's why they call it spelling.
Spelling.
They call it
exactly.
spelling, and then when you connect the letters, like you'd connect a spell, they call it a curse, and that became known as incursive. So the writing of the spell, when you connect it, becomes incursive, and you're using 13. There's only 13 letters in the language.
In the language,
right? And that's why when you go to do the test that wins you money when spelling, or what is it called? The
Spelling bee.
B, the letter B with the actual B and the beehive there. That's the letter B, the beehive. That's what they call it, spelling bee. It goes on and on and on and on.
So how do we break that curse?
Okay, so now
you're already doing it. You know how you're doing it? By you in tuning yourself with your own ancestral knowledge and worship. You know what I mean? That's how you break the spell.
So
you know
now
you ain't under the curse no more.
Well,
you feel me?
Now what we do is we learn, well, what did 13 mean to us? How did we use it?
There you go.
Where was 13 in the Purim Haru? Where was 13 used in our ancient writings? Why was it important to us? And then once you find that out, then you can start applying that importance to your family. And that's how you start to break the spell, because all of these things that we think, a lot of them that we think were negative, when you go to the root, we find out that it was really positive, and they made it negative because they had us believe in Christianity. So because they had us believe in Christianity, we believe that certain things are negative that were actually positive. Once you find the root of it, once you say, oh, Aset was actually, the number of 13 was actually the number of Aset. Let's go find out why it was the number of Aset. Why is it in the Abydos temple under the cow, the heavenly cow, there's 13 stars, and you see the Natiru holding their hands up to 13 stars. How does 13 represent us? When you have a waxing moon and you have a waning moon, right? You have and the full moon is only 2 days, right? And the cycle of a moon is 20 to 29 days. Right. And we find out that the waxing and the waning is actually 13. So then we see that we look up the images of Aset and the images of the original cow goddess. It was a crescent moon in her hand. When we start realizing that, then we understand, oh, the ancestors used the moon as a symbol of secondary light and wisdom. And now Tehuti was called the moon. And now when we look up at the moon, we can actually appreciate it. And when the European saw us doing that, he said, look at the blacks worshiping the moon. No, of course we're giving the moon worth. Once you start worshiping or giving worth to nature, you become more vibed with it. You're more in its frequency. The European,
it's like a mechanic saying, "Oh, the mechanic worships the alternator." It's all part of the moving parts of the whole vehicle.
He respects it. He respects it. So we respected all aspects of nature, and we would take our time to give it praise. Right? We would take our time to talk towards the tree. Send it your energy, because without the tree, you're dead.
True indeed.
Right? So when people saw it of Christian descent, saw us doing that, they said, that is pagan. And it was. And pagan is us. Because pagan just means country. It was pagan was when everybody else who's an invader is going to call what the people are doing the people dedicated to their country. So of course the invader is not going to be called pagan because he's not from the country. Like today we'd say you're from the town or something. Like if you're a native of something, you're from the hills, or he's from the town, or he's from the borough, or he's from
the valley.
Or he's from right. So we would say this is our country folk, and this is our country folk way. And invaders would come in and say, look at what the people of the country were doing. And what's the word for country? Pagan. So they would say, look at the pagan. And then they would say, these people are brown people. This is how this word came about. These people are brown people. So they're ethnos. Ethnos from Ethiopia are from burning. They would call us Ethiopis, which was the black faces. And in Hebrew, or the so-called Hebrew, because there's no such language as Hebrew, but the people that spoke the new Hebrew, when they put a definite article in front of something, they would put L or they would put the letter H. So it became the ha-ethnos, which means the people of a generation, and that became ha-ethen. Ha-ethen, and ha-ethen became heathen. So the ha-ethnos became heathen, and so they started calling black people heathens. Look at the heathens. You look at the pagans. Look at the heathens, and it was just ha-ethnos from the word Ethiopia, which was the utopia, which was the fiery place, the place of the sun, which was the place of Zep-Tepi, the place of the southern parts of what we are calling Africa, which Herodotus called the heavenly area where the original Africans lived. That was our heaven. We were the fire people, the Hemamet the people of Chem, and that's what
what they say, ethertopia,
yeah,
right?
when you look up Chem, the first letter is something that's burning, because fire was something positive to us. Then they made fire negative, because then that became hell. So fire is a place that you hate now, because they say that's a place you go to when you do bad. Yeah. So once you learn the origins of things,
especially the people that come from the cold,
and the people that can't be around fire, and that's why they called it Africa. One of the definitions of Africa means the place without cold. It can only be called that by somebody who's used to cold. That's how you know that Africa was not a word we wouldn't call it the place without cold, because what does somebody along the Nile Valley know about cold? Yeah. The Mighty Hebrew was in Tanzania. He said the coolest it gets is 80 degrees. 80 degrees. So that means people in Tanzania don't know about the cold and the snow so people that were from the cold came over there and they were afraid. That's why all of Africa couldn't be conquered. Only along the certain lines that were somewhat similar to the weather of Europe. That's why the Mediterranean area becomes so popular, but it's hard for them to go in the depth of the Congo or the depth of the area and actually set up civilization there. That's why you won't really find major European civilization in the Congo area, in the depth of Africa.
They just want all the raw resources.
They go there, take it, and then they come out and they set up their cities in the other outskirts, in the other areas. But we were the heathens. We were the pagans. I'm very proud to be a pagan and a heathen. And I go in church saying that I'm going to make shirts saying I am the heathen. Very proud of it.
You gonna do that? You gonna walk up in the church with one of them Johns on?
I'm the heathen.
I am the heathen. I don't know if you should do that in the black church.
Right. I'm the heathen. Just
they
to
might
make them
chase you out of there.
Yeah, just
Reverend
to make them
Pope Chop ain't go like that.
Right. Because we were.
You gonna make an example. Look at this brother right here.
Right. So we were the heathens, and the invaders were the Christians, and that's why they killed that man on Friday the 13th, and 13th became negative. All of it was symbolism.
He was sacrificed, probably. He sacrificed him on the Friday the 13th.
Yes, the only problem, the major problem with us, and I'll say this, we'll get to the super chats. The major problem with us, Min Kepra and Rasul and AD and everybody, is that we don't choose a particular way and then stick to it. We're kind of all over the place. So when you talk to a conscious brother, and I can understand that people say, well, you know what, black people were everywhere. It's true, right? But the black people or the brown people, because we're not even black, but the brown people that were everywhere, when you go into the everywhere, that particular culture, the people there only do that. So when you go to the Zulus, they only do Zulu things. When you go to the Kemet, right, they only do the Kemet. So even though we were all over the world, but in certain pockets, we would find something that we would do, and we would keep on that frequency. And we're dedicated. But when your mind is everywhere and you're like, well, I'll do a little bit of Buddhist, do a little bit of this, because black people ever do then that's why we can't focus. Whereas the other person is saying, you can't
work your magic.
You can't work magic if you don't stick
to the script.
You can't be a bodybuilder if you want to stick to something physical that people can understand. You can't develop a good body if you say, well, today I'm going to eat donuts, this day I'm going to weigh my food, this day I'm going to eat a popsicle, but this day I'm going to eat spinach.
That's a flexible diet, right?
Right, that's a flexible diet where you can't flex in the end. Right? Yeah. So every bodybuilder will tell you, every fitness trainer, every basketball player will say, a basketball player, you don't find him one day practicing tennis. One day, I'm going to play LeBron. Does LeBron do tennis?
Unless he wants to develop a certain technique.
Right, and then he doesn't go into it until he develops it. That's how you develop it, by doing it over and over again. But a football player practices his position in football over and over and over and over again. He doesn't care about trying to get to third base.
Yeah.
The baseball player does. So therefore, when you pick a spiritual path, whatever the one is you're picking, stick to it. Yeah. Stick discipline to that thing and do it over and over and over. It takes patience to get a result. It takes 21 days to build a habit, but it takes patience to get to a result. But you'll never get to a result if you say, today I want to build a car. So how am I going to build a car? Well, I'm going to build a motorbike. Wait, I thought it was a car. No, I want to build a boat today. What happened to the motorbike? And next thing you know, you 30 years go by and you haven't built anything.
You got to take action in your discipleship.
That's just like being an artist. So in order to develop your talent, you got to keep doing it.
You got to keep continuously doing it.
That's why I'm the best.
So stick to your discipline. When you pick a discipline, if you pick a spiritual path, stick to it, master it. Master it. Move on to the next if you feel you've mastered that one. If you feel that one is wrong, leave it alone. But don't be a jack of all trades and a master of nothing. It's one of the reasons why I win a lot of debates with the brothers, the conscious brothers, is because even though I study many things, I could break down geometria, I could break down NASA, I could break down extraterrestrials, but my spiritual path is Ma'at. So I spend my time studying the writings of Ma'at over and over and over again, whereas the other brothers don't really specialize in a thing. So when they come to debate me, I'm going to choose the topic.
Are you talking about brothers?
Your specialty.
Are you talking about brothers who study Kemetic science?
Supposedly, brothers. Supposedly,
I just
study
think the
Kemetic.
duality. That shows
talking
me
about
brothers that study Kemetic,
like Jabari or whatever.
No.
Wouldn't you say both of you guys agree?
No. Well, and on certain,
because he says he studies mine too.
Yeah, on certain aspects. But Jabari is one who I will say he picked his path, and he does try to practice that path.
Right.
He does try to do that over and over again. So I'll give him praise for that, because even though I debated him, beat him in a debate on a particular topic, when it comes to the whole principle of Ma'at, he is one of the ones that tries to stick to it. I'm talking about the brothers that just wear the symbols and just go out there and then they say they're atheists.
That's crazy. I hear what you're saying.
But you can't be a Kemetic atheist.
No, you can't.
No. They don't know. They can't quote one papyrus. They don't know any scribes. They don't know anything about the writings of Kemet.
Yeah, I think,
but it just looks pretty on them, and then they just all over the place. I'm telling those brothers, stick to your craft. If Kemet is your way, at least study it. If you're studying the Anunnaki, I study it all, but my spiritual path that I stick to, that I practice with my family, is Ma'at. Even though you could ask me about Enki, Enlil, the Atrahasis, I could talk to Billy Carson about Abzu and Tiamat and Zachariah Stitchin, but when all is said and done and I get home, my magic has to be a momentum. It has to continue on and on and on. Can't be all over the place. But I want to get to
So what do you think of, here's a question though. What do you think about brothers and sisters from different Kemetic societies? Let's say like the Osiris society. Would you consider them practitioners of Ma'at or of the laws of Ma'at? There's a lot of different. I personally have never met anybody from the Osiris society that quoted the actual laws of Ma'at to me. Okay.
I've never met. When you ask a person to quote the laws of Ma'at, they take this internet meme called the 42 Principles that was made on the internet, and it shows Ma'at on one side, and these 42 things says, I shall not, I have not, and they say that's the laws of Ma'at, and then I ask them, where in Kemet did the Kemetians say that that's the laws of Ma'at?
Okay.
They never call that the laws of Ma'at. There are laws of Ma'at written by scribes, and there's hundreds of them, but I personally have never met someone in the Osiris society.
What about anybody?
Unfortunately, most people don't, because a lot of our new generation is raised on the internet. So when you look up laws of Ma'at, you actually don't see the writings of Kigimni, which that is where the laws of Ma'at are in. You don't see Nesu Amzu. You don't see the writings of the scribes who wrote about what the laws of Ma'at are. You see a meme with 42 things, and they call it the laws of Ma'at. And those are not laws. Those are declarations of innocence of what you haven't done in the afterlife. It's you die first, and then those things are said. Called the Pekka Mku in the afterlife. But the actual laws where you were living are written, but it takes discipline. And a lot of people don't want to make Kemet a disciplined way. They just like it for the... a lot of people claim Kemet just for the ego. A lot of black people find their time just debating whether the Egyptians are black. Right? And then once you win the debate, once you realize the Egyptians are black...
Then what?
Now, great. Now that you know they're you, are you going to follow it? Are you just here to prove the Egyptians are black, the Sumerians, they're black. Okay, they're all black. What did those black people do? What did they? Can you apply what they did, or you just want to prove they're black to argue because your actual way of life is not based on following anything, but based on just arguing with someone else who disagrees?
I agree they was black.
What's that?
I agree they was black.
Right, and then we just always leave it there, and that's not what our ancestors did. Imagine before the conquistadors came in Africa, where everybody's black. So you would never be in a conversation with like,
I'm black.
Right. You wouldn't have the pharaohs up here arguing with the so-called Nubians. I'm black. Well, I'm black too. And then the Assyrians come. Well, I'm black too. And everybody, I'm black. I'm black. Okay, everybody's black.
Yeah, so before who got the resources now.
Right now that we're black.
Well, I don't. You know,
what do we do?
That's a good thing. I think there's really no, in my opinion, there's really no argument. I don't argument with the studying comedic science. Like, you know, because like I said, I could sit here with all three of y'all, all four of y'all, and we could sit here and exchange information on some profound things. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of them, I agree with you, a lot of them guys do sound silly arguing on, you know, I don't want to say the channel, but arguing in a conscious community about this stuff when they should really be, you know, leave that part of it out. Now it's time to let's talk about what they really was doing.
Well, I think that the reason why a lot of times, especially when comedic knowledge was first being introduced to black people, was that it was an identification.
That's exactly what it was.
You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times when, you know what I'm saying, even when we was in school, they was trying to, you know, every time you looked at anything about Egypt, it was white people.
Charlton Heston.
Yeah, and 100-degree weather.
Moses.
Wearing just, you know what I'm saying, the collars and shorts.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that it was necessary for Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark and all of them to put that information out. All right, now we know. Now it's time to move on.
But it's
to
not
a
just
higher,
that simple yet. Now we know because it was still a fight for a long time.
True indeed. But what Tehuti is saying, we can't keep for the next, you know, till 2030 arguing about that.
This is what I'm saying. There's a time and place for everything, right?
Right.
So let's say you're walking with your sons and you see an image of an Egyptian who's white, right? Or is Arab. And then it is your responsibility now to, of course, break down that this is untrue. Let me show you the real images, son.
Right.
That's what you do with your son, because your son, we're in a world where they're lying to us, right?
Now what's power.
Right. Now what I'm saying is, after your son accepts that and we accept that, now we can say, well, son, here's what these awesome black people did. Let's incorporate it. We don't now go look for another person on Facebook to argue with an Arab. There's a lot of people arguing with the Arabs, and they're just going arguing. And then in reality, when they're done the argument, they go back to a white life. They go back to like just living a life that's not has anything to do with Kemet. So they're arguing just to argue, just to say, I was the pharaohs. Okay, you want to try to be a pharaoh again? What did we do to become?
What's the process?
What's the process to become the pharaoh now that we know that they're black? Let's take steps. Let's meet in a private circle and say, okay, Men Keperah, do you want to be the scribe? Do you want to be the pharaoh? Do you want to be the doctor? What do you want to be in this society? And how can we set up Men Keperah to be that? And then you master that. Don't try to be a pharaoh and then you're trying to be the doctor and then you're trying to be all these things. Nothing's mastered. You say, okay, Men Keperah is he's the comedic artisan. Boom, master that, or whatever it is. He's the scribe, and then we actually build up something on that, and that's how I do that within my family and within my circle. It's a reason why I don't really talk a lot about what I do here.
Oh yeah,
I talk about it with people off of the air. But it is
your
about
own secret society.
Yes, it is about manifesting works. But let's get to let's get to some of the super chats that we've missed.
Okay, Donkey wanted to clarify that it said that the Gigas was written in one sitting. I would be nervous to call in. I don't want to add to Tehuti's body count. I respect your knowledge.
What was that? Oh yeah.
He said I want to add to your body count of people you done knocked off.
No, Donkey, I'm not. No. No, it's all about building, and if you have something to present it. We'll analyze it, and sometimes it's good to get bodied. You know, sometimes if that's the terminology, sometimes it's good. When I was of a different religion, it was good for me to get broken down. I'm so happy that I didn't stay believing in a thing, and somebody spared me. Break me down, because that's how we all got out of Christianity.
Oh yeah,
we broke down. We're like, oh really? This is lies. Break me down. So sometimes it's good to get bodied. All right, so you just put your ego aside, and then But I respect that, Donkey, and just contact me outside of here if you want to know anything specific about it or talk about it, and I'm open. I'm very open to everybody.
All right, Moran says, Tehuti, maybe watching TV, listening to music gives power to the prediction coming true by people putting their thought and energy behind them. Thank you for all you do, kings, peace, and love.
Who said that?
That is Moran.
Moran, you're 100% correct, and that's exactly what the television program is doing. As you watch TV, you believe in it. As you read the novels, you believe in it. You'll find that a lot of sisters that we come in contact with want a man based on
what they see on TV,
what they saw or heard in an R&B song or a novel, because it appeals to fantasy, as opposed to saying, I want an Osiris. I want a Shaka Zulu. You know, the sisters, when you meet a sister, are you like a Shaka Zulu? Okay, that's what turns me on.
Yeah.
No, they want you like... and
my queen said she wanted a king. She was...
That's it.
And then boom.
Right. So, but in that... So, yes, watching the TV...
Tell lies.
Watching all of that and putting that in your brain, we get hypnotized, and you can't help it. The brain is designed to evolve to its environment. So if you watch something over and over again, you are going to eventually
That's the magic that they put on us.
Yeah, and that's why people speak the same accent in the same area. Nobody tries to speak a California accent, and nobody tries to speak the accent of a Chinese person, but people in China seem to all have this accent, and a brother in Compton has an accent different from a brother in New York. But they're not trying to. You're just surrounded by an environment. So
the beehive effect.
The beehive effect, the herd effect. And we can't help it because we are communal people. We're used to all vibing on what's around us because we're not solitary. We're not like how a spider is. We're like ants and bees and termites. We like getting approval. It's one of the reasons why we talk. I told one of my goddesses that give way to the petitioner. Listen to the petitioner, the laws of Ma'at says, because everybody talking to you is actually making a petition. The person talking to you wants you to accept them. That's why they're talking to you. So the person talking to you is actually pleading to you, listen to me. And the reason why people argue and get mad is because you don't agree. You don't agree with them. I don't agree with you. But why would I be mad at you if you don't agree with me? Is because in the collectiveness, we're used to everybody agreeing at least on culture. You don't find any history of ancient Aztecs or ancient people in Kemet arguing like over religion. We're used to the vibration of it. All ants do the same thing. Cows do the same thing. Frogs do the same thing. Lions do the same thing. And that's how we were. So, yes, listening to the TV, the R&B, all that stuff, it gets in your head. And it's one of the reasons why we don't have our hip hop artists anymore. It's one of the reasons why hip hop is not hip hop anymore.
It's basically commercials, like they said in Demolition Man.
Other than Killah Priest.
Yeah.
So Hanzo has a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Was the cap of the Great Pyramid made of gold?
Yes, it was.
All right. 47
Indeed it
asked. 47 asked. Tahuti, can you please?
You want to add on to that?
No, that's fine.
Was that correct?
That
is correct.
The descriptions, just to be clear, the descriptions of the cap from historians that saw it described it as such. Interestingly enough, they can't find the cap.
I wonder why.
They can't find, and that cap is massive.
It's massive.
That cap would be like this apartment. It's a massive thing that you can't just.
Yeah.
It doesn't just. Fall
Maybe they have it. Maybe they have it.
But
they have it.
Right.
You know
Somebody.
So that cap that they got at the museum, that got the.
That's the Eminem head cap. That's a black Ben stone cap.
Yeah. That's not the.
That's not the one on the top of the pyramid. On the main. Aku.
On a Great Pyramid.
Right, that's the one on top of his tomb, Eminem hat, and had the Bennu bird on it. That one's black.
Amenemhet.
Right.
That's my son's name.
That's a beautiful name. That was the black one. But the gold one that was described by the explorers and the people that saw it of the Greek time, there's no they can't find this humongous
piece of gold.
It is huge piece of gold, and they say they can't find it because with radar systems, you can find gold. If this thing was gold, they could find it from outer space. Right, they could find it from outer space with a satellite, and the capstone would be the size of this whole studio we're in, bigger.
Yeah,
and they can't seem to find it. But yes, it would have been made out of gold according to description, and according to what the Kemetics say it represented, it would have been a nub. But nobody can find it. Somebody found it.
Yeah, they
That's something we don't know.
They stole so much knowledge and stuff from us, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. The next one we have here is from 47. Says, Tehuti, can you please expand some more on lucid dreaming? I have a vivid memory of a dream as a kid where I was aware I was dreaming and flew around like a free spirit. What are dreams?
Who's that?
That is from 47.
That's the...
Yeah.
Oh, that's the name of the person. 47.
Yeah.
Okay, peace and shout out to 47. Interesting name. So lucid dreams are extremely important. I actually just gave a sister a practice of how to wake herself up, and lucid while you're having what's called an upesh. An upesh is different from the concept of a dream. The European created the word dream, and the word dream actually means to lie. That's what the word dream means, to lie. To lie. Whereas in our culture, it was upesh, and it was a symbol of an opening bull's horn with a feather of ma'at in it, which meant to open yourself up to a certain truth. When the European got the concept of it, he called it dream, and the etymological dictionary, dream means a lie. So he, of course, changed it to something negative. But what happens is...
As they always do.
Right, as they always do. So what happened is lucidity is... You're usually sparked to lucidity when critical thinking is sparked within a dream state. So while you're sleeping and your unconscious is traveling through your own, while your unconscious is traveling through your own brain, it will take stories of things that it picked up and tie them in through the neurons into a story. So you may see a dog in the beginning of the day, and then at the end of the day, you may see a woman with slippers. By the time you have a dream, you see a dog with slippers. Because the neurons had to make it logical to create a storyline because we're based on stories. What happens is that all of these are just subconscious irrealities. They're not 100% realities. They all just symbolize something that we've picked up while we were awake, because there's 2 million bits of information that come in and out of a person every second, and we only digest 2,000 bits of it because we are a centrifugal and we're a crisscross magnet, constantly centrifugal and centripetal magnet, crisscrossing, picking up information from the magnetic grid, and it gets stuck in us. We're like a battery, and we're generating it, but we can't go inside and see what it is because we're so full of television. What happens is that when you dream, when you activate critical thinking and say to yourself, am I dreaming, or is this a dream, you automatically use logic, and then you wake up in the dream. That is called lucidity. And then once you wake up in the dream, you're able to see things and probe into them as a logical thinking person. So I say to people all the time, you're in your dream and you see a reoccurring bed in your dream. And you can actually ask that bed, because the bed is you. It's your brain created the bed. So you can say, what do you represent? And the bed could say, I represent that you need some rest, or that you're too lazy, or anything that a bed could represent. But your mind is what created the image of the bed in the first place. So if you're constantly tired, you may go to sleep and see beds in your dream, or you may see something that represents sleep. You may see bad food in your dream. You may see marijuana. You may see anything that you were thinking about subconsciously, and you can go into it in a state of lucidity and actually probe it and see what it is. Also in a lucid dream, you can find mental ailments and compartmentalize trauma in the dream, because there's doors in dreams. Dreams usually begin by you entering a door. You just forget that part. Right. They portray this in a movie called The Matrix. And actually, I taught about this in the Travis Scott thing, breakdown, where I broke down the rectangular doors.
Last time you were here.
Right, and transient global amnesia, that when you go through the door, you forget what's behind you, and that's why people forget when
your dreams.
and forget when you walk into a room. You forget why you walk into the room. So lucidity can be created by activating your critical thinking inside of a dream, and then you immediately wake up, and then you can travel inside of that dream. Very, very important to practice, to probe your subconscious mind. You can contact me for practices on lucidity it's kind of it's a little vast. There are frequencies that can help that you can listen to, and I just gave somebody a ritual earlier today, a practice. 2 people, one yesterday and one today, on how to activate their lucidity, because they set up a personal session with me, and I taught them that. So peace to you, peace, and feel free to contact for more details on that topic. That's a beautiful topic question, though. And I need to eat in about 5 minutes.
We actually only got a couple questions for you, and then we should be good. The rest of them were just like little super chats. Peace to Hootie. Are there any similarities between Solomon magic and Kemetic magic? I have a fire ad onto your Travis Scott build. Do you want to save that one for later?
Sorry, read that one more time.
We don't want to get flagged. Too.
DHNJ, are there any similarities between Solomon magic and Kemetic magic? That's the question.
Who asked that?
DHNJ.
Hey, bro, peace and shout out, respect to DHNJ. What I would prefer is if you pinpoint something specific, because I have several books. I have several occultist books of people calling certain rituals Solomon.
Oh yeah.
Solomon magic, and they're different.
They're all different.
There's different practices, and they all say that it comes from Solomon, of which we know there was no
the
such
keys of Solomon.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
I have different. I have the Golden Dawn. I have several books, and so I'm not sure which practice.
Well, you know
the brother is speaking of, but if he could say a practice,
the Mogan David, or David as they say, that the 2 tetrahedrons, one pointing up and pointing down, really it was a magical seal, a seal for protection when they had called on the so-called Elohim to protect them, or El Shaddai.
Right. So because there's so many variables of Solomon's magic, literally, if you get in contact with me, I can show you about 4 books with 20 different practices of different so-called Solomon magic. When I know in reality, there was actually no Solomon that had any kind of magic.
Yeah.
There was no person named Solomon. There's just people today calling several things that they make up Solomon magic. And when you ask these people, can you show me a papyrus, a carving or something where a man named Solomon did some kind of magic, and it was his magic?
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing as Solomon's magic, because there's actually no such person as Solomon. But I have several books on what people claim is Solomon's magic.
Well,
I don't know which one the brother
I was on Zion Lex show. Shout out to Zion Lex. And Zion Lex has some very interesting topics. And one of the topics that he spoke about, he said he could prove that the biblical when Moses split and he said he could prove that with the Narmer tablet, I think.
Yes, yeah. For those of you,
did you ever go to his page? He got some interesting.
I'm on his page. I went to his page to see me because he made.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the information that he talks about.
Yes, I went to his page and scrolled.
Bro.
What's that?
No, I was just saying. I know, but I'm saying he made some crazy claims.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's several
using like Kemetic science to kind of.
Yes, of course. This is what the sister that was on here last Wednesday, the sister Naphtali, the Zion Lexes, my good brother Mighty Hebrew, and all of these people that are claiming this Hebrew faith, they're using other cultures to verify what they're trying to do, but they cannot show you where the Hebrews themselves said anything. Just a sentence. There is not one Hebrew sentence on earth that exists in the time of when people say the so-called patriarchs existed, from Abraham all the way up to, say, King David.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll take Abraham to Moses, which there's hundreds of thousands of Hebrews, and there's not one sentence written by anybody. And I asked Zion Lex this in my debate, where is anybody saying, I am a Hebrew? He took the debate all the way to the Myrna Patah Stela, but still is not no Hebrew. And I'll ask Mighty Hebrew and everybody this. Where is there anybody in those times saying, I, in first person, I'm an Israelite. I'm a Hebrew. I believe in the Torah. I read the Tanakh. I read Genesis. I read... Why is there... You know why? It's the Spider-Man effect.
Spider-Man effect, huh?
The Spider-Man, the comic book effect, which means this, and I'm going to say this to everybody very, very clearly, and this goes out to the brother Mighty Hebrew, this goes out to any of my Israelite brothers. Spider-Man.
No, he's gonna call in.
Listen, Spider-Man, right?
Spider-Man, okay. Peter Parker.
Peter Parker exists in the story of Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
If you find the original scripts of Spider-Man from the 60s,
that's right.
You can read about Spider-Man,
mm-hmm.
right?
That's right.
You will not find in the 1960s a first-hand account of a person themselves saying, I was Spider-Man. Or anybody in the 1960s in first-hand accounts saying, I talked to Spider-Man. The only time you can find Spider-Man is in the story of Spider-Man. And that's where the Incredible Hulk exists. Mm-hmm. That's where Thanos exists. Mm-hmm. That's where Iron Man exists. And all of these are awesome stories. We argue about Batman. Batman beats Superman. And Superman only exists in the manuscripts of the stories. But nobody in first-hand account in the 60s say, I was friends with Superman. There's nobody saying I was Clark Kent. You know why? Because a comic book character can't speak about himself in the real world.
Yeah.
So you'll never find anybody saying, I talked to Moses. I was Moses. I talked to Aaron. I lived in the city of King David. King David was my king. Nobody in the first person is speaking about these characters because nobody in the first person was these characters, including themselves. There should be millions of accounts of the greatest king of Israel. There's nothing. There's nobody saying, I was King David. I am the son of King David. But today you have a million people saying, I'm the new Jesus. Yes, I talked to Jesus in a dream. A comic book character can't speak for himself. And that's what I say to all the Hebrew Israelites. A comic book character cannot speak for himself.
Are you saying that the Torah is a comic book, brother?
There is nobody in history in the time of so-called Abraham to the time of Moses saying, I read the Torah. Yeah. There's people today, if you ask Mighty Hebrew or Naphtali or Zion Lex, they will say in 2021, first person, I read the Torah.
Right.
So the Torah seems to be a popular book that people in the first persons are reading, right? But why is it not a popular book in the time that it supposedly came from? For thousands and thousands of years, there's nobody in first person saying, I read the Torah. Me. Not such and such. No, I. Because there is no I. Because in a comic book, the Spider-Man can't talk outside of what the scriptwriter writes for him. There is no Spider-Man. There is first-hand accounts of people saying, I am Hatshepsut. I conquered this.
Well,
I am Akhenaten.
We have the bodies.
I am Ramesses. I am because a person has scribes that write for him and they speak for themselves.
Not only that, we have the actual bodies.
So all these Hebrews are arguing fantasy Solomon, who's supposedly King David, who conquered areas in this area of the Canaan area. And when you go back to the 900 BC, there's no evidence of Hebrew conquering. That means if somebody conquered an area, all of their artifacts would be in the area. All of their Native Americans, right, were conquered by Europeans. So when you come to America, if they do archaeological research, you'll find all the things of Europeans here. Their language, their schools, everything. You do not find any evidence of it. And it's so sad that our people are so hooked to the fantasy. They're just stories, or like AD would say, especially in the New Testament, they're just astronomy stories. Stories of they're made up stories from Ptolemies, and that's why we can't find a book of Genesis that goes back to the time of Moses. If Moses is the author of Genesis, then we should have thousands of books of Genesis, just like we have thousands of Bibles today that people are reading, we should have thousands of books of Genesis that go back to 1400 BC, and there's not one. Because you could write about Spider-Man reading a book, but whatever book he's reading, you're not going to find that in real life because that book only exists in the story of Spider-Man. Thanos' glove. Can somebody bring me Thanos' glove?
We only have Thor's hammer here.
Right.
You can order the Thanos glove off eBay.
It's about $149.
Wolverine's claws.
You get that too.
Don't exist outside.
Oh well,
of
you
the
know, it's
X-Men
just a
story.
joke. You know,
Right.
I know where
So
you come from.
the Hebrews are going crazy in the chat room,
And
so
they
it's
can go
going
crazy, and it's fine because they were already crazy before they began.
All right. You want to do the food break right now? And,
I'm going to do the food break, and
we'll knock out some other statements.
Yes, and to all the Hebrews in the room and all the religions, I know there's a lot of people that I rub in the wrong way because I literally come up here and question all the truths. There's a lot of people, but fine. I
already been reprimanded. I think I already destroyed all the. I'm just asking questions so you can just say some things.
Yes. So I
understand you. I understand how you feel.
They're free to call in. They're free to talk. They're free to do it. But it's not about emotional opinions. If I'm talking to AD about the flat Earth, all I want from AD is just facts. I don't want to see his emotion change because then there's a bias. If I'm talking to a Christian about Jesus, let's just deal with the facts. The Hebrews get angry. People say they want to put me in a body bag. Wonderful, fine.
They said they want to put you in a body bag?
Nuwabians and Hebrews that want to kill me.
They looking for you?
Yeah, well, they found me, but when
you don't have to worry about the Nuwapians, man.
Yeah, when they find me, and I never go in a body bag. But the thing is that if somebody questions me on Kemet, I never get angry about it. Just like if somebody questions me on any form of history, why would I get angry? Question me about Mark Anthony.
Always get out there on the street. Brother, you ain't from Africa. What got that Africa on your chest for?
Yeah. So
but people will get angry talking about Spider-Man.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So these emotions will happen whether you're speaking of fantasy or truth anyway.
Right, because once you cling to something, it's a part of your identity. It's a part of your security. So when somebody questions and it shakes you, your norepinephrine and adrenocorticotropic kicks into the reptilian brain and it wants to defend something. So you start to get... And I don't ask me a question about Kemet. I never got angry on this show.
The Nuwapians too.
The Nuwapians want to kill me.
Because there's no way Batman could have killed Superman. I'm just saying.
Right, and but the scriptwriter could write it, and as long as the scriptwriter wrote it, it happened in the story. But AD could write his own script, and it's in reverse. Because there really is no such characters. You're making up the characters. And that's why everybody has different opinions on Jesus. And there's 4 Gospels of Jesus with 4... Don't let me...
4 Gospels, which are the 4 seasons.
4 different stories. 4 different contradictive stories.
Spring, summer, fall, winter.
Right. So it's all conjecture. And I wish that our people would respect where they came from, that they can show and prove that this is where we came from. And here's the facts that show that we did this, and not base things on fantasy. I know fantasy is attractive, but let's just deal with reality. And in reality, maybe I'll debate that with Mighty Hebrew. Maybe our topic will be
Spider-Man.
Was there a historical Moses? Was there anybody in
Moses? Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
Moses. Yeah,
right. There was actually a scribe in Kemet named Moses. I know about him. There was a scribe in Kemet called Muth, and when you were under the scribe, which was Tehuti, you were called Tehutimos, which was Thutmose, and that's where they stole the name from. But that Mos was not trying to free any Israelites.
Yeah.
Moses is an Egyptian name too.
Yes, absolutely. Akmos, Thutmose, and there were even one called Mos. And they add the Moses because it becomes Greek, and in the language it was actually just Mos or Mosh.
Or Moshe.
And then in Greek it becomes Mars. Marses.
Man, listen, nobody talk about the Greek.
So I'm going to take a food break. Shout out and respect to the Hebrews and everybody. If you want to talk, no problem. just if you come with emotions, you're gonna end up like everybody else I got a certificate for.
Body bag.
Yeah, what be tripping me out is how they try to like use the ancient knowledge and then put it over top of.
It's called superimpose.
Yeah, like superimpose it to try to prove, try to say it's a primary source when you really can't do that.
No.
You're dealing with different time periods.
A primary source, it's really called a primary, but let's just say primary source. A primary source can only come from the primitive person that you're speaking of.
Yeah.
So if I'm talking about Menkep Ra and I say Menkep Ra believes in something, I can only go by what he said he believes in. Even if I go by a gossip of somebody saying, well, I heard Menkep Ra, that's still not a primary. Primary can only come from Menkep Ra and his family.
From the source.
From the source. So is there a primary source from a Hebrew scribe? The answer is no. And it hurts. I know it hurts. But there's just no.
It's
just no. That's all. So I'm going to take a food break right now, and I shall be back. Peace and love to everyone in the chat.
All right. So we're going to catch up on some of these super chats here. We've got Cash Hound saying Jason is going around getting rid of sinners.
Yeah. You've lied.
Where am I at?
Josh Sutton.
We've got Danny Salinas saying questions for Tehuti. Well, about Stargate. We'll save that one for Tehuti when he gets back. We got another question for Tehuti. We'll come back to that. Eye to Eye says knowledge build. Miron says when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes. That's Manly P. Hall.
Man, that's real.
Thanks, Moran, for that.
Images is everything, yo. You know what I'm saying? The image. You show me a kingdom's image, and I'll show you the customs of his people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Next one is Unique Self. He says 13 Love Kings. Thanks for the podcraft. Vinny Blacklod says, keep it up, y'all. Or keep it up, all. Dominic Green says, I like the build. How can I call in? Peace to y'all. We're not doing call-ins today, but when Priest gets back, there is a system for calling in, and Coach Kandaka will post about that when Priest returns. Shane Lewis, God is you. We are the cells inside the earth. Earth is one big human body.
The whole universe is.
Right? Shane Lewis says, is Agartha real? Okay, that's a question for Tehuti, so we'll come back to that. Mofo says Kardashev scale and why we won't be a type 1 anytime soon, and reaching type 3 is a fantasy piece to the podcast One Love. I'm not sure what he's saying there.
Me either.
But we'll save that for Tehuti anyway. And let's see, I think that is all the super chats for now. And we still got Priest online. What's going on, Priest?
Yo. Yeah, man, it's a good build today, yo. That's what I'm talking about. Word. Good build. Yeah, man. Education. Man, my phone is going off the hook. You already know.
They calling you, huh?
They throwing stones. They want to take us and stone us.
Because we went off to start talking about Zion Lex channel. And I'm like, yo, I thought we was over here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know why we went all the way over that on that side when we was building on one thing already.
You know, we got to send arrows sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I was just pointing out something that what Tehuti was talking about. And a lot of this interesting stuff that some people talk about.
Yeah, it's
kind of like a bold statement to make a claim like that.
But then you get emotional too.
No, I'm not getting emotional. I'm interested. I'm not emotional about it. I'm just like, oh wow, how you gonna prove that? It's pretty interesting. So I don't know.
Yeah. Because, say that for their debate, whenever they debate.
Seconds.
We got another super chat here. Mark Struble says, my dog Leo once again would like to learn more about Wepwawet. Also, have you ever thought about similarities between Morpheus and Mace Windu? Purple lightsaber, red blue pill equals purple. All right, thanks for that, Mark Struble. We're going to find out. Okay, cool. Should we move on to the music? What you want to do?
Yeah,
Chris?
man. Yo, he won't get to the goal. So yeah, let's move on to the music right about now. How many hours we been up there?
About 4 hours, and we've got about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 tracks to go through, so we might as well knock out a few tracks now.
I see you, K-Bob Praxis.
We'll knock out a few tracks now, and then we'll just whenever Tehuti gets back, we can continue later. You know what I'm saying?
Still want to build, Tehuti?
I agree. That was black. Let's move on to the music.
Okay. You still want to build some more?
Nah, that's over. We got to keep moving, man. It's 4 hours.
Yeah, we've been up here a while, man. It's 9 o'clock, yo.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to the music right now. For people at home that say, what's the music? That's when we play tracks that are submitted to the show to be played for promotional use. Song promotions. We're going to start right now with Almighty El Infinite from Springfield. He has a track called Feeling Like Ye.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
Wave running through the maze, had to get away from chain slavery. Ain't a choice, it's just a choice to be a slave today.
I woke up feeling like. I woke up feeling like.
That sound like a choice.
I woke up feeling like. I woke up feeling like. I woke up feeling like. I woke up feeling like.
That sound like a choice.
I woke up feeling like. I woke up feeling like. What up, nigga?
Ignorant as fuck.
I'm spilling Haney at the Grammys. Tell good hair Becky bring freckle face Tammy. Who couldn't afford the car, so she named her daughter Camry. Can we take a moment for my Sunday service? And pray Jesus walks across these fucking serpents.
I'm a monster.
That's right. Save the candy bars for Willy Wonka. Leave everybody shocked because I'm really Blanca. You got some hot shit, but I really think my shit is hotter. A man of many hats, and one of them I wear says MAGA. Like crack from the 80s, I be red capping. GDs love the star, but I ain't flagging. Terraform the world in a new fashion. Wow. Of course I seem crazy cause you ain't snapping. You thought I lost my head and came for Ichabod. Avocado rolls came from Ichiban Konnichiwa. I know she wasn't there when I was shooting in the gym, but still, I know when Kim sees the Kardashian.
Wave running through the maze, had to get away from chain slavery. Ain't a choice, it's just a choice to be a slave today.
You hear about slavery?
I woke up feeling like.
That sound like a choice.
I woke up feeling like.
That sound like a choice.
I woke up feeling like.
That sound like a choice.
I woke up feeling like.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah,
awesome.
Give it up. Almighty El Infinite with that fire.
Always comes with nothing but straight bangers.
That was fire.
That was fire right there.
On top.
That track was called Feeling Like Ye. That was dope. Great submission.
Feeling like ye. Yeah, you kill it. Okay, I like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Feeling like Kanye, huh? Feeling like ye.
How'd you like that, Mank?
Oh yeah, you know that gets fired for me all day long. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole, is slavery a choice? Man.
I know.
I like that.
You know, either you choose death, you know, you gonna be agnostic or you're not.
All right, moving on.
Fire.
Next one, Shadow Lords, Ron Donson and Mook the Truth from New York and Rhode Island. This track is called Wu Wei. Here we go.
Shadow Lords, Mook the Truth, Donson, listen. The name Mookie, but I ain't Spike Lee, nigga. Though I deliver on point for these naive niggas. Yo, I'm the Lord. Been nice since the corner store preteen, asking OGs if they could buy me swishes. I still manifest my subconscious, you can't impress. I show you how to withstand the hacks. Ask about the guard with crystal amulets around his neck. The energy is profound, he projects. Ascending way beyond where the birds fly. You heard mine rhyming like I got a telescope for my third eye. Envisioning the features that exist within the ether. You non-believers still think like primitive creatures trapped in the matrix with no will to escape. Hey yo, I bend time and space when my vibes levitate. See your fate when I meditate. Your negative aura is just preparing you for slaughter. You should find a way to elevate. But fuck when Mookie speak, I hit the flock in a one fly cat. No Tanuki leaf. You too busy trying to shoot the beat. I show you little niggas how to fucking shoot the beat. Back.
So you can't escape duality. It's built right into the very fabric of reality.
A little bit of history about this hermetic ideal.
Every day's just another day to get in tune. I'm meditating, using my mind up in the spoon. I said I'm great, divine rhyme has been approved. I think like a winner do, I'm at the pinnacle. The pen ultimate, nigga, my pen ultimate. Horns on my forehead, hand got a pitchfork in it. Absorb the cells in your body, your skin off of it. Move with enormous force drawn from the source of this. The warlock with the mind of a yogi in him. Lab resorts on my blood say it's only venom. I got the perfect view, see beyond the surface through your brainwave frequency. Shock it to the circuit blue. I got the gift to switch a person's mood. I got that shit, I got the rhythm, every verse is smooth. I sit back, smoke the blue and purple. You niggas ain't going nowhere, just doing circles. About as cool as Urkel, always got the tool to murk you. Show no mercy to you, everything I do is hurtful. I got a different vibe, my vision like a pigeon's eyes. I've risen high, soul intertwined, my body isn't mine.
In the hermetic magical view, human beings...
Not bad.
Yeah, that's dope. I like it.
Right?
The first guy.
Yeah, no, he still got more to go.
Space may be in some way crossed
I'm not there, Mighty Hebrew.
by floating bodies, by various kinds of electrical vibrations, light waves, cosmic rays.
Yo, Mighty Hebrew kid, he called the Hootie phone. I'm not there.
Okay.
Space seems to be completely immaterial.
All right, give it up. That was,
Yeah, that was
Shadow
dope.
Lords with Wu Wei.
Nice.
Priest,
fire.
what were you saying, Priest?
I was saying Mighty Hebrew keep hitting me, so I said call Tehuti because I'm not there.
Okay. We can
Share that through that duality in the joint. I like that, man.
Yeah.
They were definitely inspired by Dipset.
Ooh, Dipset,
Like that.
Definitely
I think so.
Cameron inspiration there.
Yeah.
Sounded good, but it definitely reminded all the way up to the music, to the way they were rapping. It was definitely Cameron.
All right, we can knock out another one here.
He's mighty.
DJ Peru from Philadelphia, Hindu Mantra.
Big up to Philly in the house. See
This
what you.
this one's a short one, actually. Ooh, I like this. I think it might be a beat only.
It feels good on the ears.
Yeah. Priest, what you think?
It's like Fat Joe, man.
I like that snare. Yo, this is dope, actually.
The next compilation, Priest.
Yo, for real, I like this beat, yo.
I like this song.
Go ahead, Rasul.
No,
Come on, Rasul. What you mean, no?
I don't feel like it. Tehuti, you spit around. I ain't feeling.
It stops in 10 seconds. That's fire.
This is Busta Rhymes with Fat Joe's on.
DJ Peru
This is hot.
with a beat sick like the flu. That was DJ Peru.
Very, very nice. Very nice.
That was
Very
good.
nice beat.
Fire.
Yeah, that was dope.
Nice, DJ Peru. That was dope. Man, and he sent the wave too. That was cool.
It needs more Congo.
Oh man,
And you know what's crazy?
You send
Lord?
that. You can send that to the
I
brother.
was just thinking the same thing.
Needs more Congo.
You just put just a little more conga in there.
Yo, I like that.
It'd be
beat.
real, yo.
Conga and paprika's the same thing. You gotta add it.
That was fire. Okay, should we keep going or should we go on to Tehuti?
Well, we got more music.
We got more music. We've got what did I say? 9 minus 3. We got 6
Yeah,
more to go.
keep going. I'm a little drained. Keep going a little bit.
Cool.
Keep going.
Let's go. Let's
Music.
knock these out. These next one, right? Oops. Okay, this next one's by DJ Aurora Borealis.
Oh yes, here we go.
It's called "Move the Crowd."
Yes.
Oh, move the crowd, huh?
What?
Aurora, man, you gonna say move the crowd.
Oh my God.
Then go, what are they moving in church? Are they moving?
Man.
Move the crowd.
You playing this on the way home, man? You play this
on the way home? And this is like going to the funeral home. It's like the death march of Satan. Aurora's always dark, yo. Always come with something.
Yo, it's like a.
I'm trying to get in.
That's like
that trumpet.
Oh my goodness. Is that what that is? A trumpet?
God damn it.
It's like almost Bobby Digital.
Yeah, man. You,
sounds like
I
a
don't
ship.
know.
Huh? Going down with the
Sounds
ship.
like a ship. I lost it out at sea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yo. Is the ship sinking?
Yeah.
You lost that sea.
Lost that sea.
He should call a beat Lost that sea.
Yeah. It sound like the horn, like when the ship is going down in the water and the captain is sitting on the top of the ship and he's doing the horn.
All right, give it up.
Move the crowd.
Move the crowd.
You know,
Rakim had a song called "Move the Crowd."
Aurora's crazy, man. Always.
All right. Well, you know, you gotta just keep. I don't know, man. You know
that one was kind of crazy.
That was a little crazy, man. That was a little crazy.
Yeah, keep sending them though, Lord, because I like them. They're cool.
You gotta I don't know. I wonder what do you use, brother? What kind of machine is you using? You got an MP? I mean, because if you got an MPC,
he's using a Casio Carter.
Is that what that brother's using? Oh man.
I think it's a
Casio step
Carter.
it up. It's 2020, about to be 2022, man. Get yourself an MPC or something. Fruity Loops.
Fruity Loops. I still use Fruity Loops.
I don't know.
Hold, 1 second, Mighty Hebrew. We're in the music scene right now. We're in the music section. Mighty Hebrew's calling it. We're playing music
man. See,
right now.
We don't.
You already knew that.
You know, because you was really you was pulling the sword out on the Israelites, man. You know, the sword. You was chopping heads all like the heads was just rolling down the hill, man. So you gotta expect somebody gonna call you up.
We got
the mighty, because he's the mighty Hebrew, so he's gonna call in. You know.
We got 5 more to go.
Wow.
Here we go.
The heads is rolling.
This one's Dopeness in a Box by the Mark of Buddha.
It's the Mark of Buddha.
The Mark of Buddha.
There's a long pause with this. Here we go.
Yeah, I gotta take. Yo, you gotta take.
Yeah.
ADB. This is AD.
Yeah. That snare.
AD's already writing it.
Mark of Buddha ain't playing around no more, is he?
Oh shit.
AD's on his 8th bar right now. Anthem beats. Oh, see, hear how it faded?
It's just a beat.
You hear how it faded out?
Eat that beat up.
Yo, he has this on Spotify already.
Yo, you gotta spin that one, yo. Send me that one.
Okay, he's gonna have to unpublish it from Spotify, or he can still launch it with you.
That joint fire right
like
there.
Yeah, great beat.
That was no words for that.
That was fire.
Right there.
That was great. Great
Razor
snare.
sharp. Razor sharp. Give him a bomb. Give him one of Killer Priest's bombs.
Mighty, do you want to stay on the phone?
Bomb.
Mighty Hebrew.
There you go.
Okay.
You're on the phone for the music. Okay.
He might be able to hear it better.
I think he wants to comment. You mean you want to comment after the songs?
No.
He wants to get on the.
Okay, what'd you think of that last one?
What do you think of that, Mighty Hebrew? What'd you think of that song? That beat?
Man, that shit was dope, yo.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That joint was dope. Real rap. Like it needs something else, but the foundation of it is banging.
Mm-hmm.
I think AD can really bless that joint.
Man, hell yeah.
That joint fire. All it needs is just some
It
real
is fire.
All it needs is priests on
You
that
can't
joint.
just say you just can't say anything on that beat. That's number one. You have to have something that aligns with that beat.
Yeah, with that sample.
Deep, but it could be street, but it got to be conscious. Or if it's conscious, it can't just be solely conscious.
It's got to be priest.
I can see something on there, like something like Rasul. He could drop something real nice on there.
Royal.
Yeah.
All right, so on to the next one. We're gonna do.
Sound like a Lost Children beat.
We got Donnie Arcade.
Right, it do sound like a Lost Children of Babylon beat. It does, and it sound like an affiliation beat.
Oh yeah. Back in yeah.
Well, that beat is coming over here.
Yeah.
Ice Cube.
All right, man, you go ahead, Breeze. You want it? Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Take it. Take the beat. No, I was just kidding around. I was just kidding.
All right,
that's coming over here.
We got a video here submitted by Danny Salinas. It's of Donnie Arcade from Chicago. It's called ETH.
Somebody said all they need is some congas.
Here it is. It's a video. Here we go.
Shout out to Donnie Arcade.
Yeah, got a wave, I'm serving. I'ma leave a mark so permanent. For these verses, I'm charging Ethereum.
What's it called?
Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. Yeah, got a wave, I'm serving. I'ma leave a mark so permanent. For these verses, I'm charging Ethereum. Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. Off in the metaverse with all these metaphors. When they see me, it's a blood like the predator. Gotta live life, no, you can't edit it. Gotta know difference from family and relatives. Yeah, I'm alone, I don't roll with no clicks. Maybe I just might be lonely and rich. When I don't gotta read minds, I'm in bliss. Yeah, I'ma mix it all up, it's the risk. Manifest what I want, the alchemist. I'm in a flying car, you wanna live. Glowing eyes when I roll up the cryptocurrency, yeah, tails from the crypt. Making money while you hugging your pillow. Yeah, got a wave, I'm serving. I'ma leave a mark so permanent. For these verses, I'm charging Ethereum. Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. Yeah, got a wave, I'm serving. I'ma leave a mark so permanent. For these verses, I'm charging Ethereum. Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. Yeah, you know what's gonna go down. I got a beam like it's 4 times. I look at the stars like the dope guy. Don't understand. UFOs on the man like a movie on Showtime. I'm feeling so militant. I'm off the wall, I ain't even dropped Thriller yet. Got the jet pillar here.
Nice.
I'm making moves, no one cares if you Phillips it. Yeah, got a wave, I'm surfing. I'ma leave a mark so permanent. For these verses, I'm charging Ethereum. Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. Yeah, got a wave, I'm surfing. I'ma leave a mark so permanent. For these verses, I'm charging Ethereum. Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. What you don't know ain't gonna hurt you.
He did the animation too.
Yeah.
You don't read ingredients, they don't be seeing it. They just gonna eat a full serving. That kind of stuff got me wondering. When you wake up, you be hunting with it. Can't call it a nightmare, it's really a day, man. So I go to sleep when the sun is lit.
Fire. Yo, he had them do choreography. Like,
that's dope. I peeped that.
You know how much work that has to be?
Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. Yeah, got a wave, I'm serving. I'ma leave a mark so permanent. For these verses, I'm charging Ethereum. Give me a beat, I'm a murderer. Yeah, got a wave, I'm serving.
Straight up dance moves and shit.
Yeah,
yo, Donnie Arcade got skills, man.
Yeah, that was hot. I like it.
Great really,
really
song, great
dope,
video.
Really dope concept.
The song was called ETH.
What? The time out to do all the graphic design in that video, they definitely do. It also reminds me of when, one of the first ones that I started liking, dealing with like animation is Killah Priest. Because if you look at it, a lot of Killah Priest's videos, you'll see a lot of animated cartoons and his stuff.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dave Flores.
Shout out to Dave Flores.
All right, we're almost there. Next one
That was hot. That was really, really dope, man.
Also submitted by Danny Salinas. It's called Horsepower by Rich Music. Here we go.
Oh, it's a Danny Salinas?
He submitted it.
They steady creeping, ain't no telling what they seeking. I leave them in the dust, tell them I'm untouchable. So far up ahead and I'm unfuckwittable. Life is a blaze, every day is a pinnacle. Every single problem is dissolved with a chemical. All I need is a minimal to bring me aboard, and I'm riding the vortex. All you need is to let it take a hit of the medic. Join me in the vortex. So rev up your engines like BB holding up bodegas. Cause I'm like a driver that needs to get away from danger. I got bounty hunters, they wanna take my head on my freedom. Living with precaution, they wanna take me live execution. No way. Yup, I got horsepower, horsepower, horsepower. Roaring the engine to get loud, get loud. Icy white like snow showers, snow shower. Building it tough, I'ma overpower. Yeah. There ain't no sleeping when you hear that engine screaming. They steady creeping, ain't no telling what they seeking. There ain't no sleeping when you hear that engine screaming. They steady creeping, ain't no telling what they seeking.
That is Horsepower by Rich Music.
Don't keep working, yo.
All right.
Keep it up. Nice.
Very cool, very cool.
That beat was different. That was different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It to be honest, it takes a certain type of artist to even, tackle that beat. You know what I'm saying? I've heard similar, not, I'm not going to say fully similar, but one of the beats I like, Killah Priest joint, if you go to his album, I think it's Behind the Stained Glass album. He got the song called The End Is Coming.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the end is coming. Don't be scared. But when you hear that fucking beat, when that beat come on, it's gothic, but it's banging at the same time. It has that essence in it, that soulful essence at the same time. Mm-hmm. It's like, it's something there, but at the same time, it's something missing.
Nice.
That's how I see that beat.
All right, we got two more to go. One more. This next one is by an artist named Priest Yashalara from Detroit, Michigan, and the track is called Titus.
Kwam Yasha Allah. Woo! No one's reason let me creep. I know I was lacking. I know it's the reason he left me a creepy. I feel like I'm Paul. I feel like I'm John. I feel like I'm Titus. Our Savior was perfect, so I couldn't tell you I feel like I'm Jesus. A servant of God, a servant of Christ was never so pleasing. I know I was lacking. I know it's the reason he left me a creepy. I feel like I'm Paul. I feel like I'm John. I feel like I'm Titus. Our Savior was perfect, so I couldn't tell you I feel like I'm Jesus. A servant of God, a servant of Christ was never so pleasing. Basking all of my blessings, learning how to be temporary. Basking all of his lessons, my attention delivery. In God's name we stepping. The only one I've been dealing with. My spirit been helpless until I pray for deliverance. Scared, quick tempered. You must change the way that you live it. Give instruction in doctrine and rebuke who contradict it. Train all the young women to love their husband and children. I ain't got time for no women who got problems with submitting. Nah, I ain't speaking no evil. None. Wake up all of my people. Self-control and dignified. They wanna learn, then I teach them. Loving all of my neighbors. I pray to God that I reach them. Calm down the behavior. I ain't got time for these demons. Nah, everybody been foolish. Everybody been strayed. I never said that they stupid, cause everybody been slaved out. Hellenized and truant. Steady counting their days down. Staying tall, my student. We ain't never putting our heads down. I knew I was lacking. I know it's a reason you left me creepy. I feel like I'm Paul. I feel like I'm John. I feel like I'm Jesus. Our Savior was perfect, so I couldn't tell you I feel like I'm Jesus. A servant of God, a servant of Christ was never so pleasing. I know I was lacking. I know it's a reason you left me creepy. I feel like I'm Paul. I feel like I'm John. I feel like I'm Jesus. Our Savior was perfect, so I couldn't tell you I feel like I'm Jesus. A servant of God, a servant of Christ was never so pleasing. The hospitable lover, I'm good and I'm upright. I'm good, I'm self-control. Ain't no point in being uptight. I'm trustworthy and firm. Can't walk away from that light. Yeah, I'ma finish this race and I'ma fight a good fight. I stay sound in your doctrine, and older men stay sober. Older women stay likewise, and reverend and they focus. Not slanderers or slaves. I took too much of that wine. Say have faith when I pray, and everything will be fine. Say God know that I'm serving. No time trying to be ignorant. We ain't give to him my service. I'm flying with it like Icarus, good in all of my faith. I ain't never been pilfering when it come to my God. I'm purified of some misdeeds. I know I'm slacking. I know it's a reason he left me greedy. I feel like I'm Paul. I feel like I'm John. I feel like I'm Jesus. Our Savior was perfect, so I couldn't tell you I feel like I'm Jesus. A servant of God, a servant of Christ was never so pleasing. I know I was lacking. I know it's a reason he left me greedy. I feel like I'm Paul. I feel like I'm John. I feel like I'm Jesus. Our Savior was perfect, so I couldn't tell you I feel like I'm Jesus. A servant of God, a servant of Christ was never so pleasing.
All right, give it up. That is Priest Yashalada. The track was called Titus. It sounded like the vocals needed more compression. That's just my engineer take on it. It needs a little bit more compression. I want to hear those vocals a little stronger. As far as the mix, that was about it. Because that kick drum's really kicking. That's a powerful bass drum there. So it's really dominating the track. So I would have compressed the vocals more and bring it up a little bit. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's like it kind of had like a trap vibe to it, but he was kind of like giving like, little knowledge on Israelite teaching stuff. I thought, Christians Red Sun, Christian rap. It was dope. It had a message to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to utilize different styles to get out the message, whatever kind of message you're trying to get out there. Positive message. So I give him a thumbs up for it.
All right.
Peace to Kwam, Yasha'Allah out there in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? I think I think the beat was dope.
Yeah, beat was dope.
For, this modern era, a lot of brothers like Priest, Hellraiser, yourself, Rasul, y'all relevant because y'all was able to keep up with the times. So in that retrospect, I think the beat was clearly banging. I wish his vocals would have been just a little bit more louder, just a little bit, because the beat was so powerful, it kind of like drowned his voice out at times. But the message, like you said, the way that he crafted his message, I think it was dope. We do need more positivity, in the world. So I also give it a thumbs up.
Nice. All right, so we got two more because
it was dope.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, you cutting us off, AD.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Word. I liked it. It was good. It's a good vibe. You know what I'm saying?
It might be like Christian hip hop.
Yeah.
All right. So this next one here is from Almighty DOE, Kinetic 9 of Killah Army. Dr. Khalid.
Kinetic 9?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Killah Army in the building.
Like Christian hip hop.
Who sent some?
Dr. Khalid Muhammad from Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, it's Kinetic 9? Oh, he sent some? That's dope.
The track is called A Mile.
I'm comfortable uncompromising. I understand I'm not going to be invited to this or that or the other. Somebody has to do it. And your children and your children's children will build on the legacy of the uncompromising legacy that I leave. That's right. Watch. And some of them will condemn you. That's right. For being around and being such damn cowards. Your own children will condemn you.
Facts.
You were with him? What did he say wrong? Well, it was the manner in which he said. There's no manner to fight an enemy like this. You fight it with everything you got.
Man, I had a fight with my family about Malcolm X, yo.
All of
All my father's business, all of his works. Mockers and scorners, I see all of the smirks. Repent from your sins, all of the dirt. Recheck the truth, end up all in the curse. 2/3 ain't gon' make it, throw them all in the dirt. Live in word, knowledge heavy, wisdom deadly. Understand it, stay ready. Double-edged sword, chop shit, count it steadily. She in full submission.
Alrighty, that was A Mile by Almighty DOE.
Oh, that was Von Doe. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He be in Killah Priest on the podcast. He Israelite brother. I know Von Doe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the beat, I think the beat was dope, It was definitely dope. And the style was different. It was definitely different. Like, it's, when I say different, I mean like you don't really hear it too much no more, like that kind of like talk like rap. You might have heard that more like in the early millennium, but the spiritual twist of how he was breaking down, Yeshua, Yahweh Shah, I think that was dope. You know what I mean? I think that track was straight dope. I give it a thumbs up.
All right.
Yeah, kind of sound like.
I mean, and I just see not to cut you off. I just seen Von Doe. He said, "Let kinetic part rock." AD. Okay, yup. So give a shout out to Von Doe. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, it kind of had like a down south style. He was giving a message. He was giving a message with that style. So yeah, I mean, using that style to spread a message. I give him props for that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right, Priest, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold up. Yeah. We didn't even get to hear kinetic on that verse.
Yeah, we went till 2:15. I can go longer if you want.
Nah, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, it was okay.
All right. So we got a grand finale now with Zodiac.
Oh,
okay. You got something.
Are you ready for the grand finale? Here we go.
Absolutely.
Is it video?
Video.
Okay, yeah.
This is the one and only. Zodiac. Track is called Use Your Mind. Use My Mind. I'm sorry. Also, this is the last song from the album Uranus Rising, and all the visuals are from that movie. That's what he wanted me to say.
Like they say,
Like, didn't we hear
if
this?
you don't use it, you lose it.
Like you heard this.
Most of us.
Oh, you give that fire.
It's already gone. Pose yours. I'm trying to maintain, I'm on my A game. They say we mad, but we just tired of slave chains, handcuffs and stolen dreams, nightmares and broken treaties. Do your research, we'll free earth. You don't believe me, prophecies been spoken of. Who does it better than me properly like no one does? Search for safety, hurt his babies. This world's crazy, many think they're the same. So deluded, they get pissed on and think that it's rain. Yeah, they seek pleasure or they bring him his pain. I write from the heart with the ink in my veins. This pyramid is so lonely at the top of it. There's only 1 hour, humans think that it's the opposite. The judge gavel knocked that high on the biff. From behind while he was living life high on the spliff. Bet you ain't never heard fire like this, not in your lifetime. Criticizing me like I'm not in my right mind. It ain't right, I'm in the mind of Allah. They said Khalif the rain and bird, that's as fly as you are. Babies and grandparents is crazy, they can't stand it. The hatred they can't manage the flame with a great candlestick. Illuminati torch flame, human body thought train. Way off track with the record, the wrong songs playing. Builders are now killers, punks is now shooters. With no heart addicted to pills, that's our future now. Percocet, birth defect, organ theft. Epidemics stolen from the homeless during hurricanes. But let's forget it, you'll only understand the lessons when you live it. This is an extra metaphysic. Go ahead and get a ticket to the 5th dimension. Lift ascension higher, hieroglyphic. Find me cracking hate statues. Cut the heads off your exhibit. The church closes doors and the poor. It's such sickness. Pastor in a man mansion, holding Africans for ransom. Uniform, racist, drugs in the packages they planting. Every day's a setup, using art for target practice. Blame each other when we wet up, see the stars and all their vastness. The news is a lie, turning devils into angels. Victims and the villains, sick and tired of being sick and tired of witnessing the killing. Prophecies of unfulfilling. Done with the disloyalty of niggerish committers. We'll forever be unstable till we reconnect the feeling. Believe it, we heaven's children. Come and let the sound take you zodiac round table. Hard to escape the violence. Damn, it's hard to awake the giant. In every state they wildin'. It's an insane asylum. It's an insane asylum. It's an insane asylum. It's an insane asylum. Use my mind.
Use my mind. There you go.
How was man created? Through the mind. My mind's still intact. The science is that a lie won't survive once it collides with the facts. Like the light in the darkness of the mic, I'm an arsonist. My light is a large eclipse. Shadows that are cast on these mumble rap fans. Scared to tip the hourglass. Bury ships with our past. Scientific's bound to last. When the mothers fall, love is all. Calculate the math. I always tell them the truth, they know to listen. My heart's concerned for the youth that go missing till their bodies end up in your Big Mac and Hell's Kitchen. It's help your health wisdom for homes with no fathers. A lot of them are forced to be out. It's your karma and nothing that can stop it. Fates is slow marching, but so precise. I swear that each day it grows darker, but without it then the stars couldn't shine. You know, partner, I know many with college degrees. It's no smarter but slaves to their student loans. Musical clones get in the booth and throw stones from glass funeral homes. I shattered the illusion with this magic I'm producing. The facts so blurry that it's hard to define. It's Noble, Drew, Quetzalcoatl when the law all combined. Malcolm and Nat Turner couldn't kill as many demons as stepping in fat burgers. Destined to rap circles. Turtle Island turtles give my heart just to serve you. It's crazy, but insanity rules. Zombies playing the guitar in the valley of blues. If you true to yourself, tell me how could you lose? When everyone's pretending to have cowardly views, propagated by the news and the powers they abuse. The portal's open, it's time to go through it. The planets spin around in the skies, hold your blueprint. Learn your path, familiar it is, your soul knew it. Your hope drew it on the canvas of thought. Under occupation, many can't handle this talk. My words short circuit all the fallacy you taught. I leave it all behind. Astral travel at the corpse. Can't you see that I'm divine? Searching galaxies for sport for the cavalry, of course. Cause the battle isn't lost. Ascended gods limit your eyes to see deeper. 12-year-olds roaming the street with street sweepers. Politics on both sides lie. We need neither. I was made by a body of facts. All agreeing I will bring the old prophecies back. Godzilla, well known for God bodying tracks. It's like Thriller. Mobile zombies body new phone from dope dealers. You tell the truth, it's like nobody believes you. You live in tune, it's like nobody can see you, but nobody can free you. But you is so lethal, so lethal, so lethal.
Give it up for Kaz Zodiac. Use my mind. Fire.
Yep.
Nice.
Fire.
Now you know I jumped on the remix of that song.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to remix of that. I want to remix of that song.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Definitely belong, you know, on with the G cycles.
The what? What'd you say?
No, the G.
Oh,
that brother belong with G cycles.
Oh yeah, the G Cypher, yeah. He took it back with that.
Yeah.
The Royal Priest of G Cypher.
Like
I jumped on the remix.
Another level with thought. You understand what I'm saying? He in the osmoletic world of existence and pure will. When you listen to everything he building upon, it's going into a form of pure selflessness. You know what I mean? When he go into his lyrical delivery. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, ball is wrong. Everything he put out straight wrong. That's hip hop.
Absolutely.
That's hip hop.
Yeah. That's dope.
He made me want to play a little bit of the remix, but I'll save it.
Save it. Yeah. So y'all gonna hear that with Priest on it. Yeah.
AD, I need you to send me that information through Killah Priest so I can send the dope.
Oh, okay. For sure. Yeah, for those at home, Great job on the submissions. If you guys are interested in submitting tracks, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo, and all the information is there. Also, there's a link in the description. Great submissions, great song promo, great tracks.
Yeah, dope. Big up to Kyle Zodiac, man. Awesome work,
It's
man.
like an education lesson every time you listen to him.
And the videos is dope. He does all his own beats and videos, correct?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Hey, Mighty Hebrew, we're going to play your song at the end of the show. That way we can play the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, that last one was hard.
This right, matter of fact, we working on the video now, Beach Street. Give a shout out to everybody in Tanzania. It's close to like 400 people on the video, man, that came out. Give a shout out to everybody. Beach Street, the video will be out next month.
Nice.
Okay. I want to say to the brother Khan Zodiac, every song, there's no unlikable song. And also, one thing unique about him that reminds me of the old hip hop days is there's as much words in each song as there is in the average person's whole album. Today, the average person's record, he has as much words in one song as an album. It's very hard to do that. That was like 8 songs worth of words he just did. Very good, Kaz Zodiac. You're high quality. Shout out to you. I'll be right back.
A real spitter, yo.
Nice pickup, what you see on that. That was a nice pickup.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely. Okay, so that concludes the song promo segment. I want to give a couple shout outs to the super chat over here. Hold on a quick second. My shit got flipped. Super chats. Shout out to Donkey. He put some bunch of things and then put truffle butter. All right. Ceaseless says one love all and peace to the build. And Dominic Green says the Christ consciousness is coming back. All is connected. Shout out Dominic Green.
Yes, yes.
All right, Priest, it's on you.
All right, man, yo. It's been great. You know what I'm saying? Yo, it's been a great build. You know, yo, I definitely learned a lot today, man. It's like, it was beautiful, man. We went through, we didn't even get to the gold. I knew we wasn't getting to the gold. I told Tehuti, because of the scholarlyship of the chat room, the questions that they asked, there's no other chat room like the Killer Priest Podcraft chat room. The Rocketeers and the Craftmen. Y'all are on point. I've been reading a lot of the chats while they was just kicking it, and I was like blown away. Before Tehuti even got your questions, I was reading. I was like, wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. It's been great. You know what I mean? And Kepera, yo, good looking brother.
Anytime,
filling in. Yeah, indeed. You got anything? Y'all got anything I want to say, Rasul?
Yeah, please like and subscribe. We're almost at 50,000 subscribers, so please like and subscribe. We can hit that number.
And to the super chats we missed, we will show them to Tehuti to respond to later on. Do you want to add something to that, Tehuti?
Yeah,
Tehuti, hold on. Yo, the build you did was crazy today. It was great. It was great. Top tier.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. To the super chats we missed, I may actually look at them after the show is done and maybe continue the next show.
You can answer them now. I'm just going to get off.
Okay. Yes, you're about to get off, Priest?
Yeah. I gotta take care of something.
We can't even see you, Priest. Is the phone under a plastic bag? There you go.
Okay.
Oh, my finger was over it that whole time?
The whole time, man. I was like, what
welcome.
is he doing? Hey, I'm going to buy you a special holder for your phone, though, for next time, too.
Definitely need one, yo.
That way it'll be all set up. Yeah, we're going to hook it up. I got to come by there.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Priest, for your...
Friday, so we can set up the Friday.
Your Friday thing, yeah. I don't even know if he has a webcam yet. We'll have to see.
I got I got everything.
Oh, okay.
Everything he needs.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Priest, for your appreciation. I'm glad you enjoy the breakdowns, brother. I'm always here to add the quality to the show. This is the best podcast on the internet that I've seen, and I'm proud and delighted to be here.
Wow. Man, that's great.
All right.
Yeah.
When's the podcast?
Yeah. Everybody check out my website too, man. Go to jewelsfromthethrone.com. Get y'all a shield, man. You know what I'm saying? No more important time than now, man, and than to have both your offense and your defense, man, when it comes to protecting yourself and your family, straight up.
Hey.
And you can follow me on Instagram and subscribe to my YouTube page. But make sure you subscribe to this page. All right? And like as well.
Yeah.
All right.
It's going to be every Friday, Priest. I'll let you know. It's every Friday. We're going to kick it off with the conversation with me and Mighty Hebrew, just to finalize some key points on the debate, and then after that, it will be each Friday. It's been difficult for me to come up with a day for the pod class because I literally teach almost every day of the week. It's extreme. My days are very busy, but I'm going to squeeze it in for every Fridays and possibly every second Sunday. Every second Sunday, I'm free also to do the live interactions.
All right. Okay. Y'all gonna do those last.
Yeah, let's take a look at them.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. I just want to say peace to everybody.
Peace.
I'm about to get up out of here. You know what I mean? Yo, land a plane whenever y'all ready.
All right. Will do.
All right. 100.
Peace. Be safe. We'll talk in the week. Peace.
All right. So you want to glance at the
super
chats?
Yeah, I'll take a look at what can be dealt with in these last before we end it off. It's almost 10.
Yeah, Danny was asking about ancient stargates, if they're real and how do they work. And then Reggie was asking about the 13th constellation, Ophiuchus.
What did somebody said about the Stargate?
Hold on, 1 second. They're sending
So that was that question. There's the one about the 13th constellation, and then there's the last question is Agartha real? The city inside the earth. How can we go there? Can you get there through the Mammoth Cave in Kentucky?
Okay, let's go back to the those are the
last three.
Let's go back to the let's go back to the first one again. Let's see, because all these are big breakdowns. Let's see if there's time to. It's already almost 10 o'clock, so
you gonna have to postpone them for next time.
I may have to postpone them for next time. And I do want email me these. I don't want to have them forgotten. The question of the stargates. Are there ancient stargates? We're gonna save these ones because I've been teaching for about 3 hours, and these are all 20-minute up breakdowns. So I'm gonna save them. They will be emailed to me, and I will get to these questions. And I appreciate everybody that's sending in the super chats to support the podcast. Please feel free also to support my teachings and works. I have a Cash App at the bottom if anybody wants to set up direct classes or just wants to support for the time that I take to break these answers down and any other possible answers. I believe that I'm the only one on really the only guest on the show that gets the variety of elaborate questions that I have to go through, and I have no idea what they are. So I do take a lot of time to do this, and it's all out of love to get the correct information out. So my information is at the bottom for those who want to contact, so those who want to support. Peace and love, everybody. We'll take these super chats, especially yours, Danny Salinas, because you're a dedicated podcraft. You're a contributor. You contribute music. You contribute super chats. You contribute comments. So you will definitely, and everybody else, but especially you'll definitely be addressed, and we could definitely get into Stargates. I do have, if you want to go to Danny Salinas to scroll down on the Killah Priest channel, I do have a class on this channel that's called Kemetic Stargates. If you want to gaze at that or look through that in the meantime, there is a show I did called Kemetic Stargates. I think it's the most viewed Religion and Comedic Stargates. I think it's the most viewed show I ever did here. I think it's almost at 25,000 views, so should be pretty easy to find. But peace and love, everyone. Much respect, and tune in this Friday. Subscribe to the channel and tune in this Friday for a live conversation with me and Mighty Hebrew just about what the topics are going to be, and then we will set up the time of debate, and then every week after that will be the open class for everybody. Peace and love.
right.
Hotep.
All right, and that's that, and we'll go ahead and land the plane. Know what I'm saying?
Peace. Oh, peace out. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe.
Yes. Oh, I fucked that shit up.
Yeah.
We hear you, Mighty Hebrew. We hear you.
We're gonna end with the Mighty Hebrew. With the Mighty Hebrew track here.
Peace to Ryan Fryan.
This is Beach.
Yo, I'm feeling the styles, man.
Right here.
Yep.
This right here is dedicated to all underground MCs that came before us. Shout out to MCLB, one of my mentors, one of the original godfathers of hip hop. Who heard my old head Melly Mel. This for y'all, Beach Street. Hallelujah.
Nice.
All
right. And we'll see y'all on Wednesday.
Peace.
Good shit.
Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street is a lesson too. So don't let the street beat you. We crush groove, body move to the sound of the boom. Back before hip hop turned to rap. Beach Street, the king of the beat. Break dance harder than De Niro, thunder and heat. We rock beats like steady beat across all streets. Wild style like Who Hurt, putting in work as women jerk from cutting and scratching. Long live Jay, the jam master of wax. Just transform up with jazzy, lyrically, world was fucking nasty with soul sonic force, holding the torch, cause corpses to pop into life forces. Graffiti on the walls became our hieroglyphics. Israelites and God bodies dropped the scientific in the ghettos of Gosha to Yah's chosen. We public enemy, all school, all nowhere. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street is a lesson too. So don't let the street beat you. We was there in the past. Meet your future tribe of Judah and feel the rhythm of beat through concrete. Respect Curtis Blow and graffiti wicked writers. MCLB, legendary. Kumo D, treacherous 3, Parkside, Fa 5-2, Schoolie D on the wheels still. Cash money, long live MC Breeze, fresh like Dougie, Sex Machine, Bahama-D, Scotland Rock, BDP, glamorous lives like School C, completeness, rest easy E, walking nightmare like Ice-T. This is how we chill from 2-1 until we meet with mega heat and rule under concrete. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street, the king of the beat. I said I'm rocking that beat from across the street. Beach Street is a lesson too. So don't let the street beat you.
Motherfucker, this is Anton the Bun.